day to decide how this match is going to go. Will it go in the direction of the Trinidad Tobago Red Force? Will it go in the direction of the Windward Islands Volcanoes? Time will tell, but it should be a very interesting day because at the moment, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they trail. Still, they need another 35 runs in order to make the Red Force bat again. But they're not going to be looking at those 35 runs. They're going to be looking at much more than that to at least give themselves a chance to come back and get an outright victory in this game. So I would think they would be looking for maybe another 200, 220 runs if they can get up to 260, 270 and at least give the Red Force over 200 to chase. I think they would be a pretty happy bunch if the Red Force has to chase just over 200 on the last day of this game. We're just about getting ready to start the day's proceedings. Jaden Seals is going to open the bowling here this morning from the Branlara Pavilion end. The overnight batsman, Jeremy Solano, he is at the non-strikers end. He's on 30. The man taking strike is Athanaze, the skipper. He's on 10. I'm Colin Murray alongside Kesrick Williams as we look at the very first delivery. And Athanaze just playing it out on the offside. He was thinking of the single. Solano was certainly responding, but there was no run. As Jais Mohammed is the man there coming in quickly to do the fielding. And so we have a real game in our hands here this morning. And as always, you find with a day 3, it's the day when you can really sit back and say, well, this game is going to go one way or the other. So Seals at the top of his mark. And Athanaze right behind it. Lots of time to play that delivery. But then again, he always seems to have a lot of time. Good morning to you, Kesrick.
Good morning to you, Murray. Good to be back here in the com box. Looks a bit cooler today as well.
Yeah, and not the kind of hot sun we've been having. But fear not, it will come out shortly.
I will. But good morning to Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning to the region. Really good game here at the Queen's Park Cricket Club. Jeremy Salazar on 30, Athanaze on 10. They really have a big job to do here on their hands.
I think the dismissal yesterday of Hodge must have sent a little bit of jitters down the Windward Islands Volcanoes camp because, of course, he's one of the, with Athanaze, he's really the big bat. And to get him for naught, obviously the Red Force, they were cock-a-hoop with that dismissal. But then this is another big partnership here that they need to break.
Yeah, this one is definitely one that can grow. Both batters have some runs under their belts over the season. Not a shot that you would really say Athanaze would really play early in his innings.
I think
a little bit awkward there.
Yeah, I think the ball isn't coming onto the bat as he would have liked that one because he was in position early.
Well, the pitch is playing a bit slower. The good thing about it, there's not a lot of crack in the pitch, so it's holding itself together. As we mentioned on the first day, it was dry, but have a bit of grass on the surface, so it will hold itself together, but it will play slower. As the game goes on, we saw a few deliveries keeping low yesterday. Trinidad and Tobago definitely, I would say, they won the 2 first days of this game.
Oh yeah, definitely.
They really played well. They won the toss and decided to bowl on a surface that we were wondering why, but Joshua De Silva and his men came out and showed a reason why they decided to bowl on this surface. Really a docile track, but I must say I'm really impressed with what I've seen from their bowlers.
Yeah, they've gone a little bit defensive if you look, and I'm a little surprised, but I think what they don't want to do is leak early runs. Just keep things tight because there's only one slip on a gully. Hands go up there. It seems that Athanaze took that one maybe off of middle and leg and flicked it down to fine leg. So he's off and running this morning with that single. So the score goes up to 69 for 2 at the end of the first over of the morning. Bowled by Jaden Seals. He's got 1 for 18 from 10. Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I thought they might have gone slightly a little bit more on the attack. But I suppose they don't want to give away early runs, a few boundaries. And next thing the score races up to 90 or so. I think they want to keep it tight. Maybe for the first half an hour, first 45 minutes, keep things tight. Let the two batsmen work for their runs. And, and in so doing, if they can frustrate them a little bit as well. Jeremy Solano is not going to get frustrated. He'll bat whole day. Whether he scores 5, 10 or 50, it doesn't matter.
Well, that should be the plan here for the Windward Island Volcanoes, to bat out the day. Batting out the day would put them to probably over 270 or so.
I would think so.
But then when you look at the batting lineup here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, with Otley at the top, scoring 40 something runs in the first innings, and then
Mohan as well, 52.
Mohan scoring 50, Jason Mohammed scoring 50,
yep.
and Denty and Webster that lovely 100. And now we're not gonna forget Jet Gooley, because we know how capable he is with the bat. Scored 100 in the last in early in the season as well. Swept off the line of middle stump. Just one though. Somebody that I think is really good with the sweep and reverse sweep.
Yes,
something that he have really added to his game.
He's played that reverse sweep. I really must admit I don't like it, especially in a 4-day game. But he plays it so well that you have to say,
I know a coach will get really upset when his player plays it, because usually when he plays it, he gets one. Yeah. And he would always ask, why put yourself in so much risk for one run?
Yeah, it's so
if you're playing
true.
it and you're looking for 4 or 6, fair enough, but why put yourself in so much risk for one run? But at the end of the day, he does it well.
Runs here. That's a bad line from Carrie Peard. And just outside the line of the leg stump. And Solano just flicking it around the corner. Picks up a couple of runs. So he's off and running this morning as well. He was on 30. Goes to 32.
And that's the thing about Carrie Peard, is that he's getting some purchase. So he has to worry about the line and the length. You have to be very meticulous in terms of the line and the length he bowls, because he's getting some purchase. Bowling it on the line of middle stump is always gonna go down the leg side, and that's gonna always be an easy one for guys at this level. So you have to pitch it just outside the line of off stump. If you're coming down the line of middle stump or so, you need a leg slip.
Oh, Athanaze looking to drive. Have come off the inner part of the bat. Just goes out there. It's a forward short leg, so they're putting a little pressure there on the left-handers to the left-arm orthodox spinner. Again, goes for that favoured sweep shot. You rightly said, Keswick. He plays it well. And so 1 to end the over. So it's now 74 for 233 is Solano, 13 is Athanaze.
So, looking at the game from the start and how the spinners operate, Kenneth Denver picked up 5 wickets yesterday. And you did mention that he had a forward short leg and he had leg slip. But nothing really going to leg slip. That's because the nature of the pitch is playing really low. So it's not really getting that bounce. So even the turn, you're not getting that bounce so that it can get to leg slip. Hence the reason why we didn't see a lot of ball going to leg slip. If the wicket had that consistency, or have that consistency in bounce, then you would see a leg slip implemented. But sometimes on these sort of surface, again, you can't get the odd one.
Jaden Seals starts a new over. A little surprised that they started with Seals and Pear rather than maybe Seals and Phillip.
I like the carry pair start. In terms of the fast bowling department, for me, either Anderson or Seals is fine, so I'm okay with that. But I like the carry pair start today because he's showing control. He did create some problem in the first innings. He picked up 3 wickets in the first innings. So I'm very much okay with that. And yesterday we saw a couple deliveries keeping low, and he's using the scruff outside the line of the off stump. He's very experienced, that one. Just taking the edge, running down to the boundary. That should be 4.
Yep, it is 4.
Akil Hussain. Carry pair just giving up chase. That one just taking the edge of Jeremy Solano, but he's the one that we know will not get frustrated.
No, he will not. Let's have a look at the delivery from Jaden Seals.
Such ease. It was actually intended.
Yeah, he was opening the face of the bat, so you have to say really not a...
It's not an edge.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jeremy.
You should be.
I am. But it was well played. I mean, he got behind of it, and he played it down, soft hands as well. Pick the gap as plays with so much time, so much ease. I could remember when he just came to St. Vincent and the Grenadines to join up with the franchise. A coach that was there last year with the team in the Super 50, and Lyndon James, who also played cricket for Windward Islands, was a keeper for many years. He was the assistant coach in Super 50. He was the first person that mentioned to me that this guy's going to do well for us. I am happy that he's in this franchise. I like him, and he will do well for Windwards. So said, so done. He's not doing a bad job at all.
He's not.
We just need him to score more runs, give him that opportunity to get back at the international level.
Oh, that's a good delivery. An appeal going up only from Jaden Seals. I'm not sure what he heard or saw, but whatever he heard and saw, the slip, the lone slip, didn't hear or see. That's Mohan, and certainly wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva never even raised an eyebrow. He just caught the ball and flicked it towards the first slip fielder. So it's but Jaden Seals, I suppose he was in. You know, you fast bowlers, when you beat the bat, it's
always excitement. It's always excitement. But as I mentioned to you yesterday, you're very good at words, and I'm good at seeing. It's a good decision by the umpire. Have a hairline between it. It was pretty close, but that's a good shot just behind point.
But there is protection out in the deep, so it's just going to be a single, but a delivery pitched up by Jaden Seals.
That's a good shout, though.
Yeah, it was. But it always puts doubt in the mind of the umpire when the wicket keeper in particular does not appeal, and Joshua De Silva never even held up the ball.
I can give you a joke. Back in St. Vincent local cricket, there was this bowler. He always tricked the umpires, and I'll tell you how we tricked them after this delivery.
Oh, that's a good delivery.
So whenever he bowls, well, it's the end of the over. It's 80 for 2. Every time he bowls a delivery that hits the pad, even though it looks close, he doesn't appeal. He said, I'm not going to appeal for that. It's not close. The umpire said, yeah, it's not close. And he'll do it 4 or 5 times. And one hit the pad and it's nowhere close. And he'll appeal and the umpire gives him and he'll be like, well done.
Yeah. I'll tell you a little secret.
Check the umpire.
I'll give you a further one. You see that in front of the pavilion there, the Joey Carew members balcony. Mm-hmm. Well, Joey Carew was played for the West Indies in the era of Gary Sobers and Frank Worrell and these guys, and actually he was captain of Queen's Park, captain Trinidad as well, and he led West Indies once when Gary Sobers was off the field. He was named as vice captain, but he was one of the few players in those days that did not play professional cricket in England. So the feeling was that because he was an amateur, so to speak, he wasn't as well respected by the other players who played professionally. But anyway, he was very knowledgeable. He was actually called Mr. Knowledge here at Queen's Park, a very, very popular figure at Queen's Park, was on the management committee and everything, and captain Queen's Park. And in one particular match, he was bowling and hit the pad, and all the guys went up. Oh, there's that! And he shouted. He said, "Come on, fellas! That was if they had another 3 stumps, it would have missed all 3. Wait! When you see I appeal, you know it's a good appeal.
You know it's a good appeal.
Well, boy, the next time he hit the pad, oh, that's a good delivery. Missed the outside edge. Seemed to just straighten on.
This one just held its
line.
line.
Held its line. Yeah, and the next time he hit the pad, he went up. Of course,
Fingers goes up.
Finger goes up.
Yeah, as long as Joey say it.
Yeah,
that's how it is.
That was it.
Mr. Carew.
That's the end of the over from Carrie Pear. Score remains on what? 80 for 2. A good over from Pear, maiden over. So he's completed 8 overs, 1 for 12. Yeah, and you get guys like that. He was, I mean, there was another incredible situation with him that I must have been 18 or 19 at the time, just coming out of school, and I would remember I was 12th man at the time for Queen's Park, and there was a guy left arm over the wicket. Bowler, Bernard Dabadie, never went on to play for Trinidad, was very good club cricketer and swing the ball a lot, as these left-handers do. And playing against police in the barracks. But here's Jaden Seals at the Queen's Park Oval. Athanaze meeting that with a full face of the bat. It's a good-looking shot, but not just a push rather than a full-blooded drive. And he ran up, and the deceased umpire now, Mr. Emmerich, he ran up and he bowled, and Mr. Emmerich said, "No ball." Now Joey Carew was standing at first slip. There was 1 slip and I think a second slip on a gully. So he ran up the next ball, he bowled again. No ball. Runs up the 3rd time. Now, by this time, Joey has his hands out, saying, "What's going on? You know, why are you bowling all these no balls?" Here's Seals again. That's a good delivery, nipping back at Athanaze, and he played it well in the end. Keeping
solid
his eyes
behind of it.
Yeah. And so he gesticulating. So he runs up again, 3rd time. No ball. Joey Carew leaves his slip position. Goes up now and stands at, I would say, short mid-off, but in line with the crease.
Silly mid-off.
Yeah, a short mid-off.
Yeah.
But in line, dead in line with the
He wants to know what's going on.
Yeah. So he says, he takes the one, he was at first slip, he takes the second slip and just shifts him around a little bit. And so he stands up now, looking at the crease, and says to Bernard, "Come on, let's go." And the batsman was a guy called Lennox Pamphil, and never forgot this. He actually played a couple of times I think he played for Trinidad once or twice, Lennox Pamphil, very good wicket keeper. And he bowled the ball, and Joey never was facing the batsman. He was just concentrating.
He was the third umpire.
Yeah, basically. And Bernard Dabadie ran up, bowled pitch, cut away. He got the outside edge, caught behind, and then Joey says, "But what I had to come here to stand up here for you to do that." But it was amazing. I mean, these things. I mean, you read about these sort of things. You don't witness them. But I was, he was that kind of character. He would do those kind of things. Any other normal captain would say, "Come on, Bernard, check your run up. Take a step back or whatever." Not him. He goes up and obviously may have just been trying to intimidate the umpire. That's the only thing I could think of. And but immediately Lennox Pamphil, he got the edge and he was on his way to a legitimate ball.
Love hearing about the history of cricket, but love that shot as well.
Yeah, it's a good shot.
Not pick up more than one though.
Yeah, not good, not well lined though by Seals. He's getting that ball to just come into the left-handed Athanaze. I think he needs to start just outside that line of the off stump. But once he starts on the maybe middle and off, it's going to head towards leg stump.
He's generally a bowler that comes into the left-hander, and I always think fast bowlers coming are wrong. Right-handed fast bowler coming wrong to left-handers will always be a little bit easier with the ball coming in if you can shape it away. Really good days. You would see a lot of edges because then you'll have to play at every delivery.
Correct. Okay.
That one went away.
Yep, I was about to say that pitch and left.
Well, I guess I'm
well
Joey
left
Curry.
by
He's waiting
Solano,
for me.
isn't it?
He was waiting for you to say it.
Yes.
That
But
Joey Curry story. And it's the end of another Jordan Seals over. The score is 81 for 2.
Yes, well, overall, how impressed are you with Jaden Seals? Because, he has been this long injury, seems to be completely over it now. Because in the first innings he bowled 14 overs. Here, he's bowled 12 overs. So he appears to me that all is right with him. He's just getting into his rhythm as well.
And he's nowhere close to what we know he can get to. And he's still pretty young, but what we're seeing here from him is amazing, because if he's not at that point yet where he can really go hard and deliver and bowl in this amount of overs and hitting the errors consistently, we can only expect greatness.
Yeah,
I think he's one of those players that's in line in terms of being able to take up when Kimar Roach decide to hang up those boots. I think him and Shamar Joseph with Alzari Joseph.
That's a lovely shot, but there is protection. They're out in the deep, both at a deep mid-wicket. Pretty square as well, and there's a deep backward square. So they know this man, Athanaze, is going to play that sweep shot regularly, and there's protection out there for that. 82 for 2, so they're whittling this lead down. Question. After this delivery, if he stays injury-free, will you take him to England for the Test series?
Definitely, I will.
Yeah,
I definitely will. I mean, there are things that the cricket board can do to keep him around. I mean, take him to England, give him the experience, let him be around the team. Because I tell you what, I mean, we saw what Shamar Joseph did in Australia, and we give him all the accolades and we give him all the praise. But I tell you what, 1 year of professional cricket is different than 1 year of club cricket. And then with all these crickets around the world, what I want to see is him continue that for a good year. Then we can say we have something special. For now, I would say Shamar Joseph is looking good, and this is something that we have been looking for years. But let's see how he goes after a year or so, because a year of international cricket is different than a year of club cricket. But that's the end of another carry pair over. Mm-hmm. Score is 82 for 2. And I mentioned it, and when I mentioned it, someone was like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I tell you what, it's going to be a difficult team to pick, and I don't envy the selectors, especially from a bowling perspective, because you got Jason Holder to come back into the team,
and he will definitely play. But then you have Justin Graves, who have been doing well.
Yeah,
you have Covim Hodge, who didn't make the perfect start in international cricket, but it was a good start. And also, Justin Graves showed that he can actually bowl at that level as well. So it is a difficult team to pick after you draw a series against Australia. But there are certain things you can do to make room.
That's a good shot. That's not a great delivery, but he's only going to get a single because there is protection out in the deep. But a short delivery from Seals, and also had a little bit of width, which Athanaze was quickly onto it. Yeah, I tell you, I'm not too worried about. And when I say I'm not too worried, I think the batting lineup more or less has picked themselves. because you got to go with the Mackenzie and the Athanaze and Hodge. The openers, Brathwaite, he's skipper. Chanderpaul's got to score some runs, in my view, at regional level. And I'm not talking 40. He got 40 yesterday, I think.
We do have a few all-formats players in the Caribbean, and I think it's not because they're not selected. It's just a matter of preference and where they want to play in terms of format. Because I honestly think that a Brendan King could be an all-format player.
Right. That's right. He's one that
Nicholas Pruan, we know how good he is. We know the quality that he possesses. So he can be an all-format player. Sherman Maya, I think, could be an all-format player. Alzari Joseph can be an all-format player. We have Jason Holder. I don't think he's playing a lot of ODI now, but he can be an all-format player. Also,
to me, the bowling department is one where it's going to be tough to get into, because, as you rightly said, you've got Roach, you've got Alzari, you've got Shamar Joseph, Seals, then there's Holder. So there's about 6 positions. Sorry, there are about 4 positions, but you've got about 6 good players vying for 4 positions.
A player like Justin Graves, you definitely have to take him to England, because he's one of those bowlers that can seam around the ball, and especially in England. And what he showed in Australia, you definitely have to take him to England.
He's another one. And Jaden Seals, I think, based on the kind of movement he will generate, I think in England, he could be a handful. Once he stays fit.
He did got a contract from Sussex, but I can't remember how that went. But I know he was with Sussex. I think it was a year ago or so.
Yeah.
I can't remember how that went.
I'm not too sure.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not sure if it's around the injury time he got the contract. But I think they can find some room for him. You know, even if you have to travel and be around the team and, you know, be in the nets, because he's one for the future, definitely.
And I just that's a good delivery. But I just think just his style suits England. You know, you could see him nipping that ball around in England, both in and away from the various batsmen, and it's going to be an interesting series.
Also, if it's thinking about it, also if it's a case of finance whereby you may not be able to take him, have him go on a league contract in England, so that he will be in England when West Indies is in England, so he can work with the team.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea at all. But the end of another Jaden Seals over. It's 83 for 2 Seals, 1 for 26 from 13 overs.
Remember, that's how Marnus Labuschagne got into Australia team. He was in England playing county cricket, and
was it a concussion that he was? Yeah, but Steve Smith was of all players, and he never looked back. He struggled a little. I was actually surprised that they kept him in there. He struggled a little bit this year, but in the end he came good against New Zealand. But he struggled in the series against the West Indies.
He's a quality player,
no doubt.
He's one of those players that I really like to see back. I'm not much of a Test cricket or watch Test cricket guy, but then lately I started to enjoy Test cricket again. Find myself up all hours of the night watching Test cricket.
Yeah, I that final Test, I thought, well, when Cameron Green and Steve Smith were batting, and just going at 209 to win, and I think they took it to about 110 or 113, and I thought, Lord, am I going to stay up till 4 o'clock in the morning watching this? And I think it was around 2 o'clock or thereabouts that they got the wicket of Cameron Green, and then right after that, the next ball, Travis Head went, and I thought, hey, something is brewing here. But of course, with Steve Smith at one end, you always feel, well, he's going to carry them home. What an inspiration Shamar Joseph was. He just never gave up. He just decided, hey, this was one of those things that you say, look, it's either I get you or you get me. And he got them. I think we discussed yesterday as well, Kesrick. I'm not sure what is. Oh, the ball went onto the stumps, and they were thinking that Alec Athanaze may have been out of his ground. That's the presiding umpire was unmoved. Carry pair bowling round the wicket now. The last couple of deliveries. That's not a bad shot. Runs in it here.
No way. That's
not good.
No good. I cannot support that. That's awful. Come on, Judge. You can't do a lot better than that. Carry pair with hands and hip, and he must be disappointed.
Upset, yeah. That's the worst thing for a bowler to see. He just trotted after the ball. Never made an attempt. He never dived, and then even going after the ball, he seemed to be walking. No offense,
just
Mr.
guided to the boundary.
Yeah. No offense, Mr. Gooley, but you just didn't look the part there.
That's awful.
So 4 runs for Solano, though. He wouldn't mind. He's into the 40s now. It's been a good knock from him. So they've decided now a 6-3 field. But
something very similar to what Kenneth Demba would have coming along the wicket to a right-hand batter. But what Carey Pair is actually doing here is actually spinning it back into the left-hander. So this is fine for me as long as you're actually spinning the ball.
And then he's got the forward short leg and a short mid-wicket in catching positions, and that he's tempted outside the line of the off stump, try and hit it square. He sees that huge gap at backward point and didn't make contact and went through to be taken by the keeper. The end of the over from Pair. He's now completed 10 overs, 1 for 18, and the total 88 for 2. And is Jaden Seals going to continue? I think there may be a change in the bowling. No, Jaden Seals is give in way. Let's just make. I think Anderson Phillip is going to come into the attack now. Yes, he is replacing Jaden Seals. And talking about replacing and coming into the attack, well, Inderjit Prasad is coming into the attack now. He's replaced Kesrick Williams, and he's going to try and get a wicket for the Red Force. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Colin. I understand you need a wicket for the Red Force, but I actually will not be bowling at this time.
I see. Okay, the captain has not called it.
Exactly.
Okay, I hear you.
Yes.
It's been a good first half an hour for the Volcanoes. No real alarms for either batsman. But Anderson Phillip is going to bowl his first delivery of the morning. Oh, and immediately induces a false drive from Athanaze. He was looking to drive at the delivery. Now, it was a little bit more pacey. He's a little more quicker than Jaden Seals, so the ball is going to come on a little bit quicker. And I thought he was a little bit late in getting across, trying to play the drive on the up. And luckily for him, it beat the outside edge.
Yes, and good rise from the pitch too, and that was because the length of the delivery was good. It is left now to be seen how Philip, continues here. I think that's the line he needs to hit more often. That's a line that can trouble the left-handed Athanaze a little bit.
That's a nice shot, but no runs. He was just working it to leg. Just getting in position and just flicking it. And Otley is doing the fielding there at mid-wicket. No run.
And I think you're right. It has been good batting so far by the Volcanoes this morning. Just to remind our listeners that their back is against the wall, wiping off that 102 deficit on first innings. And certainly this is a good performance. And I think both of them are set. It is left to be seen now how hungry they are to go on well past half centuries.
It's a good shot, giving him some width. And there was Athanaze driving square out to Carripier, who is at the deep point position. And they just pick up an easy single. But that one was fuller and wider of the off stump. And once it was there, they would give Athanaze the room in which to hit that ball square in the offside.
Yes, and Athanaze this morning, along with his left-handed partner Solano, very solid. We haven't seen any rash shot whatsoever this morning. I think they've been very, very consistent with the game plan to bat long.
Well, he didn't know too much about that. Solano one just may have darted back at him slightly, came off the inner part of the bat. Did you have problems with the pronunciation of Athanaze in the Jeep?
No, I think I talked to him personally while he was
Right,
in Guyana,
right.
and he said my name is Athanaze.
Yeah, that's how we started here.
Yes.
And calling him Athanaze. And then somewhere along the line, I can't remember where
Our
it was.
television commentators.
Well, and they started to call Athanaze or something
yes,
like
we
that.
heard that.
So I was with Athanaze and kept going. And somebody said, no, it's Athanaze. I said, are you sure? I said, N-A-Z-E is naze to me. It's a good shot from Solano. That's 4 runs. There's no difficulty in that name, Solano, and he hit it nicely. It was a delivery pitching maybe just outside the line of the off stump, and he was into position nicely, and he hit it square. Now there is cover down at that deep point position, but I would think he's more backward than square point, and there was Solano hitting that in front of the point position, and it raced across the boundary. That's 4 good-looking runs.
Classical cover drive by Solano, and he did it with such ease. The hallmark of somebody who is in good form, seeing the ball and pick the length beautifully there, Colin. Great shot.
Oh, that's a bouncer tried by Philip, but not well directed, and Solano has no problem. So he remains there on 46 at the moment. And at the end of it, it's 93-4-2. The Volcanoes, they now trail by only 10 runs.
Yes, and congratulations to these two. They haven't lost a wicket so far this morning. So it simply means they have won the battle here. Just for some overnight score, Colin, at College, Guyana, remind you, made 436. Primol yesterday, 90 not out. Anderson 87, Sinclair 72, Imlach 56. Holder, Roach and Warwican picked up 2 wickets apiece. Pride in reply, they're 59 for the loss of 3. Jonathan Drakes is there on 20, and Reefer is on 1.
And that's an interesting score there, and certainly the Harpy Eagles looking to win that game 2-1, not bat again. But the Barbados Pride, they have some pride, I would expect, and they would fight on. So it's not all is lost for the Barbados Pride as yet. Oh, dropping just short, it appeared. Did he get his hands there? That's Mohan. Yes, it is Vikash Mohan at that. They've taken him out of the forward short leg for Athanaze. They've taken him out of that forward short leg and put him towards a short backward square. And that ball so nearly carried into his hands.
Yes, it was short. It didn't really got to him. First, he was looking to dive, lunge forward, and then realized he couldn't get there, had to stop it. But it was never close to the hands.
Well, he's gone back into forward short leg. Solano now is giving me the impression he's come to terms with the conditions and is now looking to play 1 or 2 shots.
Yes, well, that happens when you get your eyes set. You feel you're judging the bounce of the pitch and what the bowlers are trying to do for you.
I'm a little surprised that he hasn't given Brian Charles the opportunity with the 2 left-handers and the off-spinner turning the ball away from them. Well, that's a good delivery, but he's opted to go with Carripier. Of course, Carripier picking up 3 wickets in the first innings and already getting Jeremiah out, so I think he's maybe has a little bit more faith, a little more confidence in Carripier at the moment.
Well, Carripier did bowl well late yesterday afternoon, and maybe they're hoping that he'll come back this morning and maintain that disciplined line and length that he bowled yesterday. Hasn't bowled badly whatsoever, but he's coming up against two guys who are very well set out there.
That's the end of the over. Just one run coming from that over from Pear. So he's bowled, what, 11 overs, 1 for 19, and 94 for 2.
Yes, Jamaica playing the Academy. The Academy, remember, 324 in the first innings. Scorpion in reply, 326 for the loss of 7 overnight. Good to see Brandon King playing the 4-day game. Among the runs, he's on 77. In fact, made 77. Leroy Lugg, a very aggressive player, making 64. And Peter Salmon, the off-spinner, coming to the party with 60 not out. The only disappointment is that Cork Mackenzie, who had a start, could not continue after scoring 29.
And we were talking a little bit earlier about the team, the test team to go to England in July, and I know that's a little way off. And I was asking Keswick his opinion about Jaden Seals. If he stays fit, would he carry him on the as part of the touring party? That's a hit away from the man. That's a good shot in the end. Now there is a man at deep backward square, obviously for the hook from Athanaze, thinking that maybe if he gets a top edge, if he doesn't time it well and it's airborne, you could bring that deep backward square position into play. But this one, he hit it just to the right of him. It was well timed. It was airborne, but away from the man, and 4 runs for Athanaze. I just think that's the 50 partnership now between these two, because they came together with the Volcanoes in a little slight worry at 48 for 2. It's now 98 for 2, and good partnership between these two.
Certainly it's a good partnership, and I think that Athanaze was expecting that short delivery, because as soon as it dropped short, he realized that he has a chance to score a boundary.
Yeah, and he was into position quickly. And another, he's a little bit caught here, awkward. He was thinking of pulling and realized that that ball was pitched maybe just outside the line of the off stump, and he was in no position at the time to pull that delivery. Might have come on to him a little quicker than he anticipated, and he was a little bit awkward, sort of half-cocked, looking to play the pull and just leaving his bat there. As they say, his bat just was hanging, and it took a outer part of the bat, but luckily it was bouncing way in front of Charles at gully. So
well, if you want to bowl the short delivery, that is where you need to bowl it, at the body there. Didn't stray at all in his line. Was an excellent short ball.
That one coming back at him, but came back after it passed the stumps. Yeah. So I was asking Keswick about Jaden Seals, because I think Jaden Seals in English conditions will do well. He swings the ball, and I could see him getting a lot of movement in England. But of course, the bowling department of that West Indies team now, based on Shamar Joseph getting into the team, it's a difficult team to break into. And don't forget, Jason Holder was not there in Australia, so he's got to come back in. But I would love to see Jaden Seals get an opportunity to be part of the team. That's a good bouncer. Athanaze getting out of the way and then rehearsing that he may have hit it over the slip corner, but he did the correct thing and just get out of the way. And then the fast bowler uses up all that energy, just get out of the way and wait for the next delivery. Yeah, and it should be a very interesting team to select. And when last have we said that about a West Indies test team? As you mentioned in him, we talked about Brandon King, because he's one who can play all the formats. And funnily, we mentioned him, and he got runs in that game. That's a good shot. That's well fielded by Charles.
That was fine fielding. Anticipation, the key word there. He knew exactly where the ball was going very early, and just moving across a little to his right and getting it in one hand. Brilliant piece of fielding. And this England tour, of course, a team will have to be named. I guess go through a camp and so on. You look at the fast bowling department: Alzari Joseph, Kimar Roach, Shamar Joseph. The three of them, you can say
automatic.
Automatic, yes, exactly. Yeah. That opens now the space for the likes of Jaden Seals,
Jason Holder.
Yes.
Well, looking to pull that delivery.
And don't rule out Anderson Phillip as well. He has taken the wickets.
He's taken some wickets, yeah. Well, it's the end of the over from Anderson Phillip. He's completed 7 overs, none for 23. It's 98 for 2. Yeah. So I think a lot will depend as well on the performances. You know, I'm looking really at 1 or 2 batsmen coming through. Again, you have to think that 3, 4 and 5, which would be Mackenzie, Hodge and Athanaze, more or less have picked themselves. I don't think you can leave any of them out based on the performances in Australia. And Hodge already has an unbeaten 100 in the tournament. Athanaze, well, you know, I don't care if Athanaze fails. I think he's the future. He is certainly, you know, if he continues working hard. And you know, it's important that he understands. And it seems Brian Charles is introduced into the attack. I'm not surprised. Yeah, he is, you know, we talk about how good this man is. We talk about how classy he looks. We talk about his runs. But that can't go to his head. You know, he's got to work harder. Shiv Chandra Paul is a prime example. And Charlie Davis going back. Those guys used to practice 18 hours a day. You know, and that's what you need.
Yes, and you're right about that, Colin, because listen, success depends on a number of things. You're a cricketer, it depends on the structure you've come from, depends on your coaches, your mentors, but most of all, success depends on you as the individual. And the likes of Cork McKenzie and Alec Athanaze, Kavim Hodge, you know, these guys went to Australia. You don't want to drop them from your test team. They want big performances. In Australia, Kavim Hodge did play a fine knock, I think was in the first test match. You need to give them the opportunity. But you come back to regional cricket now. These guys must ensure that they make runs. 30 and 40 and the 20s you make at the regional level. How are you going to be successful at a higher standard of cricket? It's not going to happen. So here is where you should come. You should put a premium on your wicket and ensure that you're uppermost on the minds of the selectors and of course the fans in the region, as the over has been completed 98 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, it's you're right about that. I think another name that was mentioned was Justin Graves. How well he performed in that Test series.
I think he's a good boy, Colin. Someone that is sensible. He understands the expectation. He understands his own limitation as well, and he played within that. I think he's a very, very good cricketer.
Yeah, he is, and you know, he was all heart, if you catch what I'm saying.
Yes.
He played. You could see that when he played in that series against the Australians, this was a man just not playing a test match. This is a man that was given 150%.
Absolutely so.
You know, and I think that's all you can ask. You know, it's he's really a heart and soul cricketer. And he's another one, if you give him the opportunities at international level, is going to improve. That's why I'm so disappointed that the time span is January to July. That's another good shot. It's in the air though, just away. Now they're setting him up. Athanaze for this hook shot. He's hooking. They've got that deep square leg. I would say deep backward square leg. They've got a deep backward and a fine leg. Now I'm not sure if he picked it up early. Is that looking to see who that is?
That's
down?
Jid
It's
Gooley.
It is Gooley. Now I'm not sure if he picked it up early enough. I thought he moved slightly late.
And he moved away from it, actually, as we look at this replay now. The way he attacked the ball to get the catch, we shall see.
Yeah, it was in the air, and Gooley.
Good. I think that was the downfall of Gooley there. Rather than moving towards the ball, he was moving away from it.
Yeah. Probably didn't pick it up. It's not easy.
Has to be.
In the background. Yes, there's no crowd per se, but you're looking at the stands in the background, and sometimes you don't pick up that ball as it leaves the bat, you pick it up somewhere halfway on its way to you. And that could have happened to Gooley. But it's interesting that Atherton, why do I keep saying Atherton? I gotta keep studying. Maybe I'm just gonna call him Naze.
Don't worry, when Michael Atherton comes to the Caribbean, you might very well be doing commentaries with you. A nice individual. I had the privilege of doing commentaries with Michael Atherton when England was here in 2004 at the border ground. Very pleasant individual.
He is. I've met him on numerous occasions, but he's fine cricketer. Captain England, of course, years ago, opening batsman, and he faced the Fury. Here they go through for a quick single. They get home comfortably. That's good running. They called early, and before Jason Mohammed could have got around to have a shy at the stumps, they were through for the single. Yeah, he was making a comment in the days, of course, when he was opening. He had Walsh and Ambris to contend with, and he was saying that these guys, they bowl 6 balls. He said you could have just drawn a square on the pitch, and all 6 deliveries would be hitting in this square. He said he tried his best just to see them off. He said, I didn't care if I scored 10, 2, 15, it didn't matter. Just get them out of the attack, and of course, no disrespect, it was much easier after that. There was Mervyn Dillon, Franklin Rose, good bowlers in their own way, but certainly no Ambrose or Walsh. They were too fine. What a pair, Walsh and Ambrose.
Absolutely, they terrified so many people around the world.
You know what? Could you imagine? I mean, you have Walsh and Ambrose, and you're just happy to see them off because you figured, okay. What about when you had Roberts and Holding? You're happy to see them off, and then you suddenly look, you see Garner and Croft.
Yes, and that is exactly what Greg Chappell said in an interview. Well, some edge was found there.
Yeah, they were thinking of the single, but Solano was not interested.
Yeah, I remember Greg Chappell when asked what strategy you used against West Indies fast bowlers. And he said, we told our openers, when you go out there, try your best and see out Holding and Roberts. And when you see out Holding and Roberts,
then see out Holding, then see off Garner and Croft.
Exactly.
and hope that Holding and Roberts don't come back. No, but there was somewhere I read that Clive Lloyd had the easiest job in the world, but it's amazing. People always find fault or critics and thing, but they said, all he had to do was to give Roberts and Holding the ball and then say, okay, guys, take a rest. Bring Garner and Croft on and say, okay, guys, take a rest and bring back Holding and Roberts.
Yes.
Well, there was no captaincy to that. But give Lloyd credit. I mean, what he was good at was man management and keeping the team together. It's the end of the over from Anderson Phillip, an over in which he caused some problems to Athanaze, and it's 100 for 2 at the end of the over. Yeah, he was so good at keeping the team together, and I think what was good about that West Indies team, yes, they were winners, but they played for one another, and they didn't know even if defeat was staring them in the face, what defeat was.
Yeah, and you talk about man management. Clive Lloyd himself said it, Sir Clive. He said that, listen, while I captained the West Indies team, I had to captain a team where individual players came from different territories, which makes it much more hard. But he said that was a blessing because he was able to get these guys to gel together, see themselves as one entity.
Yeah.
And it shows, his capability there. I remember a one-day match against England, I think it was in 1985 at Arnos Vale. West Indies didn't put up too many on the board. Michael Holding opened the bowling, didn't bowl particularly well. Colin Croft came in, he picked up 5 for 15 or thereabout. But when I think the last 2 overs were about to be bowled, Crofty said he was walking up the bowl. The best of the West Indian fast bowlers on show on that day. And Crofty said, and Lloydie said to him, no. Took the ball and give it to Michael Holding, who did not have good figures, and Michael cleaned up England.
Yeah, No, I'll tell you. I'll give you. I like to give you these stories in the gym. I'm going to give you a quick story as you talk about man management and thing, and my experience. Of course, I had the privilege of captain a West Indies youth team a few years ago. Captain the West Indies under
A few
19
years
yeah,
ago.
A few years ago. I captained the West Indies under 19 team on a tour to England. In those days, we didn't have World Cup under 19 World Cup and things like that. He gets the outside edge. There's no second slip. He was cutting at a delivery. Had a little bit more bonks. And Solano was he's been getting on the back foot to the spinners looking to cut. And this one had a little bit more bonks. He got away with it. There was no second slip. But more importantly, from his perspective, he goes to 50. He's now on 51 from 128 deliveries. Very well played indeed, Jeremy Solano. Fall shot. But, you got to have a little bit of luck with you because he was backing away. But because he's been batting so well, there's a backward point, there's a cover point protecting him from playing these square drives and square cuts. And he went for one, and he got that outside edge. And it went past. Well, there was a vacant second slip. The end of the over from Charles, a good over. But at the end of it, Solano has completed his 50. He's on 51. It's 104 for 2, which means that the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they now lead by 1 run.
Yes,
So,
and they've wiped up that
That's right,
102.
they've wiped
so
off, so
they've
everything
gotten
now-
that off the back.
Yeah, everything is a plus.
Brian Charles, he should continue search for that area with that delivery that he got the bounce from. You're having the two left-handers, the off spinner has come in.
Yeah.
You search for those areas, and that can present some trouble. It was a good delivery, so he shouldn't be disappointed with the ball going away for 4. I think he can create a little bit of a problem once he maintain control.
Yeah. So just going back to
Yes,
my
you were
little
telling
story
me.
about a few years ago when I captained a West Indies youth team, under 19 team, on a tour of England. In those days, of course, there was no under 19 World Cup and things like that, which I regret because when I went, I had a really good team and I think we would have done well. Yeah, here's a single for Athanaze. Yeah, anyway, went to England and I knew the guys, of course, because we played in the youth tournament together in the West Indies Championships and things. So I knew most of the guys. But when we got Cammy Smith, a fantastic gentleman, you couldn't want a more, how should I put it? He was a giant of a man.
A
Cammy
Barbadian.
Smith. Barbadian. He was 6 foot plus, Cammy Smith. He looks more of a fast bowler than an opening batsman. But when I tell you, a fine, fine gentleman. And when we got to England, is Anderson Phillip. It's a bouncer and Solano not hooking because there's that deep backward square and the fine leg in position. One of our biggest problems was getting the guys early to be a unit. You found the Jamaicans would go by themselves, the Trinis would go by themselves, the Bajans, and after the first couple of days, we realized we got to of course, you tutor a room, so we tried to mix it up. So we put a Bajan with a Guyanese and that kind of thing. But even still, when they got together, they all went in their own little group, and that was really tough, maybe the first few days, to get guys to unite. But it was a fantastic team. We had people like Jeffrey Dujon, Walcott, Sebastian, the deceased Richard Austin was an opener. He went on to play for the West Indies. Wayne Daniel was a gentle giant.
Yes.
The English never saw anything as quick as Wayne Daniel, and they were shocked because this ball was coming through at these young guys under 19 at a ferocious pace, and you could see some of them backing away to play him. But another guy was Tyrone Knight. He never went on to really, I thought he would have done better because he was nice seam bowler, good for English conditions. But, and the only reason I'm telling you that is it brought back memories of when you talk about man management.
Yes, and nothing wrong with that. What you're doing there is to just compare what happened then.
Yeah.
And, what is happening now.
Yeah, it's, you can still see it, you see it, because you And there was nothing wrong with it because you come from the same island. You played together in the team. So you can so what the job really was to get everybody together, because this is no longer Jamaica
Yeah.
or Guyana. This is the West Indies.
Yes, and while you're playing there in a team, you're actually strangers
Yeah,
to that team.
That's right. That's
and
right.
there is where I think one of the ace points in Sir Clive Lloyd in that era is to ensure these people understand we are one family.
That's right. And it really didn't matter too much in terms of the victory, because yes, the winning was the plus.
Yes.
But the real thing was keeping this unit together. Another short delivery, and Solozano doing the right thing, because he knows there's a and Solozano is not he's not an Athanaze. He's not going to look to play to take on Anderson Phillip. He's going to get out of the way, which he's doing, and he's allowing Anderson Phillip to use up all his energy. The end of the over, it's 105 for 2. In effect, they're 2 for 2, but they'll be happy that at least they're ensuring that the Red Force have to bat again.
Yes, certainly this has been an excellent partnership so far. They understand the requirement, the things that they need to do. They came out this morning, no rash shot, played every ball on its merit, picked up the singles, picked up the 2, hit the occasional boundaries. So the game plan is being well executed in the middle between these two, Athanaze and Solozano, 26 and 51 respectively. Brian Charles will continue from this end, right arm off spinner. Just a solitary slip. Backward point, there is cover and an extra cover, and now we see the man in a catching position at that short mid-off. Well played once again here by Athanaze. Just opening the baton impact and getting a single to the right of the short white-haired man. And rotation of the strike this morning has been very good between these two. So this partnership continues to grow. Much closer to the line. In fact, pitched on the line of the off stump, this one. Just to remind you, wherever you are taking this broadcast, yesterday Jeremiah went for 19. Hodge didn't score, 48 for 2 when he fell. And overnight, they were 68 for the loss of 2 with Solozano on 30, Athanaze on 10, still facing a deficit of 34 on first innings. The second day, that's yesterday, produced 213 runs, 11 wickets fell. It's played stylishly, good bounce off the track, not be worried there, Brian Charles. I'm a little bit disappointed with the over rate. I mean, no rain, nothing stopping play, and on both days, the extra half an hour was taken as well, and we have lost somehow much, 10 and maybe 13 overs, 14 overs.
Tactics, you call that. in the tactics. Making sure you have everything right. And Solozano driving. Wasn't to the pitch. It's the end of the over. It's the end of it. It's 106 for 2. Solozano is 51. Athanaze is on 27. And both Solozano started the morning on, let's just have a look. He started the morning on 30. Athanaze started on 10. So he's added 21. Athanaze has added 17. Surprising that he's actually outscored Athanaze, because you don't really outscore that the gentleman so easily. But it's the end of the over, as I said, 106 for 2. The drinks break is going to be taken because the guys are coming on with the various types of refreshment. So while they take a break, we're going to take a break here as well at with the Windward Islands Volcanoes on 106 for 2, the lead by 3 runs at the moment. We'll be right back.
been completed. The water break is finished as well. The first hour, 38 runs scored. No wicket was taken off 15 overs. So that was a good session for the Windwards Volcano. Anderson Phillip, none for 26 from his 9 overs, will continue from the southern end of the ground. And Alec Athanaze is in strike. Just a little bit too straight and easy single down towards a backward square. Just getting off strike. And this is absolutely good to see. One more added to the score. It's a fierce battle. Lots of time still remain in this game. Today is the third day, and there's still a whole day to go. As these two can bat as long as possible, you know the runs will definitely come. So the Red Force, who badly needs a victory to stay in contention, they're the ones who will actually have to force the play out in the middle.
So Anderson Phillip is going to come in again, and this one, I'm wondering, and Inderjeet is just leaving the commentary position, and Kesrick Williams is going to come back, and so it's I just want to think that maybe Anderson Phillip is, in my view, and I'm going to get Kesrick's opinion, I'm wondering if he's just overdoing the short pitch ball to Solano, because he's not being tempted. He's handling it very well. He's just getting out of the way. And I'm just wondering if he needs to just change his tactics. But I'm going to revert to another fast bowler and ask his opinion, because that's my opinion. And I'm just saying, Kesrick, as I welcome you back into commentary, I'm just wondering if Anderson Phillip is just overdoing the short pitch bowling to Solano, because he's not tempting him. He's getting out of the way. He's allowing the ball. It's okay to Athanaze, because Athanaze is playing the hook shot. He's not just getting out. But Solano is bobbing, weaving, ducking under it, and he's not being tempted.
But he's a patient fella, so he wouldn't be too bothered. So if you're bowling short to him, you have to be well directed. That he have to play.
Yeah, like that one. Yeah, but a lot of them, he's just getting under it. And I'm just wondering, he's using up all this energy against a player who is obviously has decided he's not going to go for the hook shot, especially with a deep backward square leg and a man at fine leg.
He's definitely one of those players that I think has the temperament for a test player. And Jeremy Solano. Can't stress how much I need him to score some runs and get his name back into that cap of playing test cricket again.
Yeah, I think you're right in terms of he's got the right attitude and that type of thing. What he needs now is runs, and runs consistently. And I'm not talking 25 and 29. I'm talking.
And I think
100.
he's the type of player that can play all around the ground. He's not really restricted in terms of his stroke making, and he has good temperament. He hits the ball well to cover.
He was looking to drive, got an inside edge back onto the pad. Luckily it didn't go onto the stumps. So the end of another Anderson Phillip over. So he's completed 10 overs now, none for 27, a far cry from his first innings when he picked up 5 wickets. But there's still time for him. And you just have a feeling that they need to break this partnership before lunch, because if these two continue, carry on at least until lunch and set the foundation for the likes of Ambris and Walcott and the rest of the batsmen.
We all know what he can do.
Exactly.
If you need quick runs.
Yeah. And he is the explosive. The thing with him, with Sunil Ambris, he gets his runs quickly, but he tends to give the bowlers a chance. You know, he tends to play shots sometimes, the deliveries that are not. He's going for this. Loud appeal goes up. He's gone. Well, again, now he's upset. But this is the problem. I don't like it. you're playing this reverse sweep shot, you're always taking a chance if the ball is not outside the line of the off stump or outside, well, it has to be outside the line of the off stump. But he took it, in my view, it was dead in front of the stumps, and he was looking to reverse sweep. He has played that shot, we must admit, well in the past. But when he does not get it right, as he has done now, it presents a problem.
Not sure if it's a commentator's curse there. But we were just saying that if these two batters take it to lunch, it can cause a problem. Athanaze is gone for 28. Just a couple more minutes before lunch. And you would want them to take it to lunch and then build on that total.
Yep.
So Ambris is walking to the crease. I think that decision from umpire,
it looked good
from umpire Crawford,
he took a little while.
looks really good. Good shout. That one just slid on, held this line.
Yeah. You see, we talked about this reverse sweep he plays. We talked about this reverse sweep. He plays it well. But here, you take a chance when you do it. And why?
You did mention it this morning. You don't like it, and I did mention there's a coach that I played with who hates it because you only try to get one run.
Yeah.
And he creates so much risk. 28, another start. You would want him to carry on. Just 3 more runs or so. You would have want these two batters to take it to lunch, because then if both take it to lunch, they would have at least been about 30 runs or so in the lead.
Correct.
But no, there's still 4 more runs.
Just 4 runs in front.
And I think it's a good decision. And I'll look at it again. Looks like a good decision from here. I think he will go on to hit the leg stump.
Yeah, I don't think it was sliding down.
He did get a harsh decision in the first innings, but
yes.
there's not a lot he can say about this one. Same umpire as well.
So,
umpire Crawford out of Guyana. But I think this decision, he did get it right. Just a little stab from Solano. I think this is something that for the last couple of years, two spinners, instead of coming forward nicely and punching the ball through cover, he kind of stabs at it, so you get hard hands.
He's going to play his natural game, isn't it? He's not one who's going to push and prod. As it is, there's a long on in place. And he drives. He's not going to get it well. He's getting a single. That's good running in the end, because I thought for one moment they were not going to go through for the run. But Anderson Phillip had to move quickly to his right and was diving to stop it from going past him. So they pick up an easy single in the end. Brings the left-handed Solano back into strike. But Brian Charles picking up his first wicket in the game. Went wicketless in the first innings, none for 29 from 11. But he now has got, 1 for 27, and he's in his 9th over.
This is a man that's not battered at all, Jeremy Solano.
A lot depends on him now, isn't it? When I say a lot depends on him, I think he needs to carry on, get 100.
He needs to play that anchor role.
That's right. That's
really
a
well
lovely
played.
shot. I thought it was, what was great about that shot was it found a gap. I think that was the most important thing. When he hit it, I thought good shot, but I thought it was going direct to a fielder. But it went to the left of Jaden Seals at a point position. And Gooley, who is at extra cover, or he's more of a cover because there's a short extra cover. So it went to his right and to the left of
Played with
point.
precision.
Yeah.
Really like that shot. He allowed it to come to him. Plays like he have a lot of time, and he do have a lot of time. That's the end of another Brian Charles over. It's 112 for 3. so far you would want to say that the Volcanoes is looking good for the first session this morning, apart from just losing that wicket of the skipper.
Yeah, but a successful over from Charles, except for that beauty of a shot from Solano. As I said, went to the left of Seals, and Tion Webster is the man at the cover actually, and not Gooley, and it went to his right. So he found the gap beautifully. That's a shot of a man full of confidence and batting well. 112 for 3 now, and the lead is 9. So in effect, they're 9 for 3. But still a lot of batting left here in this Volcanoes team. The wicketkeeper Walcott to come, then there's Shamar Springer, Ryan John, and then maybe 9-10 Jack, but they can get useful runs. That's a good shot. Ambris is certainly he is not going to push and prod and look for the singles. If you bowl him that type of delivery that's short, that is wide of the off stump, you bet your life he's going to smack it, and he smacked that hard. There's no body deep at cover. Now we see they're going to plug that gap because they're asking Carey Pear. That's a good shot. But it has to be hit really. They're asking Carey Pear now to go from that backward point down to the deep square cover position and pick up 4 runs easily. So he's on to 5 now from just 3 deliveries. As Anderson Phillip from that Brownlar Pavilion end over the wicket. Yorker leg delivery.
He's a type that likes to get going early, set the tone.
I think he likes to dominate the bowlers, isn't it? That's the word.
That's a styling.
Yeah.
Which he go about his innings. That's because he understands his cricket. Likes to get to 20, 22, 23 really fast. And then from there, he plays accordingly. But he ticks off the box, get me to 25.
And
takes it on.
Yeah, he takes it on. Didn't connect with it, maybe just as well. He gets a single because there is the man at that fine leg position, pretty wide, and it went fine. But you could see he didn't time it all that well, and I think it rushed on to him as he was trying to play that hook. Sometimes you have to say, if he did get it in the middle of the bat, would it have gone beyond the man at fine leg, or would it have gone straight down his throat? So sometimes when you don't time these deliveries all that well, it works in your favor. But Anderson Phillips certainly working up a pace. He's bowled pretty quick this morning on a track that is not really helpful to the quick bowlers. And there goes Solano, as easy as a Friday morning, just opening the face and guiding it down to the deep point position, and he picks up a single. So
what really bothers me about this bowling attack now is that we have Carey Pear and Brian Charles, who are the 2 spinners, and then you have Anderson Phillip, and then you have Seals, well, Jaden Seals, sorry, but then you have Terence Hines and Tion Webster. Tion Webster in the first innings didn't show a lot, just that one solitary over.
Ambris pulling. That tells you the nature of this pitch. Well, Ambris was relaxed going down to that. In the end, he realized the ball was heading towards his end. Good thinking.
It's Tion Webster.
Yeah, good thinking there, throwing it towards the non-striker's end.
Would have been a corner.
Yeah, he would have. Unbelievable. There's Webster. He's watching at the Solano was watching back and probably said to him, your end. Well, he would have gone if that ball had hit the stumps. What a terrible way to have been dismissed if he had gone. And they always say run out is also a terrible way to be dismissed, isn't it? You consider yourself a good runner between the wickets?
Never really been between the wickets a lot.
I'm talking about when you are there.
when you're playing with West Indies and you're playing with Chris Gale and Kieran Pollard and these guys, you don't get a chance to bat, and I was very happy.
Well, yeah, you should be. You're
Russell.
well rested by the time you get on the field.
Yeah, powerful batting liners. End of the over there, end of another Anderson Phillip over. Score is 120 for Chi. Yeah, never really got the chance to bat.
The only reason I'm asking you that is because you in your team, you know who are good runners and who are bad runners, and you've got to be very careful when you're batting with a bad runner.
I'm a good runner though. Never really got run out at any level of cricket. I communicate well. That's the thing I like about myself, is I like to communicate.
The question is, whenever you got to bat, did you ever run out anybody? That's it. That's the question I'm being asked to ask you.
If they got run out, it's their fault.
Well said. Well said. No one can argue with that.
Because if you see a fielder with the ball in the hand, you should stay in the crease. You shouldn't watch somebody run you out.
That's a run out to me is the worst. The other worst part of a run out is when the striker plays the ball right back along the track, and the bowler just sticks his hand out, ricochets from his hand onto the stumps, and you backing up, and you're just a yard or two out of the crease, and you can't do anything.
I'll give you a freaky run out that I saw with Andre Russell in BPL. He was on strike. I think he was off strike. Can't fully remember, but what happened? The ball was hit. It's still a single. Show it to the end that he just left, and go into the other end, and the ball hit the stump and rolled down the middle of the wicket and hit the stump that he was going at. He got run out.
That is absolutely
It's
amazing.
the freakiest run out I've ever seen, sir. The ball was thrown, from mid wicket, hit the stump,
yeah, and ricochet right back
and
up
go
along
straight down to the other end.
That's
and
amazing.
hit the stump, and he was out the crease. He was shocked. He was, what's going on?
Yeah, that's amazing, because because once they throw at the other end, you basically you think, well, I'm safe. It's just a matter of walking into my crease.
Yeah, exactly. The throw was at the other end. There was no chance that they could throw at his end.
I can't ever recall seeing something like that.
And he was just about to go down. It's the end of another over. Fast over as well. Always hate bowling with spinners though.
Yeah,
Especially at this
it
level.
goes quickly, doesn't it?
Goes through those overs quickly, and when you look up, you're being shouted. The skipper has to shout you, get ready to bowl again. Especially if it's maidens.
Da Silva has got to make a decision shortly. Is he? I think he's turning to Terence Hines now, and I think there's where they may possibly regret.
And exactly the comment I was
bringing
making
a
earlier,
a leg spinner.
is because you have Brian Charles and you have
Carry Pay.
and then you have Jaden Sales, and you have Anderson Phillip, but then you have Tian Webster and Terence Hines.
Yeah.
Now, as I mentioned yesterday, I like Terence Hines. I think he's an underrated player. I think he's very good with the white ball. But with the red ball, especially on this sort of surface, can he give you what you really want with the red ball on this surface? Mind you, on a good surface with the red ball, he can seam it in and out. But on a docile track like this, can he give you what you definitely want at this point?
Right. But as skipper, what would you now want Terence Hines to do? You've given him the ball. What would you say to him?
I'll set the field accordingly, and I said, listen, if you get hit at one side, I want you to consistently bowl outside the line of off stump, going down, let's say down on foot some consistently. Give me some dot balls.
Yeah.
Build some pressure, and then you could bring back your wicket taker Anderson and Jaden Sales.
Yeah,
you
I
have
think
to want him to come in and give you at least 5 overs. Give your strike bowlers a bit of rest, hoping that Tian Webster can come and do the same thing, but we saw that Sunil took a liking to him in the first innings.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, you've given Terence Hines the ball now. He's not tearaway pace, so he's got to concentrate line, length, just maybe on or just outside the line of the off stump.
You can't be too loose to a guy like Sunil Ambris, especially when you lack the pace. But I can tell you one thing: if the wicket is assisting and it has a bit of grass on it, you can bet your life that Terence Hines is going to do something for you. But on a wicket, on a pitch like this, docile track is not giving you much, very dry. You have to ask him to be consistent outside the line of off stump, which every bowler would want to do.
Ambris looks in good touch, middling that delivery. Of course, Hines probably just needs to get that ball to drift away from the right-handed Ambris. It's just one slip and very straightish gully. So you want to keep that ball up to Ambris, tempt him, make him look to go for the drive, give it a little bit of width as well and way movement. And if he can do that, he would certainly stand a chance against a very attacking type batsman. Because, you know, Ambris is not the kind of player, even though he's had 4 dot balls here, he's not the type of player he's going to look to play down and over. He's going to look to score. And that's the thing with him. I've said it in the past that he's a good player, but he gives the bowlers a chance.
And that's because of his aggressive nature.
So with just one delivery left in this over from Hines, it's been a pretty useful over so far. 5 dot balls. I'm going to dot out of here. Keshak, and I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of your Guyanese counterpart, Inderjeet Prasad,
the historian. Won't it be too long before we probably see Carey Pear being introduced again? And they still have Jason Mohammed as well, so he can bowl a few overs, and not just bowl a few overs but meaningful overs again. And that's the end of a Terence Hines over. Score is 120 for Chi. Welcome back, Mr. Prasad.
Hello, my dear friend Keswick. Well, the lead is now 18. They have lost 3 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be hunting down those other 7. But these 2 in the middle order, they're very good batters. Solano is well set. Sunil Ambris has just come in. He has gone on to 7. Ambris, while you want to be aggressive, you must ensure that aggression is not reckless, because his team needs him out in the middle.
I tell you what, the only chance the Volcanoes have in even continuing their winning ways in this game, they have to bat out the day.
Have to, certainly. That was an excellent delivery by Brian Charles. Pitched on the off spinner, leaving the left-handed Solano. Now Ambris is calling him down to have a word with him, but that was beautifully bowled.
Yeah, definitely one of those deliveries I would normally see from the off spinners, angling in and leaving the bat.
Well, if he can maintain that line and length that he's bowling, he can cause some this time just releasing the pressure a little outside the line of the off stump. Jid Guli lurking there at the lone slip position. Oh, it left the bat sweetly there of Solano. Good timing. The placement wasn't there. Has to hit it with perfection if he's going to bisect the cover, the extra cover, the mid-off, and the cover. This one was tossed up a little bit more. Good delivery, good over. Very economical one by Brian Charles, at the end of which it's 120 for 3. It was a maiden.
Wonder what we could have seen different if we had a bowler like Imran Khan in this lineup today, or in this game.
Yes, you have the left arm spinner in Carey Pierre. You have the off spinner in Brian Charles. The leg spin is a variety. It has almost become a dirt in the Caribbean. That's the reason why the youngster from Barbados that plays for the academy, Matara, I think he's a blessing once he can continue in that way. He's a tall guy and does spin the ball.
Just off the back foot, just punching that one down to backward point. No harm done. Just one.
Yes, and Ambris normally looks good when he gets on the back foot playing the short delivery through the offside, through backward point, and through the third man region. Once he's given leverage there, he's going to play those shots. Has looked good so far since he has come out in the middle. We've seen some good drives, taken some calculated risk as well. Nothing is wrong with that.
I would, looking at this game now and how it's poised, like, if Windwards can bat out the day and we go into a 4th day tomorrow, I would definitely say this was a great game. Taking it to 4 days, some good bowling, some really good batting, I would say, because what T.N. Webster showed us yesterday was a lot of class.
Yes, it was
Jason Mohammed as well scored a half century,
Yeah.
showing his experience, and then young Mahan. His timing on the ball, every boundary that he hit was played to perfection at least. The way how he stroked the ball, the time that he has. And then we saw a brilliant 50 in the first innings from the skipper from the Windward Island team, and now Jeremy Salazano. So the game is equally poised, and Kenneth Demba with his 5 wickets. So right now I would say we're looking at a brilliant game if Windwards can bat out the day and give Trinidad a good total of about 270 or so to try to trace down tomorrow.
Yes, it's a long ask, but they have the talent. Yes, I think they do. It is left now for the execution out in the middle. On the line of the leg stump, and a little bit of a misfeeling down at wide mid-on, allowing the single. So with that single, the score will move on to 121 for the loss of 3 wickets.
I think Jet Cooley need to work just a little bit more on his feeling.
When he's put on some weight, Jit Gooley, we saw him misfielding one that went away for 4. This, he did the hard work in getting around, and then the ball spilling through the fingers. Whipping those fingers must have been hit very awkwardly indeed. Now that was a good delivery, just pulling back the length of it a little, getting some race from the pitch, but nothing real quick whatsoever. And Ambris still looking to explore the possibility of a single. Can't get it.
Not really the approach that we're accustomed to with Sunil Ambris. More of a sedated approach now.
But I think he should understand the situation out in the middle. The thing is this, when you become too aggressive, you're giving the fielders a chance, the bowler a chance in picking up that wicket. You want to be aggressive, but it must be sensible. The end of the over by Terence Hines. It's 122 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, definitely. It must be within reasoning. The way how he lost his wicket in the first innings is definitely what we expected from him. It was a change of bowling. It was Carey Pierre first delivery in the game. So it was very shocking with that shot. But as I mentioned, he likes to dominate bowlers.
Yes.
He likes to be in charge. He likes
Yes.
to let them know that he's at the crease.
And that's a good attitude, Keswick. Nothing is wrong with that attitude whatsoever. But the thing is this, you can't be wanting to overdo it. Alec Athanaze, I was shocked, when he got out with the kind of shot that he played, because he must be telling himself, does it worth the risk? You're going to sweep across the line? Oh, that's a brilliant shot, driven past the short mid-off, out towards the boundary. Pierre can't get there. That's a fine shot by the left-hander once again, Solano, and he continues to show good batting qualities at Queen's Park.
Yeah, really nice shot. I like it as well. His access to the ball is great. Giving himself a bit of room, finding the gap as well. Just to the right of Mohan. And the fact that you mentioned the shot that Alec played, as I mentioned, I know of a coach who doesn't like the shot, and he always mentioned that I don't think that you should put yourself in so much of a risk to get one run unless you're looking for a four. But this is the thing. He's a player that likes to play the shot, and he does play it well. The sweep as well. So my thing is, if it's well calculated and you have your reasoning behind of the shot and you get out playing it, fair enough, it's your shot. Because I could remember Sangakkara playing for Jamaica Talawas. First delivery he went out, was playing in America. Square cut straight to backward point. Jonathan Carter, brilliant catch at backward point. He's a wonderful feeler. He walked out, and then Coach Paul Nixon looked at him and he said, Sanga, first delivery. Could have probably waited a bit. He said, Coach, that shot probably get over 1,000 runs from that shot in my career. That's the end of another over. Score is 126 for 3. He said, Coach, that shot gave me over 1,000 runs in my career. Whether it's the first ball or the last ball, doesn't matter, I'm going to play that shot.
Yes,
if I get out 100 times, alright, fair enough. But I'm not going to stop playing a shot that I like to play, and a shot that got me runs. The next game he went out. Again, second delivery. Behind backward point again, out. He walked out. Coach Walcott to them, he said, not today, coach. The third game, he scored a half century playing that same shot, and that shot gave him over 20 runs in that half century. And he said, I'm not going to stop playing my shot because I got out to it. It's a shot that I like. It's a shot that I've played over my career, and I've scored runs by it.
Yes. So Terran Hines will continue with another over here. Kumar Sangakkara, one of the greatest that ever walked onto a cricket field. Such a brilliant player. Short and hammered away off the back foot.
I don't know. I think he studied players as well. I know this has nothing to do with the game that's happening, but I was batting with Kumar Sangakkara in Trinidad at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We were playing against Guyana. Sohail Tanvir was bowling, and I was batting, and he walked down to me every single delivery, whether I am batting or he's batting, and he told me every single delivery that Sohail Tanvir is going to bowl, and he did bowl every single delivery. What's amazing is he said, don't worry, this delivery he's going to try to yacht me because he realized that I'm giving myself room, so he's going to try to yacht me, but I'm going to ramp him for 4.
There's a drive off the back foot, exquisite cover drive, square off the wicket, and that's gone away for another boundary. And Solano continues to bat with class here. Good calculated innings, a smart knock so far.
Really well played, opening the face of the bat as well. You can see at connection, just opening the face, getting it behind, just behind point. No chance for any feel at all, because Jason Mohammed is on on the boundary, deep point. He had no chance of stopping that one.
Yes.
But yeah, it's about understanding your game and knowing what you're good at. So he played so much cricket that he could have told me every single delivery that Sohail Tanvir is going to bowl to him, and he did bowl every single delivery.
This one is outside the line of the off stump. Well, we grew up learning that knowledge is power. But then it has to be the right knowledge. And men like those that you mentioned, so many others, it's always good when you rub shoulders with them. So,
but you know what, the next ball, he said, don't worry, Kes, he's going to go slower ball now. He has no other ball to bowl. And I'll chip and I'll hit him down the ground, straight down for 4.
he did?
He did. I was at the other end, I'm like, wow. This man's a genius.
Wow,
well
that's
bowled.
a good delivery. Wrapped on the pad, louch out. Must have gotten some battle to that one. Did we hear 2 songs? I'm not too certain. We certainly will be watching this on the replay. But that was so close. Umpire Nigel Duguid decided it was not going to hit the stump, or did he get an edge?
He do have a good Yorker, I'll tell you that. Came back a long way.
Was it slanted down the leg side? That might have been the thought of umpire Nigel Duguid.
He do have a good Yorker, and he bowls. Whenever he goes for the fuller pitch deliveries, it swings really well.
Yes. I think it was going down the leg side. Give the benefit there to the batter. And the angle coming around the wicket as well would have taken it down the leg side. Was a good shout, however. And this time spring it outside the line of the off stump, Terran Hines. There is no run. The first hour, very competitive, 38 runs scored and no wicket fell. 15 overs were bowled there. Just what the Windward Volcanoes were looking for in that first hour.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so sad in the second hour that they lost a skipper in Athanaze, but what would have really good shot again. He looks a lot better now. He looks in stride. Well, he should be, because he's from Trinidad and Tobago. Everybody here, he knows everyone. So it would be a little bit easier playing against Trinidad team. And that's the end of another over. The score is 131 for 3 with a lead of 28. What do you think would be a good score if the Windward Island would continue their winning ways going into this tournament?
I think maybe a score of 230, 240, but they must bat long out in the middle. Tomorrow is the last day. They can bat out today and maybe around 1 hour in the first session or thereabout, or maybe a 40 minutes, and set Trinidad and Tobago a total maybe around that 230, 240. Can create some concern, you know, out in the middle. They have everything to bowl for, the Windward Islands. They're the leaders, so you can expect them with that kind of score to come out and play attacking cricket.
Well, they're going into the middle of the tournament now. They are way ahead in terms of points. I don't think they should lose any sort of momentum.
Yes, you do not want to lose that at this stage.
Definitely, and Trinidad looking good. This game, because as I did mention at the toss, they have been playing well in patches. They haven't really played a full game yet, or a dominating game. So far, those first 2 days, so far they have dominated. Something that we haven't seen from them all tournament. But for now, they're looking good.
And that's one in the air, but pretty safe indeed. Hit away over a long off and getting the boundary. Brave shot here by Sunil Ambris. He's going to do that and scores a boundary.
Well, it's played with some ease. Just giving himself a little bit of room and hitting it over mid-off.
And that tells about the timing. It was fantastic timing from him. Knew exactly where he wanted to put that one.
Just jogging that back leg. Giving himself some room and going over mid-off. shot that he normally plays.
Well,
Plays well.
I think that Brian Charles should not mind being smacked for a boundary over mid-off, because he floated that one a little bit more. Try a couple more. Float it up. Let him play the shot. If he just mistime it, you have a long one that is in place. You have a short extra cover. So work on that plan. Hit for a boundary, the next delivery flat and short of a good length. Now he's going to change the angle here. He's going to come round the wicket and he's pushing the mid-wicket further to the boundary. So the completion of the over, 126 for the loss of 3. In fact, it's 135 for 3. We're having on our screen 126. We're going to correct that in a moment. It's 135 for the loss of 3.
Before we go, I want to make a little shout out for Mark O'Dane in America. Mainly sponsor a lot of youths in the Caribbean with gear. If you look at the Windward Island team, almost every batter has been kitted out with MSDA. Ambris, Jeremy Solano, Johan Jeremiah, Kenneth Demba. It's actually his cousin. Almost the entire Windward Island Volcanoes, apart from Kavem Hodgen, Alec Athanaze, used the MSDA. So big up to him. He hails from St. Vincent but lives in America now. So big up to him for what he's doing for cricket in the Caribbean. Sometimes these people do things and we forget to give them a shout out or a mention, and I think this is something that we should normally do.
Well, that's nice to hear. We need everybody to come on board, cooperate, Caribbean individuals, Once you invest in our youths, my thinking is that you'll never go wrong. They need the guidance. They need the equipment. That's a slow delivery here by Terence Hines. It was heading towards the line of the middle and the off stump. But Solano has been there a long time. No difficulty picking the slower ball and playing it away down towards mid-off. Jason Mohammed can have that golden arm. We have not seen him being given a chance here to bowl so far. But at some time, when things aren't going too much your way, you want to try a few things, maybe 1 or 2 overs. And once again, very easy, no problem whatsoever.
Haven't seen him bowl lately. I think he's more taking a back seat with his bowling, but I tell you what, he did work some miracles for Trinidad over the years.
Yes, he has given great services to his country, Jason Mohammed. And still at this age, 37, I think.
Someone I think worked miracles as well for Trinidad and Tobago at certain times is Riyad Emirates.
Yes.
Worked some miracles for Guyana as well.
Yes, he did. And when he came on and joined the Amazon Warriors team, he did a good job with them. He actually captained them.
It's like every time I see Riyad Emirates comes onto the ball, and it's a situation whereby you need 24 runs, and it's like 28 balls or 18 balls where the batting team look like, we have this in the bag, or we are the one that looks closer to victory, and you see Riyad Emirates with the ball, you just, oh my God, he's about to do something. That's one thing with him.
I think he's the assistant coach here for this.
Yes, he is.
Yes.
So it's good to see these players picking up these roles.
Oh, that's flicked away nicely. Down through deep backward square. That's a great shot by Solano Ambris. Great timing. Lovely use of the wrist there by this Volcanoes player. And a boundary that is going to give him a lot of confidence. Ryan Hines just straying down the leg side. And now he's going to make that fielding change after being smacked for a boundary.
And it's always gonna be 4 runs per side when you straight down the leg side. I mean, it's easy for a batter of Sunil Ambris quality. As a matter of fact, at this level, any batter at this level should score off deliveries that are going down the leg side. It's so easy to get access to the ball and hit it behind square or in front of square.
Yes, and you just can't set a field for bad bowling. Now the backward square has been put into position. Forward square going out on the boundary too to Sunil Ambris. I guess you do not want to bend it so much down the leg side. Should be concentrating on the off stump line like he did, but got the width. Ambris can just score a single. Maybe if he had delayed the shot a little bit more, could have gotten more. The over's been completed. At the end of it, it's 141 for the loss of 3. So this morning, as we head towards lunch on day number 3, overnight it was 68 for the loss of 2, still to wipe off a deficit of 34. And certainly we saw a good partnership that worked 51 runs for the third wicket between Solano and Alec Athanaze until Athanaze went LBW, playing the reverse sweep shot to Brian Charles, the off spinner. He went for 28. It was 107 then for the loss of 3. Since then, these two locked horn. I think the bowling this morning has been very disciplined as well. Not too many runs were scored in that 4-hour. Just 38 runs of 15 overs. An improvement of the bowling rate per hour if we take it like that.
Definitely.
See, Jeremy Solano is on 66, 179 balls, 11 fours, and certainly has been a good inning so far. So many batsmen out in the middle, or those that fancy themselves batsmen, you know, very often the good ones, the great ones, they'll talk to themselves. You communicate with yourself. You know, what am I doing? What I should do? What am I doing right? What did I do wrong? It helps in concentration.
I'm going to ask you a question, Prasad.
Go right ahead.
On the first day, we were having a conversation in regards to West Indies cricket and the test team and the tour that's coming up in July.
Carripier has been reintroduced into the bowling from this end. Carripier before this 11 overs, 1 for 19. So Joshua Da Silva here, looking badly for another wicket as we head towards lunch.
And you did mention that you're very concerned with the batting. And you're mostly concerned with the opening stance. Jeremy Solano going on here to score 100 and then finish the tournament, say in the top 5 in regards to runs, or top 3 in regards to runs. Not saying that he should be in the team to go to England, but do you think that should put his name back into the cap to maybe get another test recall?
Well, certainly, I mean, Solano has been rather consistent this season. He will definitely make the selectors think. You see, the thing is this, once you score runs, your name definitely will be uppermost on the mind of the selectors. It's not necessary that you're going to be selected on the team, but you're reminding them that I am here, I am back, I am scoring runs. And those things are very, very important. The only way you're going to be selected, once you're consistent, you remind the selectors on the purity of you making runs. And that is what he's doing at the moment.
Well, he's out of the concussion now. It's the longest concoction I've ever seen.
Yeah, and this season he scored 26 and 29 against Jamaica, not out. Got good starts, never go on. Scored 86 and 13 against Barbados. That 13, just to remind you, was not out as well. And then 19 and 42 not out against CCC. And looking good here. The over has been complete, 142 for the loss of 3. Let's say go on to make 100 now, like you ask. the thing is this, you're putting now in the mind of the selectors to be counted, and this is the best that he can do at the moment.
So it brings me back. Well, that's the end of the over. It's 142 for 3. So it brings me back to what I was saying, which proves that I'm right. So in the first game against Jamaica, he made 26, and he made 29 not out.
Right.
He got better.
Yes.
And in the second game, he scored 86,
Mhm.
and then 13 not out.
That's right.
And then he scored 19 and 42 not out.
Yes.
And in this game, remember, he scored 8 in the first innings.
Yes, so Lozano,
And now-
he actually scored, yes.
He's on 66. So he's always correcting his mistakes from the first innings and better in the second innings. So it shows that he usually bats better in the second innings.
Yes, certainly he will be in the reckoning by the selectors, and this is the only way you can, put pressure on the selectors. You haven't a situation where anybody is actually kicking down the door, but you have people rapping there. There's no doubt about that. He has looked good. Now look, the two openers for the West Indies team, the skipper Craig Brathwaite and Tej Narayan Chandapal, they are at the forefront. Tej has been going through some terrible times. So too Craig Brathwaite. Nothing really spectacular on the international scene, but he's the skipper of the West Indies team. Tej did get into the 40s on 2 occasions in this tournament. Scored 44, I think, in the first innings against the Barbados team. And maybe he need one of these good innings to get him back actually where he belonged. The player who is accustomed to score, half centuries and centuries at the regional level. The previous tour to Australia, now the last one, didn't look bad at all. Faced fire there, and I think he scored 2 half centuries. So he's still in the reckoning.
Well, we're seeing the introduction of Jason Mohammed. This could be the last over, so before lunch.
And you can expect Jason to flight the ball a little bit more than the others. He has nothing to lose. Not a bad ploy at all by Joshua De Silva. Little disappointed with Brian Charles. I think he was too flat. When you're too flat, you're not going to get the type of purchase from the pitcher. And I think he has played enough cricket to understand this is not a T20 game. This is not a 50 overs match where bowlers tend to take away the flight of the ball, become a lot more flat. This is a 4-day game. You want to induce shots from the batters. And the only way a spinner is going to do that, you must be able to give the ball the loop. Those are the hallmarks of people who are successful with their game if you're an off spinner. Now look at the field placement. There's a silly point, a slip, 2 extra covers, and he's getting this to backward point there. I think it's Philip is in the way, cannot score.
First time I'm seeing something like this.
So toss it up, get him to come onto the front foot. Not a good ploy. We should have been maybe seeing a little bit more attacking play previously. So Jason Mohammed. That's a much straighter delivery. Will he be bowling a quicker one? The last ball of this over. Maybe the last ball before we head to lunch on day number 3. Here's Jason Mohammed, right arm off spinner. And left alone, no trouble at all, goes by into the gloves of the keeper. The players will walk away. The umpire will take the bails off. Lunch session here. Jaden Seals 1 for 26, the wicket taker. Brian Charles 1 for 39. Carrie Pear 1 for 19. Those are the ones that have taken wickets so far. 145 for the loss of 3 at lunch on day number 3. The Windward Volcanoes, they lead by 42 with 7 wickets standing. So it's lunch here, and on behalf of the commentary team, we too will be taking our lunch. Do join us in another 40 minutes or so. Hello there. Welcome to a sunlit atmosphere here at the Queen's Park Oval. The lunch session has been finished. They went to lunch. That's the Volcanoes in their second innings at 145 for the loss of 3. Solano looking good in 68. Sunil Ambris just beginning to blossom. He has gone on to 18. 43 runs ahead with 7 wickets standing. So once again, wherever you are, we greet you with the news that the players, they're making their way out in the middle for the post-lunch session. This morning, the Windwards Volcanoes started on 68 for the loss of 2, still facing a deficit of 34 after the Red Force induced a 102 lead on first innings. And this morning, they resumed. They lost the wicket of Athanaze, who went LBW playing a reverse sweep to Brian Charles, the off-spinner. He went for 28. The score then was 107 for the loss of 3, ending a third wicket partnership of 59 runs. So far, so good for these two. And the Volcanoes will be looking for them to bat until the cows come home, they say, at 145 for the loss of 3. With me in the analyst chair is Kestrick Williams. Still plays cricket here, still plays for one of the CPL franchise as well. Hello to you, my brother.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Had a good lunch?
It was awesome. I always enjoy eating here in Trinidad and Tobago. The pilau, as they call it. With a little bit of coconut milk and a little bit of Chatham Vinny. I love it here in Trinidad.
And some coleslaw as well.
Oh my God, stop it. You want to make me eat again? Trying to do some commentary here.
Yes, and scoring off the first ball here from Carrie Pierre, getting off the strike. In Trinidad and Tobago, they call it pilau. In Guyana, we call it cook-up rice.
Okay, so that's another war between Guyana and Trinidad. I don't want to be in between it. I'm from St. Vincent. Please leave me out. Because we say pilau, so I'll be in full support of Trinidad and Tobago. And I don't want my lovely Guyanese fans be upset with me because I love a little cook-up as well.
Yes, I think there is no love lost whatsoever between the two nations. It's all great fun. It's a pity that some people take it very seriously, but that sisterly relationship between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago will definitely continue. Carrie Pierre. Ambris gets a good delivery. That was tight on line and length. Bat and pad close together. And they will have to battle long here, Keswick.
Yeah, definitely. But I'm trying not to say that I want them to, because I'm starting to feel like I'm getting the commentators cursing. And I think it comes with time. When you're in the commentary booth a while, it grows on you. As I mentioned earlier, my good friend Foster in Jamaica is very good at it. But definitely, Sunil Ambris and Solano definitely have a job to do. I think the key at this point, this session will be the key moment for the Volcanoes if they want to continue their winning ways in this year's tournament.
Well, they should not lose another wicket here. Bat until the tea session. Down the track. To the left of the mid-on. Good running save, running away towards his left there. If that ball had beaten him, it would have surely gone whistling down to the boundary for 4. But good use of the feet to end the first over after the lunch session. 149 for the loss of 3.
Well, the person who fielded that ball there was Imran Khan. He's on the field. Trying to point out who he's on the field for. But he's a substitute fielder. Really surprised that he's not in the 11 today. Looks like he's on the field for Mohan. Mohan or Brian Charles, it looks like. Trying to figure out who he's on the field for.
Well, we said surely pick that up in a moment.
Wait on the official to give us that word. But yeah, he's on the field. Good to see him on the field, taking in a little bit of sun. A little bit of vitamin D.
So it's going to be Seals to continue after lunch here, and he's going to bowl from the southern end of the ground so far. Seals, we just got 13 overs, and he's picked up 1 for 26. Well, I've been told it's a Jid Gully. Right, he's been off the field. Didn't had a real good day in the field. No, Jid Gully is actually on the field. So we're going to get that corrected in a moment. No, Terence Hines is rubbing the ball there at the moment on his flannels.
Can't be doing us that, Red Force.
That's Webster. I will keep our cool until we're confident. So Imran Khan might be wondering, why is it I have to come on here as a substitute? I should have been bowling out in the middle.
Definitely. I think he would have, create some problems for the Volcanoes. Over 500 first-class wickets.
Oh, and that's bowled him, knocking back the leg stump there. What a sight here for Jaden Seals. He's cock-a-hoop. Look at him celebrating, jumping in the air, running all the way. High fives there. Something that he might have worked on. And he has gotten the valuable scalp of Jormi Solazano. Bowled behind his back for 70. That's a fine wicket to get.
Really well bowled. I think it was something that was planned, because Jeremy Solazano is always kind of guilty of getting across a bit too much. There we see it. And you can see the excitement. It shows that it was something that's planned. Few deliveries ago, well, before the lunch, he was predominantly trying to hit that leg stump line. Jeremy Solazano was always clipping him down for 1 and 2s. This time, only could have clipped the leg stump. I'm sure he's very upset. Just after lunch, losing his wicket, gone for 70. In comes the right-handed wicket-keeper batter, Tevin Walcott, out of Barbados. He has a job to do here with his senior talisman, Sunil Ambris.
Yes, and certainly that's a big wicket to get. Solazano was well set. Came back after lunch when he was on 68, just managing to add just 2 more to that 68. It was a straight ball aligned with the leg stump. And yes, Jaden Seals, man, he took off there with the arms spread out. Reminds me of Tahir, Imran Tahir, who is the captain of the Amazon Warriors. That's something he worked on. He reaped the success, and he was indeed ecstatic out in the field. Now, he's taken one here. He wants to add another one. Tevin Walcott has come out in the middle, and he's a solid wicket-keeper batsman as well. But the feeling now of the Red Force is that we can make further inroads in this Volcanoes batting. 2 slips and a gully. Here's a drive. Good-looking shot. Force delivery. Well pitched up. And you can see a Seals walking back to the top of his mark there. Maybe just asking the umpire just some loose dirt here. And now we see that those dirt has been kicked away by Sunil Ambris. Maybe not long from now we shall see that sledge that they use in the first innings to just ensure those things are back into the picture. But certainly good start here by the Red Force just after lunch in the second over, picking up Solazano. Testing, teasing delivery just outside the line of the off stump. Keswick, you followed the women's tournament, the Super 50?
I didn't really follow it too much. I mean, it started after the break, after the first 3 games. And then after that 3 weeks of cricket in Jamaica, I took a break as well.
Well, the ladies from the land of wood and water, reggae country, Jamaica, they won that Super 50 tournament. Guyana, I thought, did particularly well, gaining the 2nd position. Barbados and Trinidad generally very, very strong. Not topping, not finishing second. In fact, Trinidad might have had one of its worst tournaments.
Lost all 4.
Yes.
But then it's good for Jamaica cricket because the men haven't been doing too well lately. So it's good that the females holding their own.
Representation of the men very, very excellent by Jamaica, and I agree with you. Congratulations to them. And I thought when they beat Barbados, that was a game in which they scored heavily, gave them a lot of confidence. Guyana actually defeated Jamaica in their match, despite Jamaica winning the tournament. It was good for the Guyanese Divas. They've gotten some young players, young Munisar, as well as young Latchman. That's a bumper going down the leg side, and he will have none of it. Walcott just going under the delivery. The end of a very successful over for Jaden Seals. It's 149 for the loss of 4. Solano and Athanaze, the batters going back today. Athanaze for 28 and Solano for 70. Now it is left to be seen how Sunil Ambris will be playing from here on. He has Tevin Walcott with him. Walcott very, very experienced. There's still Shamar Springer to come, and he's a good all-rounder. He can bat as well, Shamar Springer. So it's not all lost here for the Volcanoes, but this is great pressure. Yeah, that one was in the air for a while from Carrie Pear. Just falling short there to the left of the fielder at forward short leg. Here's a slip. Good delivery, right on target. And you have to be a brave man to feel in those positions, Keswick. Those at forward short leg and silly point.
Well, I'm happy that I never had the chance to.
Were you ever asked?
I don't think. so
wrapped on the pad there, that must have been pretty close. Was it pitched outside the line of the leg stump? And maybe that's the reason why umpire Shannon Crawford is saying, just with the essay of the hand, it was going down the leg side.
Yeah, you wouldn't normally see fast bowlers in those areas.
Good decision by umpire Shannon Crawford. It was clearly going down the leg side. And I guess in your time you'd have seen some excellent fielders in those positions.
Yeah, I did actually see some good fielders in those positions. Happy for them though. Happy for them to be comfortable there.
Yes, I guess pads all over the place under the pants. Yes, says Ambris.
For some reason, it's always a opening batter or a top order batter under the bat. I don't know, for some reason. Always find an opening batter. Jeremy Solano is doing it for the Volcanoes. Otley, tall man. But he's doing it for Trinidad.
Yes, and go back in time, Gus Logie was a veteran, a short guy in at forward short leg. Guyana's Clayton Lambert, Fawood Bacchus, they were excellent in those positions. Yes, and Jimmy Adams, once director of Cricket West Indies. Good tight line, tight length here. Testing bowling, a good over has come to an end once again by Carrie Pear. At the end of it, it's 150 for the loss of 4. Solano 70, Jeremiah 19, Hodge didn't score, Alec Athanaze 28. I think Hodge is going to be disappointed, feeling in both innings here after coming back that splendid century, 158 not out. Just will feel that he missed out here to score some runs at the Queen's Park Oval. I think still a very good pitch for batting. There are some deliveries that will keep low, but generally if players can get to, half centuries, and we're seeing quite a few. Athanaze with 56 in the first innings. Jason Mohammed 56 as well. We saw a century, a fine century by Tian Webster. Mohan a half century, which means once you put your head down, you can score runs here. Absolutely nothing wrong with the pitch. Has to do with the appetite of our batting. Now this is hit over the head of the bowler, diving effort, wide mid off, running away, and they get the single. Ambris looking to go over the top, didn't get it the way he wanted it. Maybe he got it on the thick inner portion of the bat, but got enough to not be in danger.
A young man that I would really like to see converting those starts into half centuries is Tevin Walcott. A fine player, good on the eyes as well. He's just not converting those 20s and those 30s into half centuries. I know he's a hard worker, so he's not content. But it's just knowing how to convert those starts into half centuries.
Yes, and it is something that has plagued West Indian batting over the years. Some guys, when they get to that 50, you just can't get them out. You know, they will go on, turn those into three figures. Very rarely you will find. This year, though, quite a few players put together hundreds, and that's good to show. We had quite a few starting the fourth round. So far, we have had how many? 2 Webster scoring 1, and Kieran Powell scoring another. So those are 2 centuries in this round of tournament so far.
Seems like we're getting a century every round, which is good for cricket, and a 5-wicket haul as well.
Yes, it is so good. And, you know, I wish the days can come when you get to the 150, 160, you can convert that into double hundreds. The double hundreds has actually dried up.
You did mention about players who get close to 40s. Whenever they get there, you definitely know that they're going to score a half century,
Yes.
because they understand how to score. And when you mention that, it makes me remember 2 players. And every time they come to the Caribbean to play, I used to get upset when they play against West Indies, because it's like they always just know how to score, and they always just get off. And I'm pretty sure you know those players as well. Graham Thorpe and Robert Key.
Man,
They used to be a ticks in my hair every single time. Like,
You're
every
worried.
time, yeah, every time they get to the crease, England will be in trouble. And as soon as Robert Key and Graham Thorpe get to the crease, they're like, Jesus.
yes, and that's the difference between a confident player and a player that is full of talent.
Another player that I really love as well.
Wow, that's a good delivery. Short, rising, misjudged it, Tevin Walcott at the first, but then adjusted nicely. And look at the discussion there between Seals and Tevin Walcott. Walcott is coming down the pitch there now. What is it he might have said to Walcott there?
You better look out. I'm coming for you.
You had a lot of talks as you run into ball.
Yeah, I mean, those were the days when I had that extra gas, you know. I mean, I did bowl some fast spells in my career. Not doing that anymore. But it's good to have a bag of tricks, huh?
Yes. Nothing is wrong with that once it does not get out of hand.
Sometimes it does.
Well, wrapped on the pad, you shout for leg before. Gone, Tevin Walcott. And look at Seals once again. And Walcott stands there. Can't believe he was given out. But umpire Nigel Duguid raised the dreaded finger. And he looked confident there, Nigel Duguid. Walcott has to go.
It was a beautiful delivery coming into Tevin Walcott. As we look at it again, Duguid looking very confident.
Your call there.
He's gone.
Yes. Good decision by umpire Knight.
I was surprised you asked me that question.
Well, you said you're not too much of words. You're the guy with the vision. That's why I asked you, Keswick.
Oh. And good vision.
Yes, certainly.
Good decision.
And look at
I mean, it
Seals.
was a splendid delivery. The delivery before that, it was dug in. Didn't really do what it's supposed to do or what Jaden Seals was expecting it to do, because it didn't bounce as much.
So they're only 49 runs ahead, and they have lost the cream of the crop. Ambris is still there. There's still some hope, but a huge advantage here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, picking up 5 wickets. While the score is saying it's 151, you have to subtract that 102 from that one. Therein lies the problem for the Volcanoes. And at this juncture in the game, it's going to take both these guys, Ambris and Shamar Springer, to play the best innings of their life to save the Volcano from losing for the first time after 5 matches at the 4-day level, 3 this year. This year they have won all 3, and last year they won the final 2. So they were on a high, but today they find themselves with their back against the wall. And sometime when your back is against the wall, it brings out the best from you. We shall see, but huge advantage here to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Springer has come out in the middle to join Ambris. Good delivery here by Carrie Pierre. Right on target. Ambris, you can see him bending the head, just walked away a little, concentrating.
Really the first time that the Volcanoes is under so much pressure in this tournament. Really just 48 runs. Definitely not enough. So Sunil Ambris have a big job to do. Springer is there now. He's capable of scoring. We know that.
Wow, looking for an expansive sweep shot there, Sunil Ambris. Has to be careful here. The ball didn't pitch in line. Why you want to play that shot so early after losing that wicket of Walcott? This time much more comfortable. He's a tall boy, stretching long forward, powerfully built. He has broad shoulders, Sunil Ambris. Now he must be the one leading the partnership here. There was an air of danger there, getting deep in the crease there on the back foot. Pushed on the back foot rather. It was a quicker delivery by Carrie Pierre. Pierre so far in his 15th over, 1 for 24. So very, very economical, and picking up a wicket as well. If you want to pick up a wicket, one of the best ways is to stifle the scoring. Now let's see if he's going to toss this one up. The long on, Jit Guli has been brought in. And this is pulled around. Does it have enough to get to the boundary? Will it beat the fielder? It does. And that's gone away through forward square, short of a good length, and put away to end the over, at the end of which it's 155 for the loss of 5. And Keswick, in these situations, you're batting out in the middle. You know 5 wickets have gone. You have just passed 50, leading the Red Force. You know, the thinking of the batters in the middle, it's lots of pressure, but you need to communicate with each other. Set yourselves little goals.
Well, the good thing about it is that at this moment is that both batters at the crease have half century and 100 in this tournament, and have centuries and hundreds in this at this level. Ryan John as well have a half century in this tournament. So they will have to get a good score.
Oh, well, that was a false shot there. Dropped the bat on it at the last moment and dragged it away down towards forward square and getting a single here, Shamar Springer. Well, we have lost that blazing sunshine, and for the first time after a couple days here in Trinidad and Tobago, we are seeing what looking to be a little bit of a shadow out in the middle. But it's still very, very hot. And the prediction is for this hot weather to continue maybe right into around the end of April. So Ambris, see what's going to be the plan here of Jaden Seals. So far he has picked up 3 for 28 and has bowled his heart out. Good single here. Played with very soft hands. Down towards short cover. Just got off strike there. Shamar Springer, tall boy, is having a reasonable good tournament with both bat and ball. It's one of the franchise player, hails from Barbados. They are fighting back against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Barbados. Good delivery straight again. You can see him striving for that Yorker there, Jaden Seals, and he squeezes out that Shamar Springer down towards the third man.
Question though, Prasad. What do you think about the franchise system that we have here now in the Caribbean?
But I think everything is good about it, and not only the franchise system, because teams are allowed to ensure, their players, once they do not purchase them, they're allowed to be purchased by another franchise. Because one of the things you find, you might have a very good player, not being able to make your 13 or your 14, but can fit in well in the composition of another territory. Oh, that's played nicely all along the ground, and he gets the single. And at the same time too, our players have been contracted at this level. They're allowed to earn some money, and the different franchises, I think it happens around the Caribbean, but I can tell you in Guyana, once you are contracted there, you have practice sessions going on. Some of those guys back home in Guyana, they don't even think about a job because they feel they're well paid on a monthly basis. So it creates the opportunity for employment, and you play the sport that you want to become that professional at. So I think everything is good about the franchise.
Played uppishly, just behind point, safe. Was in the air for a while, but safe. No harm there, just one. But yeah, I like it as well. Few teams around the Caribbean did not look to select maybe a player from another region. Windward Islands, one of those teams who always look to make an addition outside of the Windward Island, which is good. At one point they had Narsing there, right, from Guyana.
Yes.
Kirk Edwards from Barbados, Kyle Mayers from Barbados. I think they like Beijing.
Good delivery, right on target here. And at one time, well, the over actually has come to an end. 160 for the loss of 5. Raymond Reefer at one time made Guyana his home. He spent roughly 5 years with the Guyana franchise.
It was Jaguars at that time.
That's right. And he played a pivotal role.
I wanna know. It's not really cricket related, but I understand Guyana Jaguars because they're Jaguars in Guyana.
Yes,
but I'm still wondering what's the name? What's the reason behind the name now? Harpy Eagles. You want to tell the viewers the reason why? Because I can tell you why Windwards is called Windward Island Volcanoes, but we want to know what's the reason behind the Harpy Eagles?
I will endeavor to answer you, and I think I am correct just after this delivery. Good. The jaguar is one of our national animal in Guyana. It is known as the king of the forest in Guyana.
I wouldn't know that because I don't want to get close.
Yes, and they say when jaguars roar, lesser animals cry. So then the Guyana Cricket Board decided to register their body as a corporate entity that is called Guyana Cricket Board. I think they maintained the ink into that. It was registered. Now we have new management at the Guyana Cricket Board level. So technicalities by law, you cannot go on with the Guyana Jaguars because that was registered, I think, as a private entity. So the new management of the Guyana Cricket Board had to go with another name. Thus they found the Harpy Eagle, which is a bird of prey. It's a national bird. It's an icon in Guyana. Thus the name change.
Okay. Because I was always wondering, Harpy Eagle.
Yes, it's a rare species.
Have you ever seen it? And that's a good shot. Back on the back foot. No intentions of getting it in front square. Everything was really angled down to backward of point. Really good shot from Sunil Ambris.
Certainly, and he played it as late as possible there, Sunil Ambris. The ball was there, and he executed beautifully. Look at that. Deep in the crease, opening the face at the last moment to the left of the backward point.
All intentions to get it behind point.
Yes.
Really well played. Played it very late as well. That one just angled in from carry pay.
Good defensive shot to that one as well. The Harpy Eagles, I think you were going to ask me if I've ever seen one. Well, we have a few in our zoo in Guyana, so that's, people can look at that one. But in the jungles, the rainforests of Guyana, I've never ever seen one there.
You have been to the rainforest?
Well, not particularly. I've went to some jungles in Guyana. We're talking about thousands of acres. The over's been completed. 165 for the loss of 5. I love hunting. I love fishing. So we will.
I don't.
So we will go into the rivers. Guyana has real rivers, right? You guys have just.
Yeah, we have rivers as well. A lot of rivers.
Yes, not as huge as Guyana.
Not as huge.
Yes. What actually we will call your rivers, what we call in Guyana, stretches and canals.
A gutter, okay.
Right.
I would take that.
Yes, but it took bird watchers, those that love birds, they will spend months into the rainforest looking for a Harpy Eagle, which is very secretive.
To try to catch the Harpy Eagle?
No,
or
just to look at it.
Months, just to look.
That's right, yes. Sometimes you don't see them for months. Some people go away disappointed. Some will be there. One of the things they do is to try, first of all, to look at the Harpy Eagle's nest. If they find one, they will scout that area and be very patient.
I know one person who will never do that.
You'll tell me after this delivery. Short of a good length. Go ahead.
Ronnie will never do that.
Ronnie said he's not afraid of the eagle, he's not afraid of the jaguars, but whenever a mosquito sings around his ears, he's in total confusion.
What can cause some confusion here is if Anderson Phillip can create an opportunity to pick up another wicket. That will cause some confusion.
Well, Phillips, none for 34 so far. Wicketless in this innings. That's a good forcing shot off the back foot. Will just get a single, but a kind of shot that will bring confidence to you. While in the Caribbean, you have sand, you have blue-green waters, beaches galore. It's absolutely splendid. The Caribbean is a place where tourists come by the thousand. The cuisine, the friendliness of the people as well. Guyana serves another adventure. We talk about our waterfalls, the Kite Shoal waterfalls, the highest single drop waterfall on planet Earth, tumbles from 741 feet. That has brought tourists there. Natural beauty, that's your idea of paradise, you go to Guyana.
remind me to.
You want to send an
And
invoice
that's a
to
lovely
me?
shot. Just two though. Ease off the back foot. They're very happy with two. But yeah, remind me to have a word with the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and St. Vincent.
Hello
put you
to you,
up as
Mr. Keith. Rowley Keswick wants to talk to you.
Yeah, I need to talk to them. I need to let them know that to remind the other CARICOM members to look at you as an ambassador for the Caribbean. Because you're doing a fine job advertising the Caribbean.
Yes, we are beautiful. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Every single square inch. Oh, that one was picked from outside the line of the off stump. And he kept it down well, Sunil Ambris. The execution was good. And he gets the single. This is a lovely place. No doubt. That's the reason why we were exploited for so many years. People just want to conquer you in every department. But we are free people. We
And
choose our own course in life.
The thing about the Caribbean is so beautiful. Like you go different places and there's always something new. The food, it's just brilliant in the Caribbean. One thing I'll tell you, I went to Jamaica and what you have there for breakfast is something that we'll have for lunch. And that's lovely. Straight as a pin. Down the ground goes Shamar Springer. Too full from Anderson Phillip. Only presenting the face there, Shamar Springer. Just a touch down the ground for 4.
Yes, and if you're a cameraman, this is worth taking out a picture. Look at him. That's posing for the camera. Beautifully played. Walked into the shot. Can't get a straight drive better than that.
Really well played. Love it. Enjoyed every bit of it. And for an all-rounder, you must love that shot.
Certainly good shot. Lots of confidence in playing the shot. Anderson Phillip. Don't mind at all. He was striving for the Yorker, ending up being a half volley. These things do happen. You were telling me about food in Jamaica?
Yes, when I get to Jamaica and I realize what? Just dropping short. Finding the edge, but just dropping short. Soft hands by Shamar Springer.
Yes, and to end the over with a good ball there, Phillip, 173 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, so when you're in Jamaica, you get some dumplings and yam and banana, some stewed chicken for breakfast. Heavy breakfast.
Yes.
But I'm gonna be honest, not because you're here. The best place I've had breakfast throughout the Caribbean in terms of playing cricket around the Caribbean, for me it will definitely be Guyana, and then St. Lucia,
I am humbled.
and then Trinidad. In terms of playing CPL around the Caribbean, the best breakfast I've had would be in Guyana, then in St. Lucia. Because when you stay in St. Lucia, there's a hotel called, I think it's Cocoa Palm. When you go there, you get some nice cocoa tea. You ever had cocoa tea?
Yes, I
Some
have
nice
had it.
cocoa tea, you know.
Yes.
Some nice little banana, saltfish. You know, really good breakfast. Eggs,
You're talking about a balanced diet there, and that is what breakfast
a little bit of
essentially is for.
avocado.
Yes.
But yeah, the best I've ever had is in Guyana. So I salute Guyana for that. So at least I'm on Guyana's side for once. I love my people in Guyana. Love the support that they give to cricket.
And this one was driven all along the ground by Sunil Ambris and getting a single. So the rotation of the strike here has been excellent so far. I love Jamaica. You know, hello to all Jamaicans. Good that you're hosting cricket again. The land of Bob Marley.
Have you watched the movies yet?
Bob Marley.
One Love, the movie.
I've watched quite a few. I think I would have seen parts of that one. But his songs, oh my God. Absolutely. You know, the message they send.
What would be your top 5 Bob Marley songs?
Let me tell you this one. I had a friend, he has passed, he has gone to the great beyond. One day he came to me and apparently he and his spouse had some difference. And he said, man, I want to borrow a cassette from you. In those days, we use a lot of cassette. I said, which cassette you want? He said, Bob Marley. And I said, which one of the tune? He said, I want the one that says, no woman, no cry. But I love redemption song, songs of freedom. I mean, that message is so terrific. Onto the back foot, played away into the offside field. Can't score. The over's been completed. 174 for the loss of 5. Bob Marley sang reality. Splendid. It was a pity that he had to die at that age. But he has left the world with something. You can't beat the classic. The bestsellers will come. They will last for a time. When you talk about the classic, they'll stay forever.
I think him and Lucky Dube changed music around the world. Big up to Lucky Dube as well, and my Lucky Dube family in South Africa. You have to respect good music.
Yes, sir. We have produced so many outstanding artists across the region. How can we forget the likes of in Trinidad and Tobago, Sparrow? We'll never forget him. And short, and this makes a lot of height. Pulling out of the shot there is Sunil Ambris. And Ronnie will know a lot about a guy here that they call Sundar Popo that sang a lot of chutney. Have you ever heard about Sundar Popo? They have, I think, a monument, a statue here in Trinidad and Tobago.
If I answer you honestly, would you be upset?
No, not at all.
No, I don't know.
Yes, well, so Sundar Popo, one of those guys who brought chutney music to the forefront, especially in Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana, which is actually having a large number of East Indians. It's kind of music, that they brought here with them when they came from India.
Full. Not attacking the stump, that one, but well ducked out by Sunil Ambris. Just one down to backward of point.
And we can't talk Caribbean music without mentioning the name of that Guyanese icon, Dave Martin, and his Trade Wind Band. I'm sure you listen to.
I've heard about Trade Winds, but if I sit here and talk about it, I'll be lying to you. But I've heard about Trade Winds.
That's the man that sang the song, famous cricket song, Hit the Ball, Donkey, Hit the Ball.
I wouldn't know about that. I guess I'm too young.
Well, now I'm surprised. Onto the back foot, down towards extra cover. It's a song about West Indies cricket when we dominated the world at that time. He sang another one called Gidem Shiv. That was when Chanda Paul blossomed across the world. And then he sang another one, All You Need to Take a Rest, Boy. That was when we were brutalized.
Oh, the Caribbean. You have to love the people in the Caribbean.
Yes, certainly.
Today they are for you, tomorrow, my God.
Yes. Marshall Montano is a Trinidadian as well.
The king himself.
Yes,
King
certainly.
of soca.
Wow! That's a good bumper. You want to bowl a bumper? That's the one that you bowl. He had to just jam, go down. There is a tall boy here, Shamar Springer, taking evasive action going down.
I don't think he's really comfortable against the sharp pitch deliveries. We saw in the first innings
Yes, sir.
where Jaden Sales hit him with a bumper. There we see it again, a little bit uncomfortable.
Yes.
I think he take his eyes off the delivery a little bit too early.
Well, that's a cardinal sin. Your coaches will tell you, watch the ball, keep your eyes on it. But that was a vicious delivery. Waking up the pitch here, Jaden Seal. Will he follow it up with another one? Maybe line somewhere around the chin area. And he sprayed it wide outside the line of the off stump this time.
Well, it's good to say watch, hit, well, play what you see. But if you're not seeing it, you can't play it.
You can't play it at all. I remember one guy got hit in the forehead and his coach asked him, what's the problem with you? He said, Coach, you told me to watch the ball.
Well, he did. He probably watched a bit too long.
Yeah. But it's always sad to see a a batsman or any fielder whatsoever being smacked, around the head area. That can be real dangerous.
Never get smacked in the head though. I was too good with the pull shot. But that's the end of the over. Anderson Phillip just finishing that over 175 for 5. I was too good with the pull shot.
So you stayed out of it.
I was good with the pull shot in the dressing room.
At rehearsals, right?
Yeah, I was the best at rehearsal.
Yes.
You know the amount of runs I score in the dressing room?
That's in your dreams as well.
I tell you, man, I've cut shots, pull shots, flicks,
Yes.
cover drives. In the dressing room, I'm sure I have more runs than Brian Lara.
Well, as little boys growing up, there were so many centuries that we scored in the backyards. You can't count them.
Oh my God. Backyard centuries. I've
Yes.
scored thousands of runs in the backyard. I'm sure one day I scored 1,000 runs in a matter of probably half an hour. Had 1,000 runs in the backyard.
Yeah, and these little things will tell you how much West Indies cricket means to the West Indian person.
A lot. I mean, I can remember I had a coconut bat and I painted it, and Sawan just came out and Sawan scored some runs and I put Sawan on the bat. Then Shiv scored 100 the next game, I put Shiv on the bat. Then Lara scored some runs and I put Lara on the bat. So my coconut bat, if it was about now, it would have tons of runs.
Carry Pierre continues. Taking on the pad, loud shout for leg before. And umpire Crawford here is saying no.
I want
not
pitch
out.
outside the line of leg stump. I would say good decision.
Yes, and that's the reason why the Silver, he too is saying it's going down the leg side. So no trouble
That's why it's
whatsoever.
Pitched outside,
Outside
leg.
as well.
want
And
pitch outside.
cricket has done so much for the Caribbean.
Unified the Caribbean.
Exactly.
It's one thing that we had back in the day. It's cricket. If we wanted something to bring the Caribbean together, it would be cricket.
Yep. And you just ask people in those heydays of West Indies cricket. And you'll hear people from foreign land. You go to India, you tell them you're from the West Indies. They'll say, oh, you won't hear them calling presidents and prime ministers. You're from the land of Gary Sobers and Rohan Kanhai.
Yeah.
Or they say, that's where Viv Richards came
That's
from.
where Viv Richards came from.
Yes. So much so.
Changed the swagger of cricket as well.
Well, there was always a debate between himself and I think was Lockhart Sebastian. He
From
said,
the Windward Island.
yes, he said Sir Viv copied his walk to the wicket.
Oh, really?
And Viv is saying, boy, pull yourself aside. That was only a Viv Richards swagger.
Yeah, you can't copy this. No. When you have Vivian Richards, everybody copy you.
Big sweep shot here, not making contact with it. That's Sunil Ambris.
The only-
Another carry pair over on 175 for 5.
The only good thing about that shot is that the ball is outside the line of leg stump, way outside. So he's playing the sweep shot. Probably the fourth time I'm seeing him trying the sweep shot, didn't make connection. But the good thing about it, it's outside the line of the leg stump, so it's safe.
Yes, it was outside the line of the leg stump. No harm done there whatsoever. 175 for the loss of 5.
He's definitely the key here, Sunil Ambris. If he stays there, you can see him going. No, let me not say it. Commentator's curse. Don't want us to realize that you know when your commentary skills is getting better, because then when it steps to a different level, and then the commentary curse comes in. When I started doing commentary, I could have said these things and nothing happened. But now I realize every time I say something, something bad happens.
As you get more
Or something good happens.
as you get more experience, things begin to happen.
Yeah. So I just keep my mouth closed for now.
But so many fans around there, they will pick on commentators. You said this guy, you're in great form, man. You're bowling googlies, you're bowling flippers, you're bowling your leg spin, you're picking up a lot of wickets. Some will say to you, you're an excellent fast bowler. Phillips begin another over. And looking good this time, onto the back foot and just punching it away down towards Vikash Mohan down at extra cover. Can't score. There are open gaps in the offside field there for Shamar Springer. So you can expect him peppering him with some short balls. Took a nasty blow on the helmet. Survived out in the middle. Passed the concussion test. Batted. So he's a brave guy. I guess you would have seen some nasty blows. So some batsmen around the world with a cricket ball.
I did. Played a lot of cricket, so seen some serious injuries to batters.
I remember many years ago in Australia, a test match between Sri Lanka and Australia. I think was Jason Gillespie, the fast bowler, bowling to Mahalia Jayawardena. And he played the hook shot, top edged it. And you had the long leg, and I think one was down at backward square. Oh, that's a good short delivery, tantalizing and dangerous too. But he pulled inside the line, Shamar Springer, allowing it to go through to the silver. And you had Steve Waugh, and who was the next player? I just can't remember. But they just ran into each other, looking at the ball. They crashed. One suffered a broken leg, and Steve Waugh suffered a broken nose. That was real nasty out in the field.
I've seen a couple of collisions as well. Some nasty ones too.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you know Alex Tudor out of England.
Yes, certainly. But he was playing at this one this time and beaten outside the line of the off stump. A good delivery that forced him to play the shot this time. Had no need to really, but didn't judge it well. Yes, you were telling me about Tudor.
One of those hits that you would see, that you would always remember. I think it was against Brett Lee in England while he was batting. Immediately when he got hit, that was it after that.
Yes, at least one cricketer died in Australia, being smacked in the head.
Very sad.
Yes, man.
And he was a fine player as well. I think that he was one of those players that would have probably still be playing for Australia even now.
And another bumper. So they're playing a mind game here with Shamar Springer and Philip, reminding him, that I'm a medium fast bowler. The bumper is within my armory, and we know that you are vulnerable to it. And why not? Just testing him there out in the middle. I remember hearing a story from the late Tony Koja, a great man, one of the best voices the world has ever heard. With him and Rex Pereira.
It's going to be very hard to...
Oh my God.
To beat that voice, to be honest with you.
Suiting to the soul, they will say. And after this over, I will tell you the story I heard from Tony Koja about a match in Barbados concerning injury. Well, this is what, when you're shaking, what you can do, looking to drive through the covers, dragged it down towards mid-on, and the over's been completed, 175 for the loss of 5. I remember Tony telling me about a certain cricket match in Barbados. Said that the bowler ran in and bowled, a top edge, backward square, and long leg running to take the catch. The two batters running, looking to complete a single. The two fielders crashed. They went on the ground. The two batters looking at what's happening, crushed in the middle. That's 4 of them. And the wicket-keeper looking and see what's happening to the batters. The return came in and smacked the keeper in the head. One delivery sent 5 men to the hospital the same day. I guess wherever the soul of Tony is, he will be smiling.
I don't want to laugh because it's serious.
Very serious.
It's very serious, Prasad, but it's funny. Like, sorry to the viewers if you're hearing a little bit of laughter over the mic, but
Carripier begins another over, and this is sweetly driven. He gets a single, so nil Ambris. There's some bizarre injury as well. That good old Englishman, Tony Gregg.
I could remember I was playing against, I think it was Middlesex in Barbados, and I dived for a ball. Dive, stop it, fell, and hit my head on the ball. I had to go to the hospital.
Did you dent the ball? Or you suffered a dent?
I destroyed the ball.
And was it anything serious?
It wasn't serious, but concussion protocol. They told me I was knocked out on the field for a bit. Went straight to the hospital.
Good that you've recovered nicely.
I mean, when I catch myself, I was on one of those beds rolling into an ambulance.
Yes, I was telling you about Tony Gregg. Bizarre incident with him. Good delivery, right on target here. Very disciplined Carripier. He injured his fingers and went to do an x-ray to see if there's any broken bones. Good delivery once again. And he did the x-ray and he got up, smashed his head at the top of the x-ray machine and required 3 stitches. Got a nasty cut. Bizarre injury. Tony Gregg?
So he went to do an x-ray on his head.
Yeah, no, on his fingers.
His fingers,
Right.
fingers. He may have to do one on his head. But that's the end of the over there, folks. Score is 176 for 5.
Yes, sir. So we're seeing some very good tight stuff here at the moment. Good time to remind our viewers and our listeners. This is day number 3. Overnight the score was on 68 for the loss of 2. They have gone on now to 176 for the loss of 5. Today they lost the wicket of Athanaze for 28. Solano made 70. Was a good knock. Was a pity he did not go on to score that 100, but got a beautiful delivery from Jaden Seals that knocked back his leg stump. And then Walcott going LBW didn't trouble the scorers. 151 for 5. So the last wicket went down when the score was on 151. So since then, these two have been battling some good bowling, tight contests out in the middle. So 74 now, the Windward Islands they're on with still 5 wickets standing. This could very well be a Tanti Moral situation at Queen's Park if these two continues like this. Because the Red Force, no doubt, they'll be looking to score whatever target they will be set. And that's pulled away down through forward square. And the single was looking to get it more to the left of Jason Mohammed there. But maybe the ball took a long time to get off the pitch. But he got the single nevertheless. Derek Pringle. I think he was a medium fast swing bowler that played for England many, many years ago. He once missed a test match, was going to play the next test match, but it was said on the evening of the test match, he was writing a letter and he hurt his finger and just couldn't play the next test match. Some bizarre things do happen.
He what?
Hurt his finger while writing a letter.
How did he get? I'm
confused. I'm confused as well. But it did happen. Short, and this is slapped away, out through third man, and away to the boundary for 4. Well, he came round the wicket there, Philip, and gave Shamar Springer the room, the width he deserved, and he didn't miss out on it.
Deserved the treatment.
Yes. Good looking
Given
shot.
room, shot.
Well, I think what he was trying there to do is to bowl the leg cutter into the rib of the batter. He missed his line. The length wasn't good. It was too short as well. Just trying to soften up here, Shamar Springer. But he's fighting fire with fire. That was a good shot. Let's see what's going to be the next delivery here from Anderson Phillip. Yes, that was the one he was looking for, into the body, but he rode it well standing up tall and playing it down. So Anderson Phillip, so far he is in 15th over. He hasn't picked up a wicket yet in the second innings. Mind you, he picked up a 5-wicket haul in the first innings, and you could see him giving an effort. He wants a wicket badly, not only for himself. He's playing for the Red Force, who needs a breakthrough here. Springer's gone to 13. 39 is Ambris. A bumper, getting down under it. He played that bumper particularly well. It was short and above the head of him. Some players will play with injuries. Some of them will decide to take a break from it. Remember the late Malcolm Marshall against England, almost with a broken wrist, batted and bowled real well. So Anderson Phillip continued to bowl round the wicket, looking to use an angle here. That's a short delivery, good one too, right into the chest of Springer. And he played it well, got it in the meat of the bat, stood tall, kept it down towards mid-off. So the battle between these two continues. Remember, Springer was given a vicious blow on the helmet in the first innings. So they feel he's a little bit susceptible to the short delivery. And they're trying it with him. There is a forward square and a backward square and a square leg as well, just in case if he goes for the hook shot. There is wide third man on the boundary too. Short, and this is smacked away through the covers. The fielder can give up the chase. That had 4 runs written all over it. Picked the short ball pretty well indeed to end the over with a fine boundary. At the end of it, the Volcanoes fighting back 185 for the loss of 5. And a good time to say hello once again. Yes, well, I've just seen, well, the players are coming out. The first hour have been completed after the lunch session. An hour that saw 2 wickets falling, that of Solano for 70. Walcott didn't score, but since then, these two, Spring on 17, Ambris growing in confidence is on 39, taking the Volcanoes to 185 for 5. We'll take a little break and we'll be right back. Yes, so back here at the Queen's Park Oval, 185 for the loss of 5 Volcanoes in their second innings. 5 wickets standing, and they're leading now by 83 runs. The Red Force will be looking to continue to be disciplined, try their best to ensure Volcanoes do not get away with fast scoring. On the other hand, Sunil Ambris will be hoping that he play one of the best innings of his life. Force ball after the first hour, after lunch. A good delivery and a defensive shot. So Keswick Williams have left me and have been joined by Colin Murray. Hello to you, Colin.
Hello, Indar. It's certainly a situation here where the game is delicately poised now because, you know, if Ambris and Springer continue this partnership, it's been a good partnership so far worth, 34 runs. That's quick on that one, yeah, worth 34. You know, if they continue along these lines, and can maybe add, say, another 40. Yeah, Windwards would be looking to maybe get to somewhere around 200. On the other hand, if they can dismiss one of these, particularly Ambris, I think they would feel that if they can maybe chase 120 or thereabouts, they would be well in with a shout to win this game.
Yeah, and that will make them very, very comfortable, because if you break the partnership here now, Colin, Ryan John will be coming next, and after Ryan John, not to take anything away from the bowlers who can bat, but you will feel that the hard work has been done, and you can make further inroads into those lesser batters. Look, then Carrie Peer here has held up one end because he's been very disciplined so far, striving for good control. Just pitched in line with the leg stump, and that is where you need to concentrate. If you're going to pitch it outside the line of the leg stump of a left arm spinner, you're offering the sweep shot with no danger to the batters. That's a better delivery, but well played by Ambris.
Yeah, certainly well played. I was thinking while he was batting that they've got to try and keep Ambris quiet. He's on 40 from 68 balls. For him, that's slow. Ambris 40 would have been from 42 balls, so that he loves to get on with it. But in so doing, he always gives the bowlers an opportunity to get the wicket. So, you know, my thing is, they've just got to try and keep him tight. Let him play as many dot balls as possible, and let him just play on his mind with that.
But that was pitch outside the line of the leg stump, a question asked. And I agree with you. Myself and Keswick were talking about the same thing, as the over has been completed, 186 for the loss of 5. If you stifle him for runs, you know, he will have to explore. He's that kind of player. Opportunities, and therein he has to take extra risk.
That's right. He is not a Jeremy Solano, for example.
No.
Solano 70 from 192 balls, and that's expected of Solano. What is expected of Ambris, if he gets to 70, you bet your life it's going to be about 92 balls, not 192. So if the Red Force, especially when they're bowling to him, you bowl as many dot balls as you can. Ambris is the type of player who's going to try something. He's going to try to play a shot to a delivery that may not be there for the type of shot he wants. So it's interesting. They're bringing on Brian Charles now, so it's a all spin attack from both ends, which is interesting, and they've just got to set the field accordingly. They're going to put a long on a deep mid wicket, and probably very square as well. Not a deep backward square, more of a deep square leg, and I would think they would need a deep mid wicket as well. But they're obviously going to try and see what happens with the first few balls from Charles. They're going to leave that area from deep mid-wicket open. The man at the deep square leg has now come behind square, so he's more of a deep backward square leg. And they've got a mid-wicket. They've got a forward short leg as well. So they've got a straightish, shortish, well, I would say a wideish short mid-on. So in case he goes for the drive and plays it a little bit in the air.
Yes, so with this field placing here, Colin, you expect that the off spinner will be touching down on the line of the middle stump, off stump.
Yeah. What I like about it is that it's a nice in and out feel. What I mean by that is They've got a man saving a single at short fine leg. They've got the attacking option in the forward short leg. And they've got a man deep, but that's no one is, whether you're deep or not, you're not going to catch that. It goes high over the deep mid wicket or the deep backward square leg boundary. Mohammed started to run to his left, thinking, well, I may get on to that, but it sailed high over his head, and that's Ambris. If you give him those kind of deliveries, he's going to go after it. If he makes correct connection, it's going to go. If he mishits, then you have a chance. But what Charles needs to do is tie him down, bowl a few dot balls. That's better, yeah.
Yes, the previous one was too short.
Yeah,
it was there for the picking, and Ambris will put that away any day. But good comeback here by Brian Charles.
He's got to bowl those type of deliveries. Don't worry about spin too much and giving it some air. And that's a good shot from Ambris, making some room for himself. They're going to pick up a couple runs. That's a good shot. He sort of just backed away and pushed it more than good timing from him. Remember, he got 120 in the last game, got to 35 in the first innings, so he's now on 48, looking for that 50 first and then going on to 100. And if he gets 100, certainly you would think that the Volcanoes would be a little bit happier in terms of trying to set I wouldn't say formidable, but a total that could present some problems for the Red Force.
Yes, and now that has changed the field. That shot through the offside. Now we're seeing the backward point in place.
Yeah, they've moved the forward short leg. It's interesting. I like the forward short leg because it puts him under a little pressure when he's playing forward defensive. You know, he's got the man just at forward short leg to be careful of. But what they're doing, they've moved him, and that's a lovely shot. That didn't think for one moment that was going to reach the extra cover boundary, because it seemed to have come off more of the bottom part of the bat. But in the end, he timed it so beautifully that the man at mid-off just literally ran after the ball just to retrieve it. Let's have a look. I thought that came off more the bottom of the bat. He made some room. You could see him just opening up that front leg, giving himself the room, and then driving it sweetly for 4 runs. That's a very, very good shot.
It is. And when it left the bat, you did not expect it would have been 4. But the timing was immaculate there. Got the necessary connection, and he gets the boundary, Sunil Ambris.
198 for 5. A big over there from Brian Charles. 12 runs coming from it.
And it's good to see we are having some spectators in one of the stands there
It's
following
in,
the game.
It's in one of the boxes. I think it's, if I remember it, I'm not sure if it's the Digicel box. But yes, we do have a few spectators. We have some in the Caribbean stand, slightly more than yesterday. Yesterday was about, 25? Today there's maybe about 85. It's sad though. I'm saying that sarcastically, but it's sad.
Maybe 85, 86, 87.
Yeah, it could be around there. But I'm sad at that in there, because I'll tell you why. You know, this is the top level, and I think the players just need a little bit more support from the spectators. But, you know, I know it's a working day and things like that. But, you know, it's I remember when in the old days, I'm sorry to talk about the past. People don't like to hear about the past.
But you're talking about the era from whence you come.
Well, you know, let's go even slightly beyond that.
Yes, even
because,
what we, yes.
Yeah, you know, you come to a regional game and the oval, 3/4 of the oval was packed.
What do you suggest might be the reason for that?
Well, I think it's the level of cricket. You know, I think the level of cricket, not enough marketing, not enough knowledge of the players. You know, I think that needs to be, and then the advent of the white ball game, the shorter version of the game, T20, finishes in 3.5 hours. So you come quickly, 3.5 hours, you spend your time and you go. It's almost like a football game.
And you get your money's worth.
Yeah. And then you see 4s, you see 6s, you see wickets. Here, you know, you got to work through the entire day. You'll see 2 maiden overs go and not a 4 pass. So, you know, it's a combination of a lot of things. Well, that's a good shot. No, I have a serious problem with where Hines was standing. To me, it's either he's in or he's out on the rope. That ball dropped one bounce before it hit the rope. You know what Ambris is like. Ambris is going to go over the top. Let's have a look at it again. Right, he goes over the top here. Unfortunately, we're not going to see where Carey is, where Terence Hines. Look where Terence Hines is. It's either you're back. He can't be. Now he goes back, but the horse has bolted. He's now back at long off, but the horse has already bolted and it's gone its way.
Well, we have seen after every single shot that went for the boundary, there's a field going in that direction there. And Ambris celebrated his 50 with another boundary. And that was a class shot.
It brought up the 200 as well.
Yes.
And the lead is now exactly 100. The end of the over from Carey Pier. The end of it, it's the Windward Island Volcanoes. They're 203 for 5. So they lead by exactly 100. Half the team is down. So I think the Volcanoes must be looking to get, if this man Ambris stays there, they must be looking at close to 200 to at least give themselves something to bowl at.
Well, it's on the card because only 5 wickets, have fallen so far. And you rightly said if the Ambris is still there, but he will need some support. And I think the major thing that caused people to stay away from the grounds, those big names in West Indies cricket are not really around. Now, despite you have T20 and you have T10, I am sure if a Brian Charles Lara was batting here at Queen's Park in this very match, you would have had hundreds of people in the ground to see Brian Lara.
Well, I'll give you a joke about that. He was away from regional cricket for a while and came back to Trinidad and announced that he was going to play at the Queen's Park Oval. That's a few years ago, just before he retired. And I think we were playing against Guyana, if memory serves me right. And he played in the game. And the Caribbean stand was packed. Everybody came to see Lara bat.
Yes, exactly. Those are the names that will bring people. And there's another thing too. For example, in Guyana. Yeah, go ahead, Colin.
No, I want to point out to you, look at where the mid-off is. Mm-hmm. He's about 3/4 way back to the boundary. He's neither on the boundary rope or he's neither in, saving a single. And if Ambris goes over the top, he may very well clear him and it's going to drop one bounce into the boundary. And that's what I have a serious problem with. I can't, it's either he's back on the rope. It's easier to run in than run back.
Taking on the pad, there's a shout for leg before. And umpire Nigel Duguid will have none of that. Well, I prefer to see them bring the man in. Give him the opportunity.
Exactly. Let him go over the top.
That's
and
right.
You say, fine. But don't have him 3/4 way to the boundary.
That's one of the problems we face in the West Indies. Many of our captains, they are not aggressive enough.
I'm looking at that. He went across the line. I think he was a little bit fortunate there. Ambris. I thought that ball was going into the stumps. But umpire Duguid says, no, it might have been missing leg stumps. So who am I to say? The end of the over, 204 for 5. As we're talking about sayings, I was asked a question by a good friend of mine. What is slant kokii?
Slant
kokii.
Yes,
slant. Do you have an idea?
I have heard about slanted eyes, but I've never heard about the kokii eyes.
Slant kokii. Somebody was asking me about that. A friend of mine over in the pavilion was saying, what is slant kokii? I said, well, boy, I don't have a clue, but I'll ask my fellow commentators.
I'm wondering to know if I ask Google and Google will respond and say, when you have the answers, let us know.
But I was, because they asked me and I said, I don't have a clue.
I know history lesson taught us that among the African the Arawak population, when the babies were born, they put 2 boards at the side to ensure the face is slanted and they had squinting eyes. I don't know. Is it cookie eyes or crooked eyes?
I think cookie eye.
Cookie eyes.
Slant cookie eye. He's gone for the sweep. He's connected to that very nicely indeed. And that's Ambris for you. He's going to take on the bowlers. There's no doubt about it. And he's going after Carey Pier. Carey Pier, in fact, got him in the first innings, caught by Webster for 35, but he's gone past 50 now. He's on 50. He's on, let's see, he's into the 60s. He's on 61.
Yes, and that was a great shot.
Oh, a lovely shot, wasn't it?
He's a strong boy. He times the ball well.
That's a bad delivery. It's so short. It was wide of the off stump. Didn't time it all that well, Ambris. And he only picks up 2 runs. So Pear leaking some runs. He's going to come around the wicket to the right-handed Ambris because he's starting to leak some runs. And this is what I mean. You got to tighten up. You got to limit Ambris. If Ambris is just free scoring like this, he's comfortable with it. But if you stifle him a little bit, you need to see another side of Ambris. What is he going to do if you stifling him for runs? Is he going to try to play shots to deliveries that are not there? Is he going to bide his time? And again, got a lot of time left in this game. There's no need to hustle to get 100. Look at him, 63, 85 balls. That's better from Carey Pear. You got to bowl 6 deliveries like that. Don't try anything. Just say to yourself, I'm going to bowl an over or 2 overs just like this. Same delivery, and put it right in front of Ambris and say, hit me if you can. You could see him. You could see the little anxiousness in him, can't you? Reaching for that ball, looking to push it past Carey Pear.
Yes, the last 2 deliveries were much better lined right at the stumps, making him think just like that. Very good delivery. That's what you call tantalizing bowling, the job of a spinner. The over's been completed, 211 for the loss of 5. And another thing too, I was making the point about Guyana. With this state-of-the-art grounds that is required for you to host these 4-day matches. We have places like Enmore, Albion.
Yes, I know. I remember Albion. I played at Albion.
Those places used to host 4-day matches.
Yeah.
And people in the countryside used to go out there in their hundreds. So, with the change of venues and so on, some are finding it difficult, especially during working day. And another thing too, we used to start the 4-day matches on a Friday.
That's right.
So you had Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
Yeah,
now we're starting it on a Wednesday. So you have 3 consecutive working days.
Yeah.
All those things can affect. But to my humble opinion, I think the major reason we don't have the brand name cricketers drawing people to the ground.
You're probably right. The brand name cricketers, and I also think you need a little bit of more marketing. I think we need to market these games a little better. But of course, Cricket West Indies may very well say to you, well, we need help. We need sponsorship. We need. It's no longer in like the days when you had a major sponsor.
Yes, so true.
Yeah, sponsoring the 40 regional tournament, and it's something that they need to work on. But I think again, if West Indies cricket can come back to a level that they're winning test matches and you have cricketers doing well, for like a Shamar Joseph, for example, I think everybody wants to see some Shamar Joseph in action.
Exactly.
And if you get another 2 or 3 players like that bursting onto the scene,
they will certainly bring out fans to the game.
Yeah. What West Indies cricket needs again is another batsman of total quality. Here's Ambris starting to come down the track, and Charles saw him, pushed it through, did well in the end to play it. Yeah.
I remember when we had Buster Cup. I
remember Buster Cup.
Jalil.
Yes, SM Jalil was the sponsor.
I'll tell you something about Buster Cup in Guyana. They used to say, well, they're hurrying through here for a single.
That's poor. That's poor fielding on the part of Terence Hines, is it? He should have been. You can't be fielding there and give away a single.
Not at all. The anticipation level of the ball coming to him was absolutely missing, and thus giving away a single that should have never, ever been there. You have to be focused on the game. Every single that you save, it counts.
It puts the batsman under pressure as well.
Yes. I was telling you about the Buster Cup tournament. Huge promotion. Of course, there was sponsorship done by Buster. And there used to be this thing. If you are a mother with a child going to the ground, you don't have to pay to get in. Those days, you had to pay to see 4 days cricket.
Yes.
And lots of people rented their children to get into the ground. That was fun at Albion, that we saw. A lady goes in there, and she walks in with a child, gets free. Somebody brings out the child, and somebody else, goes in again. It was real fun. You get 5 Buster labels. You're allowed to go into the ground.
Well, I've heard the phrase coined. I've heard the phrase coined before about a tricky daddian, but I'm not sure how to phrase it. I'm not sure how to phrase it for Guyanese, because it's the end of the over from Charles. At the end of it, it's 2:13 for 5. Yeah, I've been abroad, and sometimes they pick up the accent. Oh, Trinidad, I say yes. So you're one of those tricky daddians, and. But I'm not sure how to coin that for Guyanese. Maybe you will help me in that later. You'll think about it.
I'll think about it. Give me some time.
Because it's
yes, people actually did that. It was like fun, The whole atmosphere. Then I was talking to you about the Caribbean series that you actually supervise for your company. It was amazing. Those were extraordinary days.
That's a lovely shot. Talked a little too full. So Ambris would be happy with that any day of the week.
And
just
Colin,
driving it.
You used to send along some real pretty Carib girls to the ground as well.
And are you
cheerleaders, man.
Oh my word! So they obviously touched you because
my eyes,
your eyes.
My eyes never had cataract, so
Yes. We did really produce. As a matter of fact, and I'll give you a quick story on that. He runs for Springer. He got a little bit of an inside edge. It's not going to get to the boundary, but they're going to come back for 2. When we started the promotion with the Carib girls in Trinidad, and they were all around promoting the Carib, and much so for cricket. That was one of the big things at cricket. And when we started the sponsorship of the regional series, of course, with the branding and attracting the patrons to the games, we took the girls with us. So we would have a game in Jamaica, go across, and then what happened was that the local girls in the various territories started to complain. Well, that's a good delivery from Carrie Pear.
Competition.
Quick along. Yeah, they said, why can't you use why can't we use the local girls? Come on, what's wrong with you people? And then we said, you know what? We have no problem. As a matter of fact, it was better for us to save us affairs. Loud appeal goes up, not out. Seemed to be going down the leg side. But Springer, certainly the last 2 deliveries, looking to get on with it. He's got to be careful. He's on 20, but has to remember that Ambris is at the non-striker's end. Is that delivery, certainly slanted down the leg side.
Has to be careful here, Shamar Springer.
It's a good delivery again from Carrie Pear. Ended the over, 2:16 for 5. Yeah, so it saved that, but then we started to use, we'd go to St. Lucia, we use St. Lucian girls, Guyanese, same thing. And it worked out well in the end because we saved some money. You didn't have to pay hotel, you didn't have to pay airfares and these things like that. But I remember real complaints, and people would see me. Of course, I get the brunt of it. People used to see me and say, what, you don't like our girls? And our girls not good enough for you? And those sort of comments you would get. And, of course, I couldn't say, that Trini girls are beautiful. I love Trini girls.
All of our girls are beautiful.
All of our girls across the region.
Yes, they are.
But it was interesting with that. But again, in those days too, you talk about good marketing. That's a big hit. And there's no one at deep mid-wicket. Not a good delivery again. If they continue to bowl these loose balls to Ambris, he's going to take toll of them. And the score is going to continue to rise. At the moment, it's 220. So the lead now is 117. And it continues to mount. And the fielding team, they've got to be careful. Yeah, but just going back, I think a lot of things, what happened was, it was also in the interest of Carib to ensure that there was spectator interest and that spectators would turn out to the games. Because, of course, you wanted your brand to be there, your brand to be sold.
Exactly.
So it was not just a matter of the cricket. You know, you wanted your brand to be exposed, you think things of that nature. And especially up the region.
Yes, and I think the girls did justice to Caribbean because they were very friendly, lots of giveaways, moving around the ground, making friends with spectators, the cricketers, the commentators. The atmosphere absolutely then was so splendid. I wish the day, that another huge Caribbean business would come in the show.
Yeah.
We have ExxonMobil now in Ghana, of course, making a lot of money. Maybe that's one of the company that can be quoted. This is a good-looking shot. Will not reach the boundary. Once again, Ambris going through the onside, this time down through forward square and picking up 2.
So Ambris starting to play his shots now. You can see him now looking to get after the bowling because he was sweeping that one from Brian Charles.
And maybe one of the things too, Colin, we can look at as far as sponsorship is concerned. Let's say that Volcanoes, they're playing Red Force here. Now, you might not have a sponsor for the entire tournament, but court the local market, maybe in Trinidad and Tobago for somebody.
Well, you could see him now. Ambris, he was starting to play his shots. And he picked the wrong one. He backed away, looking to punch it through the offside, got the outside edge, and Joshua De Silva comes up with a pretty comfortable catch. And the big wicket of Ambris, goes for 71. Ambris caught De Silva, bowled Charles. It's now 222 for 6.
Yes, he was cutting at one that was pretty close to the line of the off stump. You do not cut at such deliveries. We shall see it here on the replay. How close was that delivery? Pitch came back close, give himself some room there at the last moment. The edge found and the catch is taken. And Brian Charles, he's ecstatic. He has picked up a valuable scalp. And here is another West Indian batter getting to 71 and cannot convert it to 100.
And you know what? I think it's a little bit of a lack of concentration on Ambris's part. And the reason I'm saying that is I think he started to get too much into a comfort zone. He started to play his shots. He was getting the odd boundary. He was opening the face, trying to get it through the offside. And he went into a little bit of a comfort zone. And when you go into that comfort zone, that's all well and good. But you cannot lose your focus and your concentration. And I think that's what happened with Ambris. He got a little too comfortable. The runs started to come. He wasn't, his first 40, I thought he worked extremely hard for his first 40, 45 runs. But I thought his last 25 runs started to come a little easy. He hit a 6 over deep mid-wicket. He hit a 4 over mid-off. Then he backed away and slashed one through the extra cover region. So I think he started to, in my view, got a little bit comfortable, a little bit too comfortable, and unfortunately gave his wicket away. So it's the end of him. The man who has come in to replace him is Ryan John, but he's going to be at the non-strikers end as Carrie Pear is going to start a new over, and it's going to be bowling to the right-handed Shamar Springer. So the Red Force must be pretty happy now because they're back in it. The lead is 119 at the moment, but instead of 5 wickets down, it's now 6. And I would say the batsman they needed to get out was Ambris, because you now got the 2 all-rounders in Shamar Springer and Ryan John. Both are very capable with the bat. But after that, you've really got the bowlers in Lois, Denver, and Cyrus. So the Red Force right back in it. Kesrick Williams is back. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Hey, good afternoon.
You look very focused on the game.
I've always been focused for the entire game.
He looked very intense. I was saying Sunil Ambris should have been like that, but I thought and we're going to go to that after. I'll give you my opinion after. I thought he started to lose his focus a little bit. The runs started to come too easily for him. And he started to play shots. And like that delivery, he was looking to cut a delivery, obviously too close to him.
Yeah, another player going for 70 or so in this innings.
Got to be careful.
Jeremy Solano got out on 70, Sunil now on 71.
Yeah.
Both was settled and lost their wicket. Ryan John, very capable. But this man there who's bowling to Ryan John in carry pair got his wicket in the first innings. Caught that slip. So I'm pretty sure that will be in the mind of carry pair also in Ryan John. In Ryan John's mind. So really and truly, the first session this morning, I think Windwards did a brilliant job to sort of claw back things into their hands. But so far, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force looks like they want to take over another day's play. And that's the end of the over. And it's 223 for 6.
Yeah, they Volcanoes, they haven't batted badly. When you think of Solano getting to 70 and Athanaze 28, it's just they needed to carry on. You get to 70, and that we talked about this on numerous occasions. You get to 70, you should get to 100. But Brian Charles is going to continue. And Shamar Springer, who's batted well, is on 23.
So all these batters are getting started here, Murray. But it's just to make that, converting that 25, that 30, that 35 into a half century.
And then once you get to the half century, you must be looking at 3 figures. Oh. He had to come down on that. That's well played in the end, because he had to come down on that very quickly indeed. It was pushed through to Springer. Let's have a look. Don't think there was much turn in it. And I thought it kept a little bit low as well. Well, that went. Have to give Springer. He was able to get down on that quickly. If they're going to get on the back foot, they can find themselves in problems on this pitch. Another one, keep it low. Now, that's the interesting part going forward, Kesrick. If this pitch continues to, it may get lower and lower. So maybe 160, 175 may be a very difficult, and I don't want to use the word difficult, but a challenge in total for the Red Force. It may seem small.
We have been seeing some balls keeping low ever since the second day. And on the first day, we did look at the wicket. We had a good look at the pitch and we realized how dry it was. And we did say that it would get slower, may play lower, the bounce would be lower. But the only good thing about the pitch is that good bit of grass covering, so it would hold itself together.
Well, a loud appeal there for run out from De Silva, and thinking that just maybe Springer didn't get his bat behind the crease, took the bails off, and both himself and Gooley was certainly having a go at the umpire, and sort of saying that, hey, he didn't put the bat behind the crease. But umpire did not agree with them. 223 for 6 at the end of the over. And it means that Ryan John is going to be back in strike, yet to get off the mark. And Ryan John is going to be, and he's going to be facing up to Carey Pear. As we said, Carey Pear has got what? Just 1 wicket thus far, 1, and the wicket of Jeremiah yesterday hasn't been successful this morning thus far. And John just pushing forward to a delivery. So there's that slip and forward short leg.
one just a little bit too close to cut.
Yeah, it was a quicker
That one just
delivery.
jogged
Yeah,
back at him.
You could see him making some room there, but even with him even making the room, still it was not the kind of shot to be playing.
Well, the good thing about it, they did pick the length early, but
Yeah.
that one just jogging back, just cramped him for a bit of room.
He's going to get off the mark. They're coming back for 2. That's very good running in the end. I thought there was just a single in that. But they opted to come back for the second, so you have to think that was excellent running. So 2 more to the total as John comes off the mark. Just got a single in the first innings before Pear picked up his wicket, as you rightly said, caught at slip. That's well bowled from Carrie Pear. Well played from Ryan John, because it was the delivery that he had to come forward to. Not much turn at the moment, and if anything, that was a delivery that may have just come in slightly to him. Using his feet. This time coming down the track. So this is testing times for Ryan John. And Carrie Pear, good line, good length at the moment, making John work for his runs. Another delivery that badly angled, though. He was angling that into the right-hander, but it started somewhere middle and leg. And he was able to just tuck it round the corner. The end of the over from Pear, at the end of it, it's 226 for 6. No doubt Brian Charles is going to continue. He's picked up 2 wickets, picked up the important wicket of Alec Athanaze and Sunil Ambris. So
2 big wickets as well.
Yeah. And that's his first 2 wickets of the game, because in the first innings he didn't pick up a wicket.
Guess he only pick up the big fish, yeah?
Yeah. I think you'll be patted on your back after that. And you'll forget about what happened in the first innings. But he's bowled well. He's just gone for 61 runs from his 18 overs. And I thought at a time Ambris was getting the better of him. There is that mid-wicket in place. There's a short mid-wicket in a catching position. Very straight, short mid-wicket. And then there's the orthodox mid-wicket, or halfway back. Is that delivery quicker? They've got to be careful how they're playing back and across, because Charles is pushing it through. They always say, when in doubt, play on the front foot.
I usually say when you can't pick it, sweep it.
Yes, I know. I've heard that theory before.
When you're not picking.
So once that ball runs off the face of the bat and goes towards the point, it's quite easy for them to pick up that single. See Charles just asking Jaden Seals to go a little straighter at that mid-wicket position. It's been a good knock so far from Shamar Springer. He's had some difficulties. What I like about it is he's stuck it out, hasn't he?
I didn't really handle the short ball well in this game. Raja's short ball was bowled to him earlier.
But that's what I'm saying. I think he stuck it out, and which is admirable. It's the end of the over from Brian Charles. He's completed his 19th over, 2 for 62, and it's 227 now for 6. The lead 124.
In your own mind, what would be a good lead here for Windwards on this track?
I would think 200. I would think if they somehow can get to 200, they Not that they will feel confident, because I think the Red Force, they've got the batting capable of getting it. But I think they would give them a fighting chance if they bowl well on this pitch. Even 175 would be a challenge. But again, Red Force, with the batting they possess, they should get to it. But it means that these two have got to add, the next 4 wickets have got to add something like 76 runs. And somehow I'm not sure that could happen. They're capable, but whether they can do it, it's another question.
Both players have listened that winning on the 19 team in Bangladesh, Shamar Springer and Ryan John. So it's good to see them here now at the first class level. And not just being here, performing.
Boy, that's right.
As well.
Interesting delivery from Carrie Pear there. Arm ball, quicker delivery, and John handled it well. And that's not a good delivery from Carrie Pear. It's going to run down to the straight fine leg position for 4. Was just sweeping it and got it very fine indeed. And he's picked up 4 more runs. So, well, he's picked up 4 runs here, Ryan John. So it means he doubles his score now to 8. And Gary Pear, you could see him just trying. I think he needs to just give. I think when you're coming up against a number 8 batsman, you got to tempt him a little bit, give it a little air. Right now he's just pushing that ball through. It's got a long on in place. Tempt him. Give it some air. Let him go for the big one. Again. And Ryan John at the moment just content and reaching out to the deliveries, playing it in front of him. Again. This is good. Well played by John. Certainly no alarms from Carrie Pear in that over. He did bowl the arm ball, but he came down on it quickly. Outside of that, I would like to see Pear just tossing it a little bit in the air. And if you get hit for 6, then so be it. But you've got a long on in place. Let John play. It's the 231 for 6.
Both batters really have to. They really have to sit down and consider what's the plan from here on in, because they would definitely have to bat out the day.
Oh, for sure.
If they don't, they stand a chance of losing this game.
We've got about 10 minutes left before they start turned, before the tea interval, and then we've got 2 hours after that. But more importantly, there's 33 overs remaining in the day's play. So that's a lot of overs. And you would think if they can bat through at least half of those, then the lead could very well be close to 200.
I would say about 180, 185.
Oh, that kept really low. Well, that rolled.
Pretty sure that the Volcanoes really wouldn't mind what they're seeing now in terms of how the pitch is playing.
Watch out that delivery. Boy. Never got up. I suppose the saving grace with that, it was outside the off stump. But that kept really low. I don't think the Trinidad batsman would be too happy seeing that. Yeah, the Trinidad Tobago Red Force batsmen would be a little bit playing on their minds, as if they say, oh boy, how many of these are going to keep low by day 4? So they've got to try and get these 4 remaining wickets as quickly as they can. They must be thinking of Seals and Anderson Phillip. At what, 81.4 overs have been bowled with this ball. Gooley was getting up too quickly there. That's not good at slip. It's running towards the boundary. They're going to come back for 3. They turn, and yes, they get it comfortably in the end. But Gooley was certainly standing up at that slip position, never got down. And by the time the ball was past him, he was standing tall. And they pick up 3 runs. The end of the over from Charles. He's now completed 20 overs, 2 for 65. And it's 234 for 6. So they lead 131 and continuing to climb. So I would think Joshua De Silva, with just about 7 or so minutes to go to the tea interval, he may very well just bowl out Carrie Pear and Brian Charles, and then maybe after the tea interval think of his
one of your spearhead.
Yeah, because they're well rested at this point in time,
and that's the reason why I would say Imran Khan in this team would have made a
huge difference.
Huge difference.
Yes, I think the leg spinner and Imran Khan is a very useful batsman as well. It's not to say that you're going to miss anything with the batting. I think he's pretty responsible.
That's very important for these 2 batters to take them to tea.
It's well played.
And then come back after tea and
try and accumulate runs after that.
Try occupy the crease and score runs as well.
Again, we see Carrie Pear just put. I would love to see him give it a little bit more air, because once he's doing that, once these guys decide they're going to close up shop, it's not difficult for them. I just would like to see what they will do if he, tosses it in the air. See how they respond. But the Springer seems determined, which is what I like about him. He's not giving his wicket away. He's in defense, bat and pad close together.
Definitely a really good replacement for Justin Graves, who is now with the Leeward Island team. That's the end of another over. Score is 234 for 6. Windward Island Volcanoes lead by 131.
Yep, 131. And I would think, as I said, they must be looking at least 175. But they would have their eyes set on at least 200. And I think they would think that they're in with a chance if they were to set a target of just 200 and slightly more than that. But Brian Charles is going to continue. It's going to be interesting how he bowls to Ryan John. Field hasn't changed. There's that forward short leg, a short fine leg, the deep backward square, and there's that short straightish mid wicket, then the orthodox mid wicket, probably halfway back and a long on. So Ryan John, he's on 8. Gets the outside edge, but this time goes past Gooley, and no fault of his own, because that was hit to his right, came off the edge, but went to his right this time and not through him, and they pick up 2 runs. Just wondering if Gooley is a little bit straight there at the slip. Probably take just a step to his right. This could be the final over, or they may get in another one before the tea interval. And how the Red Force would love to dismiss either of these two. Springer is well set, so you would want to get him out, 26 from 69 deliveries, but at this point in time, from a Red Force perspective, it shouldn't matter. As Brian Charles decides to go around the wicket, very interesting, brings a different approach and a different angle. Peel goes up, not out, says the umpire. John there, stretching long forward. What do you make of that, Kesrick? Just have a look at it.
These two batters are basically the difference between them getting to 200. See, want to look at it again. I can have one more look at it.
Yeah, I thought
to me look like it pitch outside the line of off stump.
Yeah, I think it was just beating the off stump. Let's have a look.
Yeah, outside the line of the off stump. So
yeah, you were seeing these two.
Yeah, the difference between them scoring over 200 and them scoring under 200. Kenneth Demba, Sherman Lewis, Harris Cyrus, still to come, but not a big threat with the bat. Not say that they can't hold their own, but wouldn't it really cause a problem for you with the bat?
Yeah. Well, it's a situation as well where it's not just a matter of holding your own. They need to get some runs, and I'm not seeing all that much from Lewis, Denver, and Cyrus in terms of accumulating runs. Springer looks comfortable, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he do looks comfortable always, but it's just that the three batters that's left to come is very restricted in terms of shot making.
Runs. It's probably going to run away. Yes, it does. 4 good runs for Springer. Thought he played that late.
Not the safest shot because it was played through the slip region. That could have easily piped the edge and
could have
gone to
straight into
slip.
the hands, yeah.
But it was played with a bit of soft hands. Got 4 for it. It was intended. But it's really a 50-50 shot, especially on a surface like this.
Oh, another
exactly
one.
What I mean on a surface like this. Some keep low, some bunks, but it's not that bunks that you will normally get from a good track. When I say good track in terms of consistency, in terms of bunks, you're not getting it from this pitch. Partnership of 18.
Well, John was certainly thinking of the single because Springer made a couple steps down the track, but it was definitely not on. The umpire takes the bails off to indicate that we are at tea here on day 3 of this very intriguing contest between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. And at tea time, it's 240 for 6. The Volcanoes, they lead at this point by 137 runs. But don't forget, 6 wickets are down at this time. And you would think the session after tea, the Volcanoes would like to carry on, especially with these two at the crease, Springer and John. They are the real last of the recognized, and I'm not calling them batsmen, but both Springer and John, they are all-rounders, genuine all-rounders who can bat. So you would think that a lot rests on their shoulders if the Volcanoes were to get a lead of, say, 175 and beyond. You have to expect Springer and John will play a very, very big part, a major part of that. On the other hand, if the Red Force, can get an early breakthrough right after tea and get among the last three batsmen in Lewis, Demba, and Cyrus, they may very well limit the lead to say 160 or thereabouts, between 150 160. And if they can do that, they would really fancy their chances on a pitch that's starting to keep a little bit low, and one or two deliveries as well turning. And remember, the Volcanoes, they've got the off spinner in Demba, they've got the leg spinner in Cyrus, and they got the left arm orthodox spinner in Kavim Hodge. So it's still a really interestingly poised game, and it can certainly go either way. Red Force probably just have their noses in front at the moment, but that could change easily after tea. Or they can go on to not only have their noses in front, but they can have the entire face in front of this Volcanoes team. So we at tea, 240 for 6. The Volcanoes, the lead is 137. We're going to take a break here and come back right after or just before the players come out for the third session after tea. Until then, it's goodbye from all of us at the moment from the Queen's Park Oval.
Well, hello there at T, the Volcanoes, 240 for the loss of 6. Springer on 30, battling for his life, and John on 10. So far, the Volcanoes lead by 138 with 4 wickets standing, and all of tomorrow and what is left in the last session this afternoon. We can expect how this game has turned out so far. We might very well have a thrilling finish to this match. Hello to you once again, Colin Murray. I think this match is set up beautifully. The Volcanoes will look to add to that lead of 138. The Red Force will be looking for more wickets. Force ball after the resumption. Getting a single here, Ryan John, to increase that lead by 1 to 139.
I'm looking to see. I didn't see a signal, and I'm trying to look at that ball. Have they taken a new ball? I didn't see the signal or anything like that.
No, there wasn't any signal whatsoever.
Yeah, to indicate that the new ball has been taken. But I would expect, we're into the 86th over now, I would expect that anytime soon, if it has not been taken, that the new ball would be taken. I've not, I've not seen any signal, and I'm trying to I have my glasses on, but I'm not seeing that shiny new pill in the hand of Jaden Seals.
Maybe Seals need a few loosen up delivery after the interval, and then you might very well have the new ball. Maybe that's the reason why he's been brought back into the attack from the southern end of the ground.
Yeah, I was making the point just before the tea interval that the spinners were on, Charles and Carrie Pear in tandem, and it was, to me, it was quite obvious they were holding back Seals and maybe Anderson Phillip with the view of taking the new ball and giving them a little bit of an extra rest, and with that tea interval as well for them to come into the attack.
But that can be the new ball. We aren't seeing that sheen like you rightly pointed out. Good delivery, full just outside the line of the off stump. And I think so far the spinners, they have done their job. They were asked to do that job, get the breakthrough, pick up wickets. 6 wickets have gone so far. Seals in particular. 3 for 33 in his 17 over. Splendid bowling from him. He might be eyeing a fine wicket all, you never know. So I think the new ball is due. Shamar Springer, while he is there on 30, he has faced problem with the short ball. And that must be the thinking, take the new ball.
He's not got his line and his length right as yet, Jaden Seals. I think he just needs to pull it back slightly. At the moment, he's a little too full, and I wouldn't consider them Yorker length deliveries. I would just think that those deliveries are up on a good length. I would like to see him just pull it back slightly, and also get a little closer to the off stump. Make him play that delivery just short of a length, or as they say now, back of a length. I would like to see him bowl that to Springer.
And once again, wide outside the line of the off stump, and with all the energy, going back to the top of your mark, steaming in, running in very, very hard, and then you're going to spray it wide outside the line of the off stump consistently, might not be the right approach. And these are things that you will learn in your practice session, your own homework. You practice to bowl the line and the length. So when match day comes, you're coming off a good practice session. You know exactly what you're going to do. Consistency is the name of this game, and you add that with patience and whatever skills you have, you can become very successful.
That ball coming off a thick outer part of the bat, going down there to Gooley, who is at a deep square point. 2 slips and a gully, so they're looking to get the breakthrough here.
So the over's been completed. 242 for the loss of 6 wickets. And that lead, like I said, have gone on to 139. So far today, we had Athanaze going for 28, Solano going for 70. It was a good knock by him. Walcott didn't score today. That was disappointing. And Ambris as well going for 71, not going on to 3 figures. So with every single run that is scored here today, the Volcanoes will feel a little bit more comfortable. They aren't in that comfort zone as yet, neither the Red Force, despite I feel at this stage the Red Force is having a good advantage here.
I think they've taken the new ball.
They have.
Yeah, that ball looks new.
Well, our producer Ronnie is saying yes, it's the new ball.
Ronnie Bikram Das or Bikram Singh?
Well, how do you call him all kinds of names?
Yeah, he's accustomed to that, though. He's accustomed to that.
And you are very good at giving people deed poll and changing their names.
That's right.
Athanaze and Atatan.
That's right. You're very right on that. I went with Ambris and Ambrose.
And Ambrose.
Yeah, so I'm excellent at that.
Well, they say the slip of the tongue is not the fault of the man.
It just shows I'm human, isn't it? I hope I don't call Kesrick Williams Eric Williams. That would be really
That's instant
bad.
promotion.
Oh.
So, Philip, outside the line of the off stump, kept pretty low there.
I wonder if Kesrick knows who's Eric Williams. He likes a little bit of history, you know.
Well, he was born in a different era. I do
Yeah.
not know how good is his history in that era.
Yeah.
Maybe when he comes, he's going to tell us a little bit more about that.
Eric Williams, of course, the first Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, deceased now, and real sort of a statesman he was, Eric Williams. And
And there was a great relationship.
yeah, the thing is when the oil money was flowing, he made a statement that Trinidadians never forget: money is no problem. And I can't recall which. I believe it's in the days he was Lord Shorty. He then went on to be Ras Shorty I. But I think he made a calypso called "Money Is No Problem." You must Google it.
I will certainly
check
do.
it. I think "Money Is No Problem," and he based the calypso on the
Oil.
yeah. When Dr. Williams said "Money is no problem," and everybody in Trinidad and Tobago were searching their pockets and saying, "Well, where's the money? Where's the money?" He has a slash at that. Shamar Springer not being patient. That ball went straight through, missed the outside edge, got away with that.
I remember the address he gave to the nation and an advice to the school children of Trinidad and Tobago, the late Eric Williams, Prime Minister here. He said to them, in your book bags, you carry the future of Trinidad and Tobago. Those are immortal words.
That's very right. You're very correct with that. Yes, he was a real statesman and a man that was never to be forgotten.
Wow, that's a good delivery. He moved a little bit outside the line of the off stump, took it high up on the bat. He managed to keep it down, Shamar Springer. And he shared an excellent relationship with the then president of Guyana, Forbes Burnham.
Forbes Burnham, yeah. There have been some politicians in the past that have been really, they were larger than life, so to speak. Eric Williams was one. Chedi Jagan from Guyana. Of course, of the current.
Two slips and a gully standing by. Not tempted this time, allowing a slow delivery to go by outside the line of the off stump. Score is kept in 242 for the loss of 6.
Yes, I've just got a little bit of a note here on January 14th, 1962.
That's when you got independence in Trinidad.
People's National Movement, led by Eric Williams, he passed a resolution rejecting any further involvement with the Federation. He himself stated that 1 from 10 leaves naught. In other words, without Jamaica, no federation was possible. There was also a calypso about that. Jamaica had pulled out of the federation when they wanted a federation, and Jamaica pulled out, and he said 1 from 10 leaves naught. It's the end of the over from Anderson Phillip. It's 242 for 6 as the Volcanoes battle on. Lead is 139.
And that was very innovative mathematics.
Yeah, it was, isn't it? 1 from 10 leaves naught, and he said there will be no federation. Amazing.
Yeah, there have been a number of attempts at regional grouping, like that federation, Jamaica departing, broke it up. Then we moved into what was it, Rifta Caribbean Free Trade area, and then into CARICOM. CARICOM has survived the longest. Is CARICOM still relevant today?
Oh, yeah, it must be. I think it is. It's you have to look at the various. Okay, we all have our different cultures and we all have our different identities. But I think at the end of the day, the Caribbean needs to be one, if you understand my point.
Surely. Yeah.
And the only thing, as people keep saying over and over, the only thing that keeps us together is the West Indies cricket team.
Exactly.
I'd say the only time that we're no longer Trinidadians or Jamaicans or Guyanese, we're West Indians. You know, especially when the West Indies wins.
Yes. And the fate of CARICOM was severely tested when democracy was threatened in Guyana.
Yeah.
I mean, the role of the Caribbean territories can never ever be forgotten in that. It's like, it's good for all of us, so we must link together.
I think that's a delivery. You could see Seals trying to get a little bit quicker, put a little extra into it, but it went, the line was bad. It went down the leg side, and Springer didn't play a hook shot at it. He was more or less just trying to evade it. But you could see Jaden Seals looking for a little bit more pace. And unfortunately, he lost the direction at that point in time. But some of the leaders now, I really have a lot of time for Mia Motley. I think she's absolutely brilliant. She came to Queen's Park Cricket Club a few years ago to address us at the annual dinner, the Queen's Park dinner. And she must have spoken for 25 minutes. Well, that's again Springer. He ducks, but keeps his. He doesn't keep his eye on. I worry for him with these short balls because he just ducks. He does not keep his eye on the ball, and let's have a look at it because he can so easily duck into these balls. And let's be honest, that pitch is not. The bounce is not as much as it was, and that just shaved him. And I worry about him. He needs to go into the nets and just have somebody throwing short balls at him. I think he just needs to shift his body rather than he just ducks right away. And he could be in a lot of problems. He's going to find that more and more bowlers are going to test him with the short pitch bowling. That's a wayward one from Seals. He's obviously looking for a little bit more pace.
Well, if you're going to play the bumpers like that, you're asking for trouble. Supposing one doesn't get up the way, it's going to crash you into the helmet.
Which happened in the first innings.
Exactly. So keeping as close as possible eyes on the ball and just those little jerks of the head outside the line of the delivery are always, yes, you can get under it, but it must be relatively maybe around halfway the pitch where the ball is going to land so you can judge the bounce properly. Sometimes I'm scared with the way he's getting under it.
Again, the ball coming off a thick outside edge. Goes down to third man. So just a single.
No, he's got
a boundary. He can't get around in time. Well, I thought there is a man down at third man in Jadguli, but he was a little too wide. And I think he needs to come a little straighter because I thought for one moment he was going to get around. Like my vision is a little blocked here, but I'm surprised he didn't get around in time. But 4 runs nevertheless for Springer.
Yeah, so he's in a position where he's looking to save the boundary through backward point, and once it goes to find third man, it's going to be difficult for him to get across in time. And
I'm not sure I agree with that field placing because you're catering for a short delivery outside the line of the off stump. Jaden Seals is not. Jaden Seals is going to keep that ball up to the bat. He's going to look to move it, and that ball, if anything, is going to come off the edge. But it's the end of the over from Jaden Seals. He's completed his 18th over, 3 for 39. And the Volcanoes, it's 247 for 6 at the moment. The lead is 143 and building all the time. Now, just going back to the Mia Motley thing, it was at the ballroom here at the Oval, and the ballroom was packed, and I think every single word she said, everybody was just in awe, just sitting down listening to her. And she's really a wonderful speaker. We also had a few years ago Owen Arthur, again former Prime Minister of Barbados, who was very, very good as well. Maybe we can have your president one day come up. It would be interesting. I see him on television.
I want to believe he's going to be here in Trinidad and Tobago this very month.
Yeah, there's a symposium. Right. There's a symposium as well, a cricket symposium in April. Yeah. Apparently, I don't know when the date for that is, but I understand that there's to be some symposium on cricket.
And I think he's the one who actually motivated that event to happen.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to be here. He's very passionate about the development of cricket in the region.
Interesting. Terence Hines has replaced Anderson Phillip. I'm wondering if this is just maybe to switch ends, where maybe Anderson Phillip might come from the Brian Lara Pavilion end and Jaden Seals come from the Willie Rodriguez end.
You might very well be right about that, because I can't imagine them taking the new ball and pulling off Phillip from this end. It might very well be to switch ends.
Yeah, well, Hines is into the attack. Hasn't had a great game with the ball. Just had 7 overs in the first innings, none for 38. And he's in his 5th over now, none for 13. That's too wide. He's got it, as it pitched, it swung away. When on pitching, it went further wide of the off stump, but the direction was poor. Can't be wasting a new ball. They always tell you, when you have that new pill in your hand, you need to make the batsman play.
Absolutely so, and especially if you can swing the ball, because the further you pitch it outside the line of the off stump, the further it's going to swing away. No pressure on the batter to play a shot whatsoever. So if you're going to swing the ball away, keep it tight on the line of that off stump.
He's got a very slingy action, this Terence Hines, and he runs up very gingerly, but he's mostly shoulder, and with that slingy action, gets some pace, but just about fast medium. But he has picked up vital wickets in the past.
Yeah, he has done so, and done so well too. The thing is this, it's about the consistency level. You don't need someone to take 5-6 wickets every time they bowl, but be among the wickets. You know, bowl towards your game plan. You're having 2 slips and a gully. Much closer this time, and looking for the drive there, beaten outside the line of the off stump, Ryan John. That's where he needs to pitch it. Let the batsman feel he can drive through the offside. There is where you bring in your wicket keeper, your 2 slips and your gully that you have. But if you're going to pelt it wide there, you know, you release the pressure on him. That was a very good delivery. A little bit, not too much movement, and went through at a good height as well. And this one a little bit further, but the movement was there again, but not tight on the line of the off stump. Just straying badly outside the line of the off stump there. And he knows it, just holding the top of his shoulder. Maybe just wondering to know, what am I doing wrong?
He hasn't picked up a wicket yet in this year's series. And in fairness to him, he hasn't bowled all that much.
I understand he played a lot of tape ball cricket in Trinidad and Tobago, something that actually propelled him, you know, into his club, into the national team.
Well, look at that. That never got up, did it?
No.
So this could be real problems for the Red Force if they're going to be batting last here. And the lead already is 143. They need to really get the Volcanoes out for, say, If the next 13 runs or so, they can't be chasing anything over 175, or they can find themselves in real trouble.
Well, the expectation, Colin, this is regional 4-day cricket. And, you know, even if teams set your target of 220, 230, it is expected at this level that you get those runs. But then the pitch is taken into consideration, like you pointed out, with it keeping low. But I guess anything 200 Trinidad and Tobago red force, even beyond that 220, 230, they should be getting those runs.
Well, it's going to be tight, but
Yes.
Jaden Seals is continuing. No, it's Anderson Phillip, is it? No, it's Jaden Seals. We had made the point that maybe Terrence Hines was just bowling the over for them to change ends, Seals and Phillip, but it's obviously not. And I'm just wondering if after the one over, Phillip may have felt some sort of maybe an injury, or maybe Joshua Da Silva is deciding to bowl his bowlers in short bursts, so maybe giving Jaden Seals about 3 or 4 overs, then bringing Anderson Phillip from that end after 3 or 4 overs, and giving Terrence Hines a go from the media centre, Jerry Gomez media centre, or Willie Rodriguez end.
But our producer is going to help me here. I think Phillip just bowled a lone over.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he just bowled one over since he came back, because this is Jaden Seals' 3rd over since they've come back out from the tea interval.
And with the new ball there, you know, some added pressure, you're expecting that pressure to be put out in the middle. Barring an injury, I can't see the wisdom of not having Phillip continue.
Yeah. Especially after he got 5. Okay, he hasn't picked up a wicket yet in the second innings, but he got 5 in the first, so his confidence must be pretty high. Jaden Seals just going too wide of the off stump at the moment. Needs to get that ball on the off stump. Needs to get Shamar Springer playing at it. And if he can get that slight away movement, who knows what can happen at that time.
Exactly. And I think the time has come, you know, for some of our, not some, all of our bowlers to look at videos, you know, when they have their practice session and the off days. And one of the videos they can look at now was to see how that young Shamar Joseph bowled in Australia. You know, almost every delivery was on top of that off stump.
Going to get a run here because, again, lined more on the middle and leg, and Springer just turns it nicely to leg. So he's looking pretty comfortable at the moment, Shamar Springer.
He has been there for a while, had his anxious moments, faced a few vicious deliveries, and he has battled his way now to 36 from 95 balls. He's playing for his team here, and that is what matters most. Ryan John, 34 balls, he has scored 12 runs. They came together when the score was on 222. They have taken it to 248. And even though that delivery was close to the line of the off stump, was too short, it gave the batsman Ryan John the opportunity to open the face with soft hands and get a single down towards short cover. Now here is the stage you're expecting with the new ball, that your fast bowlers are going to run in hard, hit the deck at the right places, because you want to maintain a pressure. If you release that pressure, what you're asking, what the batters are doing then is to ensure that they consolidate the position. And they're scoring singles here once the ball is in that corridor. If it's wide, they're leaving it.
That's a good shot. Runs in it. That's going to be 4. Over-pitched by Jaden Seals right in the arc, and Springer driving sweetly through the offside. He's not looking bad at all. He's on to 40, and the 250 is up. It's now 253 for 6. The lead, 150.
Colin, that was a fine shot. It came off the meat of the bat to the left of the cover, and with backward point wide on the boundary, had no chance. And he ended the over well, Shamar Springer. Good looking shot.
Excellent shot from him. It's interesting you use that terminology, the meat of the bat. Remember many years ago, one of the how should I put it? One of the stalwarts in cricket says, "What is the meat of the bat? Is you seeing any chicken there or any beef?" So I said, okay, I'm going to use the middle of the bat. And since then, I've used the term middle of the bat. But I started with meat of the bat because it is. It's the meat of the bat, and it's a cricketing terminology,
Yes.
don't you?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And there's so many funny names, terminology,
Yes.
field placing.
Well, I think that came off the ground. I think that hit into the ground. They're peeling for it for the court ban, but we'll have to look at that again. I think the ball took the edge of the bat. There's no doubt in it, but I thought it came off the ground after taking the edge of the bat.
Well, there were two songs there, and I think Joshua Silva knows what actually happens there. Actually,
Well,
the bat did hit the ground.
the bat hit the ground.
The ball deviated down towards the right of the keeper.
Yeah, well, he's out.
but they were on the edge.
But he,
Didn't get the edge.
He didn't get the edge. It's the bat hit the ground. Let's have a
yes.
look. Let me look again.
The bat hit the ground.
Yeah, no snicko
No.
there. So the bat hit the ground rather than anything else.
Yes, and the swing actually took the ball away.
Yeah, away. Yeah.
Yes. So good decision.
Yeah, excellent decision. You know, you have to praise your umpires when they do make a good decision, because when they don't, we surely let them know it's not a good decision. But that was a very good decision. I myself, for 1 minute, I thought that it came off the edge, but I thought the bat hit the ball onto the ground before it went to the silver, but it wasn't that case at all. The bat just hit the ground and the ball beat the outside edge.
Yes. Bowl some of those more often, Terence Hines.
Yes. He's settling down now a little better. And this is much better now. He's making the batsman play. Yeah, just going back to some of the terminology. I mean, if I can't remember three-quarter of it, when you say something, people listening, and they surely let you know about it after.
You hear someone says, the square leg umpire.
Yes, I remember a friend of when I started commentary, a friend of mine didn't know anything about cricket. And I said, well, there's a third man. He said to me, how many? I thought there's 11 men on the field. They flicking at that. Loud appeal goes up. He's gone. Springer is not happy. He doesn't feel he got a little bit tickle on it. Terence Hines finally has come good. Springer is walking back. He's looking around. He's very upset. But you got to go, son. You get some for you. You get some against you. And that's one thing. It always tends to even. I'm sure Springer has hit a ball before, and the umpire said not out. So he wouldn't walk away, would he? But he's walking back very slowly. But it's unfortunate whether you hit it or not, as far as the players. And you sometimes you look at the body language of the team. They all went up together. You know, it's not to say one or two. They all went up, so they all felt, hey, he got a tickle onto that. Let's have a look at it. So Hines, he's coming to his own nicely now. Let's have a look. Difficult to see. Did that flick the pad? Did that look at it? But everybody goes up together. But sometimes you all feel he hit it, but umpire felt that, and Springer has to go. So caught Da Silva off the bowling of Terence Hines. Terence Hines finally picking up a wicket, and it's now 254 for 7.
Yes, and the Red Force will feel very happy at the dismissal there of Shamar Springer. They wanted the breakthrough. The breakthrough has come, caught at the wicket, and certainly another twist to this game here at now. With every single wicket that tumble, in close proximity to the one that has been dismissed, you can see the smiles on the faces of the Red Force team.
Yes, and Terence Hines, who's not had that great of a match, he would feel much more confident now going into the latter part of today, and that would give him some confidence. And Let's see where the bowler runs up and lands his foot, comes loose a little bit, and so the ground staff has done his duty.
And Sherman Lewis has come out into the middle to do battle here with Ryan John. We shall see what strategy they're going to employ. If they can score another 20 runs, 30 runs, can really make a match of this one.
Well, they've gone more on the attack now. They're putting a third slip in place. So 3 slips and a gully. There's a deep square point, cover mid-off, then a wideish mid-on, and a man at fine leg. So a 7-2 field. So it tells me that Terence Hines has got to be bowling just about off stump line. And what does he do? He bowls down the leg side. Well, maybe I should have said, it tells me that he should not bowl on the leg stump, rather than saying he should bowl offside. But so Lewis is off the mark with that single.
And the previous delivery too was going down the leg side.
Yep, that's right. But he got the wicket and thinks, he can do it again. But when you got 3 slips, I mean, come on, you've got to pitch the ball outside the line or just on that off-stump line and move it slightly away from the right-hander.
And control is so essential to your bowling. You might have all the talent. If you don't have control over what you're doing.
And John going after that. That was short. It was wide. It was a nothing delivery, really. And John helps himself and says, thank you very much. And just hits it high and over point for 4.
And look at Ryan John there. He has done some damage to his right shoulder. He's favoring that one. That's right, Hines.
Yeah, he was seeming to have a problem a little while ago with that right shoulder of his.
And he's favoring that.
259 for 7. And Ryan John moves on to 18. And the lead, 156.
So we've seen some things that change so fast in the game of cricket. And runs on the board, they say, are runs on the board.
That's right.
You will fancy your chances, though, as the batting team, chasing down anything around that 200 or just below. You're hoping that you can get there.
Anderson Phillip is into the attack. It's going to be bowling to Shimon Lewis, who was not out north on the first innings. He's already crossed that. Facing the one delivery, he got a single.
And that's a good delivery, right on target here.
It's well played by Lewis. He was right behind it, wasn't he?
Yes. And maybe the reason why Phillip has come in now with Terence Hines favouring that right shoulder, you might very well now have seals from this end. It's a pity because he picked up a wicket.
Yeah, he picked up that wicket.
And that's the first of the season?
Yeah, it is. So he would feel very good about that, much more confident. But as you rightly said, if he's favoured, and I think the physio is coming around to treat him because he's at a fine leg position.
Yes, he did call for the physio.
Yeah, I think he's having a word there with the physio. If we can just maybe get the camera onto him at fine leg. Yeah, he is just at. Yes, and maybe we can. So they're trying to see if he's going to get some. There, he's the physio giving some treatment to Terence Hines, and just yes, it's that right shoulder, no doubt. Here's Phillip, however.
And those muscle spasm there in that area can be very, very painful indeed.
Yes, and there is the physio. He's twisting his body to the right and the hand on the top of that shoulder. So he's obviously trying to detect, well, probably asking where you get in the pain. And if I'm Terence, I would say all over. But I don't think he may be. It's going to be interesting if he's going to be able to continue. But there he is, just stretching that right hand of his on the shoulder. But here's Anderson Phillip. He's got no such problem. And
Well, if there is a stretch nerve in that area, the advice will be don't bowl again.
yeah,
Just wait until we look at it properly, because if you stretch them further, it can aggravate it more.
he's still, the physio is still with him. And it's going to be interesting if Terence Hines decides to bowl another over, or he may very well say to Joshua De Silva, listen, I can't go anymore. It's a good shot from Lewis, just opening the face, but you're giving him width outside the line of that off stump, and he's able to just open the face and guide it down towards the deep point position, and they pick up an easy single.
Yes, a very, very easy single. Once you're so short and outside the line of the off stump, all you need to do is to get bat on it, opens the face, you keep it down, and there's always a single there for the taking. So Ryan John, he has gone relatively quickly.
18 from 38 balls?
18 from 38.
Well, he seems to now want to go on the attack a little bit more since the departure of Springer. They're thinking of 3. It's not on. But he's seeming to want to go on the attack a little. They were thinking of 3 because it was the last ball of the over. And at the end of it, it's now 262 for 7. A couple of runs to John, which takes him to 20, not out. And so it's going to bring Shimon Lewis back into strike. And is Terence Hines going to continue? We'll just have to wait and see. He's walking up towards his mark, where he's going to maybe just continue.
Yes, and it looks as though he will definitely continue. Took some precaution, calling in the physio, which is the right thing to do. I need your advice. He's a professional person, and within his own self, he feels that I can bowl. But in 2 consecutive overs, he favored that shoulder. Will he be able to get the necessary power, the necessary strength? But he has picked up a wicket, and he just does not want to give away the ball.
Run for Lewis. That's well played. So the Red Force not looking to concede boundaries, but that ball was wide of the off stump, and there was Lewis just opening the face of the bat and guiding it down towards the square point position out on the boundary.
And some lovely music coming in from Steel Pan. That's just at the back of us here at the Willie Rodriguez end, or the Jerry Gomez Media Center. That's right. And that's coming from the Nelson Mandela Fun Park.
That's correct.
Trinidad and Tobago famous for its steel pan music.
Oh yes, it's the lone invention of the musical instrument of the century. Look again, trying to flick it, Ryan John. Here I
yes,
go
I
again.
understand you.
There I go again. There I go again. I'm thinking of Robin Hood. But Ryan John trying to flick it, didn't make contact.
Yes,
But,
and he's still favoring the shoulder. You're looking at him, he's
Yeah.
not looking comfortable whatsoever. Just wondering to know, is he doing the right thing? There's still 3 other matches to go in this season. And they might very well need him with the bat in the middle. But he's a brave guy. Running in a little bit slower too. Straying down the leg side, and this is forced away, flicked away nicely, out through backward square. And they will pick up the double.
Yeah, 2 good runs. Again, he's cannot be bowling on that. You've got a 6-3 field. You cannot be bowling on the pads of John, because he's going to look to work it. And he did that very well. Picked up 2 more runs. So he is on 22. The total goes to 265 for 7.
And I think he has gotten away with a few deliveries that he bowled down the leg side. Good batsmen will just come out a step, reach them, and those would have been disappearing out of the park. Has to be careful how he goes down that leg side. Just bowl to the game plan here. Much
That's
better
better.
delivery.
Yeah. had John in two minds. Should I, shouldn't I play at it? And in the end, just about leaving it. You could see how the pitch is keeping low now. That ball never carried through to Da Silva. He had to actually try to come forward. He seemed to be hit on the hand. And you could see him ringing. So injuries are mounting up here for the Red Fours.
Yes,
Hines with his shoulder. Da Silva now with the hand. The left hand. He's taken off the... I thought he took off the glove for a moment, but took the cap off to just take a breather. Oh, that's a cracking shot from John. And that is Ryan John with that cracking shot. It was pitched up to him and he absolutely hammered it. The man at mid-off had no chance. He was diving for all he was worth and just couldn't even get close to it. And that crashes into the boundary rope. So John has changed gears, no doubt.
Yes, and apparently you heard you whether I am Robin John
or
Ryan
John.
I am the John.
That's right. I am John.
Yes.
And take that, he said to Hines. Webster was diving at mid-off. He didn't have a chance.
Yes, he threw everything at that one, Ryan Hines. A good shot in the end. Placement good. Power was there.
You know you said Ryan Hines, huh? But we
Terence Hines.
That's a shot. And he pulls this one high over mid-wicket. But it goes one bounce or two bounces into the mid-wicket ropes. And that's 4 runs. And so this suddenly, John has changed gears and is starting to moto now. He's on to 30. And the total 273 for 7, which means that the lead is now 170.
Yes, and it's climbing all the time. That was a very good over for the Windwards Volcanoes. He's not going to be bogged down there at all, Ryan John. He's going to ensure that he plays his shot, and once it's up in the slot. And why I made that mistake was Ryan John and
Terence Hines. Yes.
Just remember Ryan Hines.
So you did the Ryan and the Hines. Never mind. I understand totally and fully, and it's not a problem. It just shows. I thought for one moment you might have been a robot, but it shows me that you're not. You're actually human. Well, talk about human. Anderson Phillip is going to continue. I think I'm looking to see if Terence Hines. I think Terence Hines has gone off the field. I'm looking around. I'm not seeing him at fine leg.
I think a substitute is coming on there now.
I think he's gone off. So, for some sort of treatment. Or is he at mid-on? Is that Hines at mid-on?
I see somebody else holding.
He's holding his right shoulder. It can't be more than that. That has to be Hines. There can't be more than one player on the field holding their right shoulder. But there's a substitute has come on, and I'm not sure who's gone off. But what we are sure about is Anderson Phillip is going to start a new over. And Lewis just edging at that one. He was going to pull it, got a bottom edge. And it went through it rolled towards Joshua Da Silva.
Yes, has to be careful here. His eyes lit up, seeing nobody on the cover boundary. Fancied his chance to go after a short delivery that could have easily cannoned onto the stump.
Partnership now worth 19 very, very valuable runs. And if these two continue in this vein, well, who knows? Bounce, and Lewis just gets under it. Kept his eye on it, and then at the last moment just ducked. See the umpire just going up to say, well, that's 1 for the over.
And the approach here by Seals is not a bad one. Sometimes you need to remind, especially the tail-enders or the lower order batting, I'm a fast bowler, and the best way to remind them is to surprise them with a bumper once it's not overdone. So you've bowled a bumper now. You've been signaled 1 above the shoulder by the umpire. You still look up and see you have 2 slips in the gully. You want to bowl to your field.
Well, that's wayward. That's not a great delivery from Anderson Phillip. Looking for some pace, but really and truly, it was all over the place. And Lewis didn't even have to get out of the way because the ball was so wide of the off stump. I thought he might have been looking for the Yorker next delivery, because you tend to look at the quick men when they wake you up with a bumper, and then the next ball right up in the block hole, so to speak.
Yes, if you're going to bowl bumpers, try your best. Get it in line with the batsman's body.
Yeah.
Those are basic things.
That's well played by Lewis. It looks very competent at number 9, because he was right behind that delivery and was pushing it out on the offside.
I remember one time Guyana played Jamaica at Sabina Park, and Courtney Walsh, he ran in and bowled to Suresh Daniram, the opener, bowled him a bumper, smashed him on the mouth, and Donna Simmons was the commentator. Poor Suresh Daniram was in agony, he was in pain, there might have been some blood, and she said, "That's the way you need to bowl the bumper."
Never thought of her like that, being that violent. Well, he gets the edge, but that goes to the right of second slip, and it's go down to the boundary for 4. That's not a bad delivery, because it pitched in line and may have just left the right-handed Lewis. He pushed at it and got the outside edge, but luckily for him, it went to the right of the second slip. Let's have a look. Yeah, it had a little bit more bounce as well, but he kept it down, Lewis, and he picks up a boundary. So he goes to 7, and the total on to 277 for 7.
Yes, I'm wondering to know if that second slip fielder might just be thinking with his captain, may I take another
Step to
yard
the right?
up?
Or up, yeah. That's a good point. Because maybe a step up, and he has gone slightly forward. That's
Yes.
Brian Charles at second slip. That's well played by Lewis. He looks pretty competent. They didn't get him out in the first innings. Shimon Lewis, he was not out in the end. He ran out of partners. But I must say, he's looking pretty good. He's playing straight, and I think it's going to take a good delivery to beat him. And I was about to say, with the attacking mode of John, it may very well be an idea now to look at your spinners, bring back the spinners to see what they can do, and who knows, tempt John into a big shot. And I think Carriper is going to come into the attack.
Yes, not
That's
a
good
bad
move.
Yeah, not a bad strategy whatsoever, because Terence Hines, he got himself injured a little, and the fast bowlers have not been picking up the wicket. So you want to turn back, present something differently.
I think I'm hearing some Tassa drums as well. Indar, and you
Yes,
said
I
Stevie Band.
recognize
I think
it.
I hear him some Tassa.
Yes.
Because, the Trinidad and Tobago culture is so diverse.
Very closely knitted with the Guyanese culture.
Yeah.
And it has to do with our immigration, movement of people. Many came because of indentureship. They brought their culture with them. Musical instrument, a prominent part of that culture.
So Carriper into the attack. Interesting feed. He's got a long off, a long on, a deep mid wicket. So they're saying to Ryan John, basically, if you want to hit me, then go ahead. But I've got protection in the deep.
Yes, play every ball on the ground. Ryan John might be talking to himself. That's a good delivery. One that jumps on him.
Yeah.
Good line as well.
Yeah. Had a little bit of more bounce.
Yeah.
Played it well. Got right on top of it. So 277 for 7. 174 lead. Make that 175 lead. Because John is going to pick up an easy single.
And that's good cricket here, Colin. There's always a single for the taking with the field well spread. You can even drop it between the backward point and the extra cover and get a single. Once it's lined with the leg stump, easy pick it, turn it away down towards backward square, and you can get the single as well. So without doing anything spectacular, you can rotate the strike.
Well, a forward short leg has been put into place.
That's a good move.
Yep, certainly is. That's interesting from Lewis. He went right across the stumps, wasn't playing an attacking shot, but was defending a delivery outside the line of the off stump. You got to give this ball some air because he's bowling very flat. And Lewis is just quite content to push the ball around.
And they're going to get some runs here, Colin. There's a misfield. Good effort, but just didn't get there at the backward point region. And they completed how many? 3?
Well, let's, yes, 3 runs because...
Ryan John has gone back in strike now.
Yeah.
Was a good effort, but was further outside the line of the off stump. Thought would have gotten 1, but went through the fingers of the field and they picked up 2 additional runs.
Yeah,
They will welcome that.
Should just have been a single.
Now for John, the forward short leg has been taken out. That has gone now towards short, straight mid-wicket.
John is going to pick up an easy single. So runs coming quite easily now for this partnership. It goes up to, what, 28 runs so far. And it's 282 for 7. As John is now on 32 and batting pretty well.
Yes, and I thought at this juncture of the game, Joshua Da Silva, the skipper, he must want to plug those gaps. Singles are leaking. It's not doing the Red Force any good. It's doing the Volcanoes all the good, because what they can do now is just to milk the bowling, knowing that they are singles for the taking, and give them an opportunity. If you want to hit me for 4, go over the top. I can live with that. But you're taking a risk in going over the top. So Joshua Da Silva here must rethink that strategy. If you're having a backward point and you're having a cover, you're having the man halfway to the boundary, there's always going to be a single there. Vacant short backward square, always a single if he strays on the leg stumper.
Well, here is Anderson Phillip back in the attack. He's into his 19th over. And John just playing inside the line of a delivery that pitched, straightened on him. Beat the outside edge, but I thought he was playing down the wrong line, it seemed to me, when he pushed at that ball.
Yes, it wasn't a bad delivery. And here again with the fielding position, you're having the mid-off. He's actually halfway to the boundary. You're having the extra cover halfway to the boundary. So what he can do here now, John, is to just drop the ball in front of him, down towards short, cover, short, extra cover, and there is a single. I don't know the reason might to expose Lewis. And
well,
they're going to take the overthrow there. That's carelessness.
Yeah, well, Joshua Da Silva, he was being, the thing is, John was trotting going down to the non-striker's end, and Da Silva ran to the ball, which went to a short square leg, and he was pointing at the stumps, obviously saying he's going to have a shy, because John was just trotting going in. He had the shy. Lewis responded immediately. He knew what was going on, and so he was going to the danger end. The thing is, Jaden Seals at mid-off never came in to prevent them from getting the overthrow, so they were able to get back for 2. That's a shot in the air, and he's gone. Well, he's given it away, and Jaden Seals is saying, well, that's why I did not attack the ball. You wanted him to get the second run. And watch at him. He's giving the impression, that's why I never ran in, because I knew the next ball he would have gone. But not a very good cricketing shot from Ryan John. He is giving it away. He was batting so very well. He was starting to build a partnership. The lead was increasing. He was on top of the bowling, and he plays a nonsensical shot in the air straight to the man at mid-off, and that's giving your wicket away. So he makes his way back to the pavilion. Really and truly, it was not the correct shot. Let's have a look. Watch at that. He just went after it. He lifted it, but hit it straight down the throat of the man at cover. And it's the end of him.
That's a very, very soft dismissal indeed. Naughty kind of shot. I'm wondering to know in the medical field if they have any medication to help some of our cricketers concentrate out in the middle. That was a pure lapse in concentration. It should have never happened. It has happened. Ryan John was batting real well. The fielder was set there for exactly that kind of shot. And in the end, he fell to the trap. Soft dismissal.
So Carrie Pear takes the catch, a very comfortable catch for a fielder of his ability, but really and truly it was a very, very poor shot, a naughty shot as they would say. And it's now 284 for 8, the lead 181. You'd have thought John would have wanted to stay there a little bit longer, get it up to 200. That should have been the aim. He should have been looking at the scoreboard and say, okay, we got 19 more runs to get to at least the psychological effect it would have on the Red Force. Let's get to 200. And he's given it away.
Yes.
Well, it brings Kenneth Demba to the crease.
Had a 5-wicket haul. Can he bring that motivation now into his batting? Sometimes the 9th and 10th wicket can present a lot of worries for opposition.
Well, they would be hoping that. And not a good delivery from Anderson Phillip, putting it outside the line of the leg stump. And there's a certain... You're looking at the batsmen now, all of a sudden, they're running quickly between the wickets, they're looking for the extra runs. They know they need to get it up to 200 to at least have a chance here. And I tell you what, this game is in my view, yes, Red Force may be slightly ahead, but only just. This game is in the balance because this pitch is not going to get any better batting tomorrow. And Lois, that came off the bat nicely, but it's going to be a single because there is protection out at that deep square leg position. Came off the bat nice. There was a nice sound in that. But Lewis was keeping it down, which was the correct thing to do. He knows there's a fielder in the deep, but too short from Anderson Phillip. When you're bowling to 9, 10, and 11, you got to keep that ball up. Keep it up to them. Let the ball move. Let the pitch do some work. And when you're running up and you're hammering it on a pitch like this, unless you're tear away, it's not going to present a problem.
And he has the ability to move the ball, Phillip.
That's better. They go through that, and that's good cricket. Not good awareness at all from the man there at mid-on. But
287 for the loss of 8 at the completion of that over. Seals 3 for 45. Brian Charles 2 for 67 and 1 apiece for Phillip. Also Pierre and Terence Hines. So the lead now is how much? 184. 16 away from 200. 2 wickets standing. And you look at the outfield there. There are 16 singles for the pickings without doing anything silly whatsoever. So that must be foremost on their minds. It is left now on the awareness level between these two batters. Carripier, of course, has other ideas. He wants to keep them grounded and pick up a wicket as well. Well, that was very, very close. Backing away to cut outside the line of the off stump, Kenneth Demba. Let's play straight in front of you. Why you want to back away with a ball that is so close? There's no silly point.
Oh, that's very close. Very, very close. And maybe just angling. Lewis is going to have a word with Demba. But let's have a look at that.
Played down the wrong line.
Not out, says the umpire.
That I think it might very well be going down the leg side.
Maybe just
tough one.
You get the batsman the benefit there.
Yes.
Demba certainly playing his shots, isn't he?
Has to be careful here if Carripier gets one quicker in line with the off stump, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. He's getting back deep in the crease, the deliveries that are keeping low.
Well, he's gone after him and he's missed it. But Carripair hasn't missed the stumps. It's the end of Denver. He couldn't resist a delivery given a little bit of air by Pair, and Denver head in the air, eyes in the air, not on the ball, and the ball crashes into the stumps. And Denver, I don't think Lewis is very impressed with that shot. He stands there, his hands on his, he's looking around, he's looking at Denver. I tell you, he probably would have a few choice words for him, because it was a poor shot. He just had a wild swing at it, missed, and he makes his way back to the pavilion. It's now what, 200? Let's have a look at it. In there, he just swung at it, and
once again playing down the wrong line. Even though you're swinging at that one, he was never going to get a touch on that delivery. Even the pad wasn't there to, if he had trapped on the pad, he would have gone leg before as well. So they're having a little bit of a drink out in the middle. 287 for the loss of 9. We'll take a little break, and we're going to be right back.
So, welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval as the final batsman for the Volcanoes come in. That's Daryl Cyrus after the dismissal of Denver, who went bowled by Pair for 2. That was Carrie Spear's second wicket. So he's got 2 for 67 after getting 3 in the first innings. And Cyrus meets it with a very straight bat back up the track.
And that is what Sherman Lewis should have been doing. Play straight in front of him. Went across the line.
Yeah.
No, I was making the point that
Denver.
that's right.
Yeah. So the end of the over from Carrie Pair, just 2 balls was left after the drinks break. So it's 287 for 9. Brings Lewis back into strike. He's on 11 because the Cyrus come in for the last man out, Denver, who played a horrible shot, just going right across the line. Missed it, but the ball didn't miss the stumps. They lead 184 now.
And if we can get into the minds of the two batters out in the middle, you look and you see it's 184, 16 away from 200. Just don't bother what Denver did at this stage. You don't want to do that. You don't want to make that same mistake. You can get 16 singles. If you know the history of the game, West Indies got how much, 6 or something singles to win a World Cup match?
Well, Lewis is going after Phillip. Was in the air, but he never really got hold of it. And they go through for a comfortable single. So one more to the total. So 288 for 9. The lead now 185. Which is, I think they would like maybe to get another 15, 20 runs. But 185, it's a situation where the Red Force will have to bat to get it.
Yes, they will definitely.
It's not going to be a cake, or how should I say? It's not going to be easy,
a walk
easier
in the park.
Sunday morning or a walk in the park. And he's bowled him. So the end of Cyrus, he was a little late in coming across onto that delivery, and the ball flicks the off stump, and it's the end of the Windward Islands Volcanoes innings. 288 all out. Cyrus, the last man out, he goes bowled by Anderson Phillip without scoring, and it means that the Red Force, they've got 186 to make to win this game, and we keep saying, and it's not going to be all that easy. Sherman Lewis, he remains not out again. He was not out without scoring in the first innings. Here, he is not out on 12, and the Volcanoes all out 288, so 186 for the Red Force to win.
And this could be very tricky, Colin, batting here this afternoon to go towards the close of play. It's a target I feel they should get. It's regional cricket. It's not a bad batting lineup. I think it's a good batting lineup. Jason Mohammed, there is young Mohan, and the others, Otley, who is good at this level as well. So it's a good batting lineup. If the batting click, that should not give them too much headache. On the other hand, Volcanoes have a good bowl of the character there, and I think my bet, really, if I had money in the pocket, I'd be putting it on the Red Force.
You don't have money in your pocket?
Not at all. Not at all. I have a few cents. It's not.
I hear you. Yeah, it is. Listen, the way it is set up, the Red Force should win. 186 is not insurmountable, but they've got to bat well. They've got to play everything on merit. There's no need to hustle, because we've still got 17. Well, it's going to be reduced a little bit. I think they're going to have about 13 or 14 overs left in the day's play. So you've got 13 overs. The important thing is not to lose a wicket today. So even if they close today 30 for none, 35 for none, anything like that is going to be what the doctor ordered. If they lose a couple wickets today, then panic could set in coming into tomorrow, because they've got a whole day and 13 overs to make 186. That's, as they say, that's once they take their time and they play well, then they should get the runs.
Yes, they should, because you look at that top order in Otley, Gooley, there's also Mohan, Joshua Da Silva, Jason Mohammed, Terence Hines, Tari Peer. All these guys can bat. So it calls for sensible cricket. But anything could happen. You might have a bowler come in here and bowl the best spell ever and change the whole situation.
That's very correct. And you look at the bowling attack of the varied bowling attack of the Volcanoes. It's a good attack. You got Lewis, John, Springer, all very capable with the ball. And of course, you got the off spinner in Denver. You got the leg spinner in Cyrus. So it's a pretty good bowling attack. And it's an attack that can be very steady. It can be the quick bowlers move the ball around. Then you got the off spinner. So it's not going to be easy. They've got to put their heads down, the Red Force, and bat well.
Yes, I think clearly they might be looking for at least three wickets here this afternoon to put pressure on the Red Force team. So anything can happen, like you said. So the Volcanoes 288 all out in their second innings of 97.2 overs, setting the Red Force a target of 186 runs to win maybe 14 overs this afternoon and all of tomorrow. There's not going to be any rain tomorrow whatsoever. And as the remark work is being done on the pitch.
So said our meteorologist in the booth.
Passad. So as they mark the pitch once again, we take a little break and come back for the reply of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Okay, welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval. We're just about getting set for the first delivery of the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. They are chasing 186 runs for victory. Ryan John is the man operating from the Brown Lara Pavilion Inn. And Mohan forward to this delivery. Delivery right up to him. Just two slips and a gully. There's a deep square cover. Then there's the orthodox, so I would say more of a deep square point as the orthodox cover mid-off. And a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at fine legs. So they've got the two slips in place, looking for that outside edge from Mohan. Vikash Mohan, and Kishan Otley is at the non-striker's end. He's edged it! And Atherton, why am I saying that? He's dropped it. No wonder I said Atherton, because it's Athanaze. He's put it down. Wow, Mohan getting a healthy edge, and Athanaze dived to his right. He got both hands to it, and he put it down. I thought he had it at 1 minute. Let's have a look. Mohan gets a healthy edge. Athanaze dives. I think when he hit the ground, it came out.
And maybe because he jammed on his elbow on the ground, the palm of the hands open and the ball fell out. Should have been taken, however. Mohan lives to fight another day.
This time he drives, but straight to Springer. Yeah, he pushed at it. A little bit more bounce from John, got the edge, and Athanaze was diving to his right. It was a great effort. But the thing is, I thought he had it. And at one stage I said, well, he's gone. And as he hit the deck, it popped out. I was shocked. I think, and even John, I think he was more shocked than I was, because he was celebrating when he saw Athanaze get the hands to it. He thought that Mohan was gone. Well, he's going to get off the mark, so he survived a chance here. What a start that would have been for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Certainly would have been the start. They are looking for... They lost their last 3 wickets, the Volcanoes, for just 4 runs. That dented their hopes of getting past the 200. And if we take it further, the last 4 wickets just producing 34 runs, I think there is where their batting fell apart. And they did not play the best cricket in that period. And to come out here and to see a catch floored by no other than the skipper, ouch, that's going to hurt.
Yeah, it is. And he's a good catcher of the cricket ball, Alec Athanaze. Striking Otley on the pad. The delivery may have just come back at him, making some height as well. So the ball certainly not keeping low. But what a healthy edge from Mohan. He just left his bat there. That was not good. The technique of playing that delivery was not good, because he just left his bat and it took a healthy edge. But you could see John working up a pace here. When I say working up a pace, he's running in with exuberance and making the batsmen play at everything. And that's a good bit of fielding by Springer. And you could see there's a spring in the step, and that's not Springer, but everybody. There's a spring in their step, and they are fighting here. They know they've only got 186 runs to play with. The end of the first over, 1 without loss. They've come out here a determined bunch. Of course, they've won 3 games outright. They don't know so far in 2024 what it is to lose.
Exactly, I agree with you. Did Ryan John, I see you have your figures in front of you, did he pick up a wicket in the first innings?
Yes, he did. I'll give it to you.
He actually struggled a little.
Yeah, he got 1 for 71. He was expensive, but he did get a wicket. And is this a surprise to you? They're opening the bowling with Kavim Hodge.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how to read this one at the moment. Maybe they're looking for his lucky arm to strike a jackpot here this afternoon.
Or did they? I'm not reading this one at all, because you started John from the Brown Lara Pavilion Inn, and I would have thought Lewis would have come from the Jerry Gomez Media Center end. Is it that Ryan John is not feeling comfortable bowling from the Brown Lara Pavilion Inn?
Well, you never know what can
And-
happen. Or they feel that Otley might Mohan might be having some problem with the left arm spinner.
This is an interesting move. Well.
Just
Well.
like we said, the golden arm, they have brought him on.
Well.
That's the softest dismissal you can ever think about. Just lobbed it back to the bowler, and he has gotten the breakthrough. Mohan hasn't make any use of the opportunity, being floored in the slip cordon, and now just literally given his hand away.
That's terrible. It's poor. A really bad cricket on the part of Mohan. He got the chance in the first over off of John. He edged one. It went into the slips. And look at this. This is a terrible shot. He wasn't at the pitch, and he just pushed the ball straight back into the hands of Hodge. And he says, "Thank you very much, guy. Goodbye." And Mohan goes his way, and he is out. Caught and bowl Hodge for one. And the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, they've got the worst possible start. They are 1 for 1.
Yes, and did not look the part, Mohan, for a
No,
guy who batted so well for his half century in the first innings. One thought he would have been a little bit more careful. That was a delivery lined with the middle stump, actually. And he just popped it back to Hodge. Hodge took it very quietly.
It was a nothing shot,
Yes,
wasn't it?
absolutely so.
He never tried to defend. He didn't try to go over the top. It was as if he was in your backyard and having a little play.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah? I mean, it was terrible. I mean, I just don't understand it. You've got to settle down, and you got 14 overs left in the day's play. The first thing you need to do is survive. That's the first objective. You've got to say to yourself, I am going to survive today's play. Whether I come not out on 1, 2, 3, 4, it doesn't matter. But Gooley is the new batsman. Jed Gooley has come in, the left-hander.
And let us give some credit to Athanaze, the thinking behind bringing on Kavim Hodge. He has taken his man.
And Gooley in defence.
Now, this is good bowling, Colin. He has picked up a wicket. He's not going to be, flustered by that, gone over the hill. He's doing just what he can do, Kavim Hodge, making the batsman play.
Yes, he's good line, good length at the moment. Hodge, not trying anything. He's just putting the ball in front of the batsman. And there was Gooley, a little bit uppish.
Yes, it was
So,
uppish.
The end of a successful over, a maiden wicket bowled by Hodge, and the Red Force, having to get to 186 for victory, find themselves 1 for 1 after 2 overs.
Yes, and that might be very tricky here this afternoon, to face 13, 12 overs more to go in the day's play. We are at almost 4:30 we're getting. So they should be able to get through that number of overs in whatever time is left here.
Yeah, I would think they would go to 5:30.
Yes.
They should get through the 13 overs, dependent on, do you keep Hodge on? And you will have to keep Hodge on. He's got the wicket. He's got the breakthrough. But here's Ryan John, very aggressive. I must say, I like the attitude of the Volcanoes. They have come out here. They know they've got 186 runs to play with. It's not a lot, but you could see them all fired up. You look at Hodge, you look at Ryan John, you look at Springer at mid-wicket. They're all looking eager.
And you mentioned that word attitude. That has such an impact on anyone who has been successful in whatever they do. I'll tell you something. Yes, the effort is there. You look at the lion. It's branded the king of the jungle. The lion is not the largest. That's the elephant. The lion is not the fastest. That's reserved for the cheetah. The lion is not considered even the wisest. That's the elephant too. Why is it they call the lion the king of the jungle? It's because of its attitude. The lion watches an elephant, which is heavier, which is taller, which is more intelligent than all the lion sees is food. It's the attitude. And that's a good delivery once again. Just outside the line of the off stump, bending it back to the left-handed Otley, but he's defending well.
Yeah, my favorite is the Komodo dragon.
Tell me.
I am in awe of a Komodo dragon. I saw some.
Not any big size.
No. But I tell you what, don't get in its way.
I tell you. That's we always call terrible.
That's a good shot from Otley. He's going to pick up a run because there's protection down at fine leg. Not a good delivery from John, just angling it towards the leg stump. A lot will depend on Kijon Otley now. He's got some experience. He's been doing well at first class level in the last year or so. And I think he is the mainstay now. Now that Mohan is gone, a lot more responsibility will lie on him at the top of the order to guide the initial chase of this Red Force team, requiring 184 more runs to win.
Yes, and Jit Gooley must come to the party as well. Didn't have the best day in the field, went off for a period, a century so far in this year's tournament. Wow, that's well bowled and kept low too, right on target. But Jit Gooley was right behind of it, kept his eyes on the ball and a solid defensive shot.
That was what important there. You're so right. He was right behind it, getting in line, and watched it all the way onto the bat. And I think that's is going to be critical with the Red Force batsmen. They've got to get right behind the line. This pitch is not going to get any better on day 4.
In fact, it might deteriorate a little bit more.
That's well played from Gooley. And that is going to be the problem. It's the end of the over. 2 for 1, the Red Force having to get to 186 for victory. Yeah, and that was one of the problems we felt batting last year. And when we talked about the Red Force winning the toss and opting to send Volcanoes in, we were all skeptical about it. And I was skeptical in terms of saying, hey, they've got to bat last on this pitch. Will this pitch hold up going into the 4th day? And that to me was the biggest issue here. Not so much the sending them in because there was nothing really, no big set of moisture. My concern was batting last on this 4th day pitch.
Or maybe at the time Joshua Da Silva was thinking, when he saw the greenery on the pitch and some grass rolled in, he felt that it might really last, and continue to play well. But there's lots of dust there. Especially where the batsmen, when they plant their feet coming down the track, they're dusty areas.
They've got 2 slips. That's interesting for Hodge. He's not spinning the ball. He's more or less pushing it through and just drifting it away from the left-hander. That's why they've got 2 slips in place. And it's quick, isn't it? He's pushing it through.
And just changing the line as well. And once he changed the line and push it a little bit more faster, he's getting some bounce out of the pitch. If he can get the length correct there outside the line of the off stump.
Otley was thinking of a single. It wasn't on. So they've got a deep backward square, and they've got a square cover right out on the boundary. So they're protecting the boundaries. Once Hodge keeps the ball up to the bat, then that should not be a problem. But I like what the Volcanoes are doing. They're looking for wickets as well. They're not just going through the motions here and saying to themselves, we're just going to bowl out 12 overs. They're looking for a couple of wickets.
Yeah, and that should be the idea, and they are doing that in fine style at the moment to bring this over to an end. Another good over. Bowled by Kavim Hodge. It's 2 for the loss of 1.
And Kavim Hodge, 2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket, no run.
Good bowling in the circumstances because you want to keep them pinned at the crease. You do not want them to score too many singles to rotate the strike. He's bowled well to his field. And Ryan John as well. I thought bowling from the southern end this afternoon, he has bowled pretty well. A number of deliveries right on target. just outside the line of the off stump.
Haven't really bowled anything loose so far. We haven't seen any short deliveries, any deliveries that too well up half volleys. I think they've bowled good line, they've bowled good length. As we see another delivery, Gooley is looking pretty solid at the moment. Certainly not in an attacking vein. He's defensively, he's looking very solid.
And that is how a century maker in this tournament should look. He did not score a century by chance. He scored a century based on his talent, his confidence, and the way he approaches innings. Now he knows a target. Spot on, right on target, nothing loose whatsoever. And if he can maintain this, the pressure will be kept on the red fours batting out in the middle. Your control is of vital importance. You must have an ace delivery, one in which you call your wicket-taking delivery. The others should be containment. So you're asking the batsman to do something differently. You bowl to your field, you're good to go. That was close, but he showed good judgment.
Yeah, I was about to say that. It sort of came back at him, but it came back a little bit late. And would have been interesting if that had started to come back at him earlier. But he judged it well, as you rightly said. He picked up the line and he allowed it to go through. And as it came back, it was probably after it passed the stumps. This has not been a bad spell so far from John. I think it's the best he's bowled in this match.
Yes, it's a very, very good spell. Good start here. His confidence level, I think, is up.
Well, he's going to give away a run because he's just gone on the line of the leg stump. And Gooley picks up an easy single. So he's off the mark.
And sometimes, Colin, in competition, adversity can bring out the best in you. You know, you feel that, listen, there's a chance of us winning here, so I'm going to give all my best. And sometimes when you feel, well, the total is not a huge one, you become a little bit complacent and you lose wicket. The thing about it, there must be a plan of executing how you're going to get to that 184 for victory. 86 rather, for victory. So we're seeing a field changing now. We're just asking the backward square to go squarer, down towards his right. Will he be bowling a short one here?
Again, Springer there, diving to his left to stop it. And he's coming in pretty quickly at that mid-wicket position. And we've seen this is about the second or third occasion that he had to dive quickly to his left to stop it from going past him. Because if it does go past him, it should run away to the boundary for 4.
Yes, and that's the reason why he's been placed in that position, one of the best fielders, Shamar Springer, because there's nobody on the boundary area there. And if he fails to maintain the good line and length, the balls can go by there. The over's been completed. Another good over by Ryan John. It's 3 for the loss of 1.
And you look at that caption there. 5 overs have been bowled, 3 runs have been scored. So it tells you how tight both John and Hodge has been bowling. They've been bowling really tight. They've not been very loose. Suppose the only fault you can find with John is the odd occasion he strayed onto the pads. But outside of that, they've bowled very well. Hodge, for example, I can't recall him bowling a loose ball. Everything has been just on a length, just on or outside the line of the off stump with those 2 slips in place.
And picking up a wicket as well. Like this one, another good delivery, kept low. But Gooley just stretching forward, did the right thing. He did not get on the back foot. He judged the line, so he knows he can't go on the back foot.
And he's looking for the single, Gooley, and they've got to be careful. This is what the pressure brings. You start to say, hey, I can't get the boundaries. Let me look for a single. And that could be a real problem. They've got to judge it well.
Yes, and give credit here to Kavim Hodge. He has been very disciplined so far. He's in his third over. He has picked up a wicket. Hasn't given away a run as yet. Look at that line again. Is making Gooley think, should I come down the track? What Gooley will be advised to do, play the way that you are playing. He's not in real bother. He's playing every ball on its merit, just that he can't score.
Yes, both batsmen have faced 14 balls. Gooley has faced 15. Both of them on a single.
And another stingy over has come to an end by Kavim Hodge. It's 3 for the loss of 1. 6 overs completed.
And look at that. Hodge, 3 overs, 18 dot balls, no run, meaning 18 dot balls means 3 overs, 3 maidens.
Yes.
No run, 1 wicket. And it's been tough going for these two. The thing about it now is patience. They can't worry too much about not scoring runs. They've just got to be patient. Tomorrow, they really should be playing for tomorrow. Doesn't matter how many runs they get today, whether they get 10, 15, it does not matter. What matters to the Red Force is that they must not lose any more wickets.
And that is of vital importance to them. And they should know that, especially these two out in the middle.
Ryan John is coming over the wicket now. Very interesting. And that's a good shot from Otley. He's not going to get runs because it wasn't timed all that well. But he's coming over the wicket, which tells me he's got the 2 slips in place on the gully. Tells me he's going to try and take that ball away from the left-hander before he was bowling over the wicket. And, as a left-hander, you like the bowlers coming around the wicket because you're able to pick up that line much easier. When they're coming over the wicket, the ball tends to slant across your body. And I think that's what John is trying to do now. Thinking of the single, it's not on.
Right, and if you're going to be effective coming over the wicket to the left-hander, you want to slant that ball heading towards the 2 slips and the gully he has, which means your line has to be impeccable. Because if he pitches down the leg side, it can be flicked between that fielder at short forward square and the deep backward square. So his line has to be impeccable, his length as well.
It's in the air, and he's gone. No, he's dropped it. Well, what a sitter. I cannot believe. Again, the pressure is being told on these batsmen. Otley looking to go over the top. And what an easy catch. Is that, let's see.
Is it Sherman Lewis?
It's Lewis. Lewis down there. Wow. It was very interesting because he started to come forward, then he went back, and he came forward again. But there's Otley. Not to the pitch of that ball. Look at Lewis. He started to come forward, and then all of a sudden, he lost it, and the ball said, what a dolly. How well.
Oh, well, the way he dropped that catch, it tells a story. If there was a pretty girl going to his hand, he might very well dropped it too.
Well,
this was a soft dismissal, it should have been. And Sherman Lewis, he dropped it. Has he dropped the match? We shall see.
Well, that's too simple. Well, Athanaze zone wasn't simple. He got it. He should have. But there's no doubt. Otley's going for a single. That's a good run. Well judged. He pushed it back up along the track, past the bowler on the offside, and immediately called for the single. So he'll be happy to go at the non-striker's end. But I tell you what, this is going to turn out to be some game because the way it's shaping. You still have that sense you had in your pocket.
Let me keep
it. Where are you putting it now?
Let me keep it another 2 days in Trinidad and Tobago. I might very well
need it,
Colin.
I hear you. I hear you. But it's not going to be easy because the way the batting of the Red Force and the bowling, they're very tight. This has been a really good opening spell, both from John. John has been unlucky. He should have had the wicket of Mohan. Now he should have had the wicket of Otley.
I'm just wondering to know what's going to happen in that dressing room when they get back there. We might have some colorful words.
Well, who knows? They're not having colorful words out there. It's just we're not hearing it. There's no microphone effects.
I tell you.
We have out there.
Why he wants to drop a catch like that? I can't imagine.
Oh, that's runs for Gooley. That's going to be 4. I think let's see if he got a touch onto that. Yes, it goes to the boundary for 4. No, he didn't. I thought the umpire forgot to signal at one stage, and eventually he decided, hey, I think the bowler said, hey, that didn't come off the bat. You can't debit me with those runs. And then umpire, is that Duguid down there?
Yes,
umpire Nigel Duguid. Yes, he then signaled leg bys. So that would ease the red force slightly. So they're what? 8 for 1 now. Did that go to the boundary? Didn't it? No, it didn't.
It did.
I thought it did, because the scoreboard has 5 for 1, but I know it's. I think it's 8 for 1.
It hasn't changed
because Gooley has a single, and this kind of maths in there, I can really work this kind of maths.
You're having small numbers.
If Mohan made 1, Otley is on 2, Gooley is on 1, and there are 4 leg bys, that tells me it's 8 for 1.
Yes.
I could be wrong.
No,
but
you're absolutely right.
So now it's Denver into the attack. So this is interesting. I thought they would have given Hodge another over, but they've gone for Denver, the off spinner, against the 2 left-handers.
And mind you, Denver picked up a 5-wicket haul in the first innings here. And you're right about that too. Hodge has done his job, brought on to take the wicket. He got the wicket. And now it's time for Denver, the off spinner, with the left-hander in strike.
Otley plays it out to extra cover. Just a 1 slip now, though, for Denver. There were 2 for Hodge. But there's just 1 slip at the moment.
And played well, Jid Gooley, getting up tall and stroking it away. In fact, it's not Gooley.
Otley.
It's Otley.
Yeah.
So this has turned out to be a very disciplined over by Kenneth Denver.
Well, it's been a disciplined bowling performance we've seen from them since they've come out. John Hodge and now Denver.
That was in the air. It spent a little while in the air there, but never carry to Sunil Ambris, who is patrolling that extra cover region.
Are you guys sure that ball went for 4 leg bys? Because the scoreboard hasn't changed. It's the end of the over from Denver. Well, it's still saying 5 for 1.
A lot of things haven't changed on the scoreboard, electronic one. It's showing Jid Gooley was the one facing, whereas it was Otley facing. So something technically has gone wrong there.
They always say, you know, when you have technology, for example, I don't know in there how much football you follow, but there's a lot of confusion with VAR. And I always say, but it's not VAR is the problem. It's the people who operate VAR is the problem.
Yes.
And it's not a problem here with the scoreboard.
It's
gone to 8.
That's right.
Whew, I was worried, guys. I was really worried. I thought maybe it was just a single. I saw the ball going into the boundary, but I took my spectacles off. And that's why I asked you guys. I just wanted confirmation. But in terms of confirmation, Lewis is into the attack. And he's replaced John. John, who's been very, very unlucky. So Gooley is facing. And it's 8 for 1. So we correct with the score. And means that the Red Force, they require a further 178.
Yes, and you can feel the tension out in the middle, what's going on there. Athanaze is looking badly here for another wicket. They had the opportunity. He himself floored one. Well, Mohan has since departed. He's going to be relieved. Sherman Lewis, who dropped that catch now, maybe Athanaze is saying to him, take the ball and get me a wicket.
Well, he did get the wicket of Gooley in the first innings, caught at slip by Ambris. And Ambris is at first slip. Athanaze is at second. The Hodge is at a pretty straight gully. So they're still looking for that outside edge. As Lewis operating from the Brandlar Pavilion. And the sun has left us. It's been a nice afternoon. That's outside the line of the off stump. And in there you said no rain tomorrow.
No
correct?
rain tomorrow whatsoever.
Our resident meteorologist says that there's no rain, so
because I was
if
told
you
there is no convergent zone out in the Caribbean Sea, so there's no tropical depression whatsoever.
could you stop confusing me? Let's continue to talk cricket. Let's hope we get some fans coming out tomorrow to see the Red Force. It's a Saturday. The Red Force chasing 186. Let's hope we get some fans coming out. That's he's gone all around the wicket, Lewis, and Gooley has left that one alone.
It's absolutely free to come to the park.
Yeah, it would be good to get some fans in to cheer the Red Force on to victory. I'm sure that will be the main reason for the fans coming out.
Yes, and you look at Sherman Lewis walking back to the top of his mark. Wasn't that gingerly walk? It's a walk of patience. It was very, very slow, no doubt thinking about the catch that he dropped. He's coming round the wicket. That's a good delivery, well lined. A little bit of a lip to around the waist area and tucked into the onside. He needs to put that behind of him. That's gone now. Do what you're doing. Take revenge. Running hard. We always talk about the walk of that fine South African bowler, Makaya Ntini. He used to actually run back to the top of his mark.
Yes. He was one of those with very enthusiastic. Yes, he seemed that he couldn't wait to bowl the next ball, didn't he?
Yes.
And it was the same. Here's the end of the over from Lewis. So he's bowled a maiden, his first over. So we've had, 9 overs have been bowled, and it's 8 for 1. That's to tell you how it's been tough for these two batsmen. Otley's on 2 for 20 from 24 balls. Gooley's on 1 also from 24 balls. It's been tough going for them. Yeah, and Tini, what I liked about it, whether he was hit for 6, 4, or he got a wicket, he went back to the mark very same way. He never slowed down. He never, sometimes you get hit for 6, you stand up there and you sort of try to reflect and say, well, did I bowl that ball short? How could he hit me for 6? And you sort of try to reflect. Not Ntini. He just turned right away and went straight back to his mark.
Yes.
And was ready to come in with the next delivery.
A terrific athlete was he in his playing days.
So Otley back in strike now. And we've got just about 5.5 overs remaining in the day's play. Oh, he's got the edge. Otley playing forward, got the outside edge, and the catch is taken there at a slip. And Denver has come and he's picked up the wicket of Otley. So another one who has not profited from the missed chance. He goes for 2, and the Volcanoes are right in this game.
I think that was Sunil Ambris actually.
I think it's Ambris who took I was looking at it, and I think it's Ambris who took that catch. Very straightforward catch. Is it?
But you look at Gooley there. Not really stretching forward. He should have been on the back foot because the ball was short enough. He just decided to prod forward there, didn't cover the delivery, and got a little bit of turn. The edge found, and immediately Demba introduced into the attack, picking up a wicket. 8 for the loss of 2. This could spell a little bit of trouble for the Red Force if they're going to lose a wicket so quickly. The total is not a huge one. They still trail by 177 that they need to get, losing 2 wickets never what they would have bargained for.
Wow. So Brian Charles, so they've opted for a night watchman. Very interesting.
So he's not going to sleep tonight?
Well, I'm not too sure if he's going to sleep tonight. If he comes out and not out, tell you, he may very well have a sleepless night, because it's very interesting that they opted for a night watchman. But we've argued this point, myself and Kesrick Williams, about the use of a night watchman. And I was saying to him, it has its pros, it has its cons. I remember one of the older cricketers telling me, if your good batsman can't come out and survive, how is a night watchman going to survive? And that was the argument being used. But I suppose you want to... The good batsman is really in a hiding to nothing. You can also use that argument that if he comes out, he's just coming to survive, because he's not going to be looking to play big shots and score runs. So it's an interesting debate.
Yes, and on the other hand, too, the duty of the night watchman is to protect his wicket. His job is not to go there and score runs. His job is to go out, block, protect your stumps, do not get out. Whereas if you send in the regulation batter, maybe he's feel that he can score runs.
But into Charles, and he plays that one very, very carefully. I'm wondering if it was... not too sure if it was Ambris or Athanaze that took the catch, the lone slip, but can try and give you that information.
Well, that's a good delivery. Athanaze actually took the catch.
Yeah, I thought it was Athanaze and not Ambris.
This is a very difficult period of play here for the Red Force team. The question is, do they have the necessary character to survive here without losing another wicket? Demba is looking for another one. That one jumped on him, but it was lying down the leg side. The end of a successful over for Kenneth Demba. He has picked up a wicket. It's 8 for the loss of 2. 10 overs completed so far.
Yes, 10 overs completed, 8 for 2. It's almost like a survival here now for the Red Force batsmen. And no one is thinking now of 186, the target. I think it's just a matter of, can these guys survive the afternoon?
Yes. You remember Garfield Charles that played for Ghana?
Mm-hmm.
A medium fast bowler?
Yes, of course I do.
He came in as night watchman here against Trinidad and Tobago, and I think he scored... was a century or something close to that.
I'm not too sure what he scored, but I know he batted for a long while.
Yes, a long, long while. And sometimes these things do happen, but I agree with you. The question has always been asked, if the frontline batsman can't do it, how you expect the tail enders to do it?
Now, there's an interesting change to the field. The second slip in Athanaze, he's gone out towards a backward square leg. Or even I would want to call him a short, maybe a shortish backward square leg, almost in a catching position, and they've taken the mid-wicket and put him right out on the boundary. As Lewis is into Gooley. Gooley has looked solid, though, in fairness to Otley, to me, looked a little bit shaky. Mohan, well, he looked more shaky, but Gooley has looked good. He hasn't been scoring 1 from 25 deliveries, but what I liked about it, he's getting in line. He's looked solid. He's playing the ball on merit. Let's hope we don't have a commentator's curse.
Well, that's straying down the leg side. The bumper here by Sherman Lewis.
Well, I'm not surprised at that, because he's got that. He's taking the mid-wicket out. He's putting a deep square leg, and then he's got a fine leg. And he's got that man at a short backward square in a catching position, almost looking, if he doesn't hook, may fend it off the body. And if it goes in the air, Athanaze may be very well in a position to take the catch. But Gooley played it well. He just got out of the way.
Just resisting the temptation to play that kind of shot. And this time outside the line of the off stump, no pressure whatsoever. So the spinners will need support by the faster men. I thought Athanaze might have gone with the John a little bit more. The ball is relatively new. Wasn't he bowled badly? He should have picked up 2 wickets. He did not. Those catches went a begging. But he's looking for variety, I guess, Athanaze.
Got 4.3 overs left in the day's play. And Gooley allowing that to go through.
And here again, the medium-fast bowler allowing too many deliveries to go by without the batsman, having to play at it.
I think he's looking for a little extra pace. In fairness to Sherman Lewis, he's trying to generate, and I can understand why, because of the field now. He's trying to get that little extra pace, a little extra bounce. But when you do that, sometimes you lose your line, and I think that's what's happened to him.
Well, we'll be looking to get this one right. And once again.
Hey, needs to make Gooley play, doesn't he?
Yes, he should. He's striving to do that, but straying in the process. Needs to correct that as quick as possible. Just one delivery remain in this over from Sherman Lewis. So far, no pressure whatsoever on Jid Gooley. He's going to relish that. As much as I'm not asked to play, I'm not going to go searching for anything.
What I would like to see Sherman Lewis do is now just maybe try the slower delivery, because he's upped his pace because of the field. Come up, let's see some variety. Oh, that's a good ball. Pitched and left him. That's probably his best ball of the over. So the end of another over, a maiden over by Lewis. So he's completed 2 overs, 2 maidens. Look at that. 8 for 2 off of 11 overs. That's to tell you how it's been tough going for the Red Force.
Yes, and you spoke about the slower delivery here, Colin. You played the game at the regional level on the 19 senior cricket. How is it that the fast bowlers running in keep that momentum going, and then in great disguise gets the ball to come through very slower?
I tell you, the man who started that, in my opinion, and when I say the man who, from when I started to look and study cricket.
Is it a Barbadian?
No, Andy Roberts.
Andy Roberts.
No. It could have been earlier, but I think I appreciated it more when I saw Andy Roberts bowl. He would run up and bowl a quick bouncer, and you get out. Sorry, a slow bouncer. And you get on the back foot, and you absolutely hammer the ball down to backward square, and you smile. And Andy Roberts knew exactly what he was doing. The next time he runs up with a short ball, it was about a mile and a half quicker than the one before. So by the time you reach here, the ball is just hitting the bat, not you hitting the ball. And it's hitting the bat and lobbing up somewhere, and you find yourselves back in the pavilion. And that was the beauty, I thought, of Andy Roberts. His variety was so great, and he was able to swing the ball at pace. People talk about Roberts. Michael Holden was different. When Michael Holden starts to run up, it was pure. Rolls Royce. You
whispering yet.
Yeah. And a lot of people liked Michael because of that. His approach to the wicket. He was. I actually, when again going back to youth cricket. And they're going to give you, I like to give you these quick stories, in there.
Yes, I'm listening.
That's the end of a maiden over from Denver. So it's this just a matter of survival. He's completed 3 overs, 1 for none. So 3 maiden overs. Yes, there is the bowling figures. Look at the amount of... Ryan John is the only one to concede runs so far, 4 runs. And Lewis, I would expect, is going to continue. When we first encountered Michael Holden at youth cricket, there was a guy called, I think his name was Matthews. I can't remember if it was Matthews. Anyway, I'm going to check it for you. They were telling me that he was quicker than Michael Holden at youth level, but he was an athlete. He was a runner. Michael Holden was also a runner. There's Gooley's going to get a single. So the total goes up to 9 now. And Gooley comes off of that 1 he was on from 30 balls. He's now on 2 from 31. Yeah, and they were saying to us, the Trinidad Tobago contingent, they were saying when we saw Michael Holding, this is at youth level, they were saying, there's a guy faster than him. And we said, I hope he's not playing. But he decided to go into athletics. Michael Holding also had an opportunity to go into athletics because, well, you could see him. I mean, how he runs. And,
yes.
But he opted to play cricket. And this guy, I think that his name was Matthews. I have to check it. But he opted to go into athletics. That's down the leg side. That's a bad delivery. Because you got Brian Charles, the night watchman. You got 3 slips on a gully. You can't afford to be bowling that ball outside the line of the leg stump.
No, he strayed badly there, Sherman Lewis, and he knows it. Yes, you were telling me.
Yeah, and, the rest, of course, is history. I'm not sure if this guy got onto the Olympics team of Jamaica, but there was a lot of talk that he was good, he was a good athlete, he was quick, but I think he was a 400-meter runner. Whereas you would have seen Michael Holding probably also was a 400-meter runner because he wasn't quick. What he was the strides. He was, you striding as you would expect from a 400-meter runner.
I heard a story. The 4 fast bowlers, Michael Holding, Andy Roberts, Colin Croft, and Joel Garner, they were in a team meeting, and they were asking, what's going to happen in this cricket match? How you guys are going to bowl? I think Andy Roberts said he's going to be short, quick bumpers. And then they asked Colin Croft, what you're going to bowl? And he said, bring the ambulance.
Yes, I could well imagine Colin Croft. I've done a lot of commentary with Colin Croft, and we've always had it out.
Yeah.
Because he is so strong in his opinions, Colin Croft. And of course, if I didn't agree with him, I told him, hey, Crofty, I don't agree with that. Excuse me, and he wouldn't get upset, but he would question me. Colin Murray, why are you not agreeing with me? And I remember we would do a lot of test matches, and I would go back to the office because it used to go Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. And I would go back to my office, and people would come to me and said, what is wrong with you and Colin Croft? You don't afraid the man. You see the man's size. But we got along really well. But of course, if I have a difference of opinion, I say, hey, I don't agree with you. That's my opinion. It's not that you are wrong and I'm right. It's just my opinion differs. But Crofty, Crofty's opinion is Crofty's opinion.
I had joyous moments working with him in the commentary box as well. Hello to you, Crofty, wherever you are. If you're watching. That's a good delivery,
well
right
played.
on target this time. The over's been completed once again. It's 9 for the loss of 2. And you're talking about the size of Crofty. West Indies went to England in one of those test series. So an interview was organized. I think it was the BBC who organized an interview with the West Indian fast bowlers. Mikey Holding, Andy Roberts, Joel Garner, and Colin Croft. Now, the guy that's supposed to do the interview could not have made it today. He normally do interviews with cricketers. So he asked one of his friends who normally do interview with boxers to come there and do the interview for him. So when the 4 fast bowlers reached, there were about 4 or 5 strong men there, and the interview started. When he asked the first, the second question, these guys were so mild, so courteous, so soft. When he did his article, he asked the question, how can such big men they're like lambs, and when they're out in the field, they could kill you.
Yes. They certainly were not very gentle.
Not at all.
I mean, Wayne Daniel, you talk to Wayne Daniel, for example, you couldn't get a more softer gentleman, mild-mannered and thing. But give him a ball and let him run 20 meters. He was a different individual.
Yes, and he very soft-spoken. You're right about that. We did commentaries as well together, Wayne Daniel. I remember Tony Kosher saying the fastest 5-over spell he has ever seen in his time covering cricket. would have been a spell by Wayne Daniel.
He went to Middlesex, actually. He eventually got a contract because he couldn't get in. Imagine, he couldn't get into the West Indies team. It's unbelievable. Somebody was saying to me, boy, do we need a Wayne Daniel, a Sylvester Clark, and those kind of guys now? You know, because those fellas were excellent. They would have made any team in the world.
So Denver has been very disciplined here. Picked up a wicket this afternoon. And looking for the single, did not know exactly where the ball had gone there, Jid Gooley. And did well to go back, sent back by his partner.
There's 2 slips in place for Denver and that forward short leg. So they're looking for the wicket. And tell you, if they get the wicket of Gooley, that would be a prize scalp.
And there's also the man in catching position at that short extra cover region. Once again, bring him onto the front foot. Another dot delivery. And overs come to an end. It's 9 for the loss of 2 from 14 overs. That could tell you the struggle.
Well, we've just got 1 over left in the day's play. And so we're getting an early afternoon today.
Yes, it's nice to know you're calling it an early afternoon despite we going late.
Yeah, well,
in comparison to the 2 days.
Thank you very much. Because we're now past 5 and those last couple of days. And it's, 10 past 5 now?
And we
it's
will
just
be able
after 10 past 5.
We will be able to complete the allocated overs for the day's play as well.
That's right, which is also important.
Yes.
So Brian Charles, he's just got 1 over to survive. And let's see Cyrus, the leg spinner, Daryl Cyrus is on.
So there's a short mid-on and a short mid-off as well. Some added pressure here. That one jumps on him. Well bowled by Daryl Cyrus, the leg spinner. He's having his force bowl in this innings from the southern end. And his movement reminds me, you know Red Ants? When Red Ants stings you, you normally try to get the feet out of the way.
Yeah, you sort of hop, skip, and jump.
Exactly. Good delivery, right on target. How's that? So, good start here by Cyrus in this last over.
So, the Red Force, 177 runs they require to win this game. 8 wickets intact. What a day we have tomorrow.
Yes, that should be gripping encounter.
And Brian Charles right forward to it.
So far, Brian Charles is a nice night watchman.
He's done his job.
Yes.
Well, so far.
Hasn't done.
Yes. He's doing his job. Well said.
Yeah, sometimes it can be difficult for these guys coming in at this time to bat. But he has shown strong character. And now we see that Sunil Ambris.
What is he going to do? Is he going to go to leg slip? He seems to, yeah. He's gone to a leg slip. He's come out from that short mid-on position.
Will there be a googly coming here from the leg spinner?
Quicker delivery, beating Brian Charles outside the line of the off stump. Nice quicker delivery, flat. But may have just had a little bit of turn.
And the bounce as well.
Yeah.
Good bowling there. Well, they're going to leak a single here. Yes, no, yes, no.
Real problems there. Well, he get home. Well, real problems there. Because yes, no, it was not Brian Charles's call. Why was he looking back? It was Gooley's call. Gooley. No, I'll tell you what, though. I wouldn't, if I was at the crease and I was at the announcer, I was not taking the run. Because you want Charles to protect your better batsman.
That's right.
But Gooley decided, hey, I'm going to go for the run. Once he called Charles had no right to be looking back. You look at your partner, it was Gooley's call. He called immediately for the run. You got to respond. And that could have so easily spelled problems. But Gooley was coming through no matter what.
Yes, so
he's got the final ball to face of the day's play.
And they will thank their lucky star there that a run-out did not happen at this hour of play.
But why would Gooley want to put himself under this kind of pressure?
That's right. I can't understand it at all.
Well, comfortably played by Gooley, and it's the end of the day's play. The third day has come to an end, a gripping end, as a matter of fact, where the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, having dismissed the Windward Islands Volcanoes for 288, it meant that they have 186 to win. They had some 15 overs to face this afternoon, and it was a torrid 15 overs because they've ended the day's play on 10 for 2. They've lost the wicket of Mohan and then the wicket of Otley. Mohan going for 1, Otley going for 2. And the trouble really started from the very second over when Mohan lost his wicket. And then Otley followed. Both of them got chances, but they never were able to capitalize on the chances. And at the end of the day's play, they are 10 for 2, the Red Force. They require another 176 runs tomorrow. And what a day we expect tomorrow in there.
It should be very, very intriguing tomorrow, chasing down that 176. What happened here this afternoon might very well set the pattern for tomorrow. So we are expecting that we might very well have a turn up of more spectators. Tomorrow promises to be the day. Somebody's going to win this match. Is it going to be the Volcanoes? Will it be the Red Force? 10 for 2 overnight. And certainly we will be back here at the Queen's Park Oval to call play from the hour of 10 o'clock. Until then, this is Inderjeet on behalf of the entire commentary team saying goodbye from Queen's Park Oval.